By chance, Dugwa had already repaired the switch and asked, "Do you want to turn on the light?" "Huh? What did you bring up?" "It's just an underage child. The royal family in the far north is extremely heartbroken and crazy. They want to use a child like this as a slang." "I can't kill a child," Jianjin said. "Oh, what are you going to do with this child?" Dugwa said. "Can you send him out?" After Jianjin said this, she thought of the current situation and said, "It doesn't seem possible. How about we find a corner to put him down and take him away when it's over?" "Aren't you afraid of his revenge in the future?" Dugwa said. "Huh? What are you afraid of? Just throw it at a family member in the far north." Jianjin didn't care. "By the way, you have to protect me secretly for a while," Jianjin said. "How many people have you killed by yourself? Do you still need my protection?" Dugwa said jokingly. "I'm going to face that group of people directly soon, and I'm still a little afraid that they'll rush up and beat me. After all, I'm going to turn on the lights soon. If the lights are turned off, there's no problem in doing anything." Jianjin said, "I really can't figure out what you were thinking. Everyone will follow Zhang Bufang from now on. Can I stay a little farther away from you?" Dugwa asked. "Ha ha ha. Of course there is no problem." They were just like two friends discussing with each other what they should do every day. Jianjin fumbled around a door for a while, and then found a mechanism, followed by a 9-segment keyboard that lit up. Jianjin pressed on it for a while, and the door opened. Damn, I have to say that if Dugwa could tolerate the smell of mold and rust when he first came in, then as soon as the door opened and the smell wafted out, Dugwa simply wanted to. Crazy. Jianjin couldn't bear it anymore and closed the door again. "What's that smell?" Dugwa looked at the top floor with no windows at all, missing the fresh air. "Maybe it's the smell of fermented corpses, mixed with the smell of various medicines that have lasted for thousands of years." Jianjin tattooed for a while and felt like she was suffocating. After closing the door, she felt that the air here was very good. Jianjin thought that if she didn't control the button on the stairs at the bottom, it would be impossible for those idiots from the far north to get to the top floor, or even to the second floor. No, they didn't come up at all. There is no need to go in now. Those people can smell the weird smell standing outside. No delicate person wants to come in. "It seems that your plan is not going well," Dugwa mocked slightly. "If they don't come up for a while, there are ways to get them to come. Anyway, it's dark and windy now. I think we can go to another building to rest first. I'm sure those idiots won't be able to come up for 2 or 3 hours. Come," Jianjin said. "Yeah, okay." Dugwa then grabbed Jianjin, carried her to another place and climbed to the 5th floor, and then climbed to another building from another window on the 5th floor. After this process, Jianjin's body was almost suspended in the air. "Your skills are really good," Jianjin said quietly. Dugwa ignored the other party. 2 hours later, it was dawn. Dugwa fell asleep. When he woke up, he found Jianjin looking at the people below. The idiots in the far north were already dozens of meters away from the building. They were all surrounded by guards. Anyway, it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect his own plan, and that's probably the only guard he has. Beep. The voice of the communication interrupted Jianjin's thinking again. "I'm not telling you. What did you do to this castle?" Chen Tao was standing outside the castle and could already smell an indescribable stench. The expressions on the faces of Guantong and Taylor were also wonderful for a while. "Call Taylor over and thank you," Jianjin said, not wanting to talk nonsense to Chen Tao. "Lord Jianjin, the same goes for Chen Tao. Taylor, I've pretty much dealt with it for you. The rest of the decision is up to you. You know what I'm talking about, right?" Jianjin's voice sounded quite hoarse at this time. What does Jianjin know? Taylor already feels that this person is very dangerous. She is the only person in the team who has never met Jianjin. In the team, she has heard Jianjin from Guantong, and she has heard Jianjin from Zhang Bufang. She had heard of Jianjin in Chen Tao's mouth, but in fact, when she came into contact with this person for the first time, she already felt the instinctive danger. "I understand. Thank you, Sir Jianjin." But Taylor didn't dare to ask more questions. She didn't think she was a smart person, especially when talking to an overly smart person like Jianjin. She only knew that the less she said and the less she did, the less mistakes she made. "By the way, let's keep the one from the royal family, the one with the most fancy clothes, and the one wearing pure white clothes. Just keep an eye on the rest of them. After this is over, your side. This taboo building. Dugwa and I are waiting for you here." "Okay, we can go and have a rest," Jianjin felt much more relaxed when she turned off the communication. Oh, Dugwa said. He originally didn't intend to interfere too much with Jianjin's affairs, but Dugwa asked again. Are you sure your plan will not cause any harm to the base? Dugwa was loyal to Zhang Bufang wholeheartedly. As long as it was something that did not harm their side, he would be relieved. However, Jianjin actually remained silent. Dugwa waited for a while and found that the other party did not respond to him. He was suddenly shocked. He stood up, looked at Jianjin, and asked cautiously, What are you going to do? Do you think I will tell you? Jianjin said. Dugwa had already pulled out the dagger tied to his leg. If he didn't get a reasonable explanation, he could end Jianjin's life right now. At least now my plan is beneficial to the base. Jianjin could only compromise a little. The far north royal family has a grudge against you and me. After I resolve this matter, Zhang Bufang and the others can come back from the underground and explain my plan to everyone. Really? Dugwa's trust in Jianjin dropped to the lowest level, and his rhetorical question undoubtedly provoked a conflict between the two parties. Jianjin was very disgusted with the current Dugwa, but he didn't say anything. Wait a minute, I'm going to finish giving away my gifts, right? Jianjin couldn't tell what emotion was contained in her refusal smile. Taylor, as a member of the far north royal family, what you do is deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors, which is treason. You think I'm a member of the royal family now? Taylor asked back. Her calm look made the other party angry. Taylor stared at the other party and said, 2 months ago, I was framed and said it was related to the restricted area experiment. You just believe this nonsense. I escaped from the far north a month and a half ago and was hunted down in the wilderness. Was it your plan? The hall was quiet. No one spoke, and they were too guilty to look at Taylor. Now that your face is exposed, you want to squeeze out the last bit of value from me. Taylor became more and more angry as she spoke. Her beautiful face turned red, and her tall figure gave people a sense of oppression when she stood up. Boom! What you do? Taylor retracted her hand, and the blow she just made a dent in the wall. The person who had just loudly questioned her and said she was treasonous was already lying on the ground, making no sound. What to do? Of course, I want to shut up those voices questioning me. Taylor turned his attention to the royal member who just spoke. The other person's arrogance immediately disappeared, like a bucket of cold water pouring directly on his head. Taylor's face was expressionless and as cold as ice. She said, If it were me 3 months ago, I would not have dared to do what I just did. Now I never thought that the first knife I would open would be my good relative. But I'm not a member of the far north anyway, and my surname is Yusufizi. What? You want to come over and talk to me about brotherhood? Taylor had already made up her mind. When she came over and saw the mess, she was still a little confused. So she was soft-hearted and wanted to plead for the royal family in the far north. After all, this was also the place where she grew up. Now it seems that there is no need. No one deserves her to do this. Her brothers and sisters originally wanted her to die, but now her brothers and sisters are huddled in the corner cautiously, trying to retain the last bit of power in their bodies. Her uncle, who originally framed her and drove her out of her home, now stands on a high moral ground. On the spot, he questioned her loudly. Her parents had died in the hands of any of her relatives present. Such a person is not worthy of her pleading. The royal family members stopped talking. There were still those sharp eyes staring at Taylor, all of which were filled with complaints, dissatisfaction, and anger about what she had done. Once Taylor moved her eyes away, the other party would immediately clean up herself. Eyes, pretending to be submissive. Tyler, after all, we have the same blood. He tried to make one last struggle. Shut up. Why didn't you think about it when I was in trouble? We have the same blood. Besides, I don't want you to use the same blood to disgust me. Who the hell is the same as a villain like you? Taylor said. Then the hall fell into deathly silence again. The corpse lying beside the wall was the best proof that the far north royal family no longer had the power to resist. Taylor walked up to the highest position in the hall and kicked the body down. However, she did not want to sit on the chair that symbolized the leader. The far north was not her home, and her future could not be in this place. This is the kind of place to spend time. It's like food that has gone bad. No matter how sweet and delicious it used to be, it is still a piece of waste now. It makes you sick to your stomach just looking at it, but don't eat it. You. Taylor pointed out 3 people, and when she was about to call the next person, She remembered that Jian and Dugwa told her that they wanted to keep this man in pure white clothes, so they should let him go first. However, looking at the hall where no one was resisting, Taylor felt another anger rising in her heart. She couldn't bear it anymore. There was unwillingness and resentment in her tone. This used to be her favorite place, no matter how cold it was in the far north. No matter how lacking in material resources, she may like this land. But look, what a mess these people have made her favorite place look like. Taylor yelled. No one dares to resist. You bunch of trash. My dear uncle, 3 months ago you were still showing off that your level 30 was the highest among the entire Far North royal family. Ignorance. Far North. The highest level leader of the land is actually level 30. If you tell me, you will probably laugh to death. How can such a shabby Far North land be maintained in your hands for so many years? Taylor looked at the 3 people she had just called out and canceled all her original plans. Let these 3 people go see her parents directly, and let the 3 of them go to confess to their father and mother in heaven. Then the 3 people were blasted out, and the door of the hall was destroyed. The 3 people were thrown outside, who knows where. Anyway, it was freezing, so they would definitely not survive. The cold wind made everyone in the hall shiver. It turned out that the weather was so cold without power. I came to the Far North castle from the edge of the Far North. Have you heard what the people of the Far North say? The women of the Far North said, the royal family of the Far North is just like the drunken hooligans outside the shabby brothels, low and low. The man from the Far North said, the royal family of the Far North are all a bunch of scrap metal and lazy sticks. Now you have nothing but the fame and fortune that I deceived you that time. Look, if I hadn't come, and Jian and the others hadn't come, this place would have been a mass grave. Any team outside could easily wipe out you bunch of losers. What would you do then? Kneel down in humility, then get up and leave them to leave the last bit of their reputation to you. Come here. Taylor took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, returned to her cold-faced beauty, opened the communication, and notified Jian and Dugwa. Are you done? Do you want to give these people some more punishment? Jian, Dugwa, Chun Tao, and Guan Tong came over quickly. No need, it is already meaningless. Sir Jian, I think it is time to reveal the secret of the restricted area. There is no need for the royal family in the Far North to exist. Taylor shook his head, looking very weak and feeling lonely. It was reflected in her body that it was clear that facing a group of pedantic and stubborn guys, Taylor had no way to save her. Okay, then I will trouble you all to wait for a while. I advise you not to do anything, otherwise you will die in an ugly way soon. After saying that, Jian waved to Taylor. After leaving the hall, the group of people inside immediately became noisy, just cursing each other. We don't have much time. Jian got straight to the point. He said, I still have my revenge to avenge. Those people will get their corresponding punishments, but I still have 2 questions. I want to respect your opinions. Taylor, please speak. Lord Jian, Taylor replied. What do you think? Should you stay in the Far North? Jian asked. Taylor did not hesitate, shook his head directly, and said, I am homeless now. This place disgusts me. So, can you let me join the Hope Survivor base? Of course, no problem. We certainly welcome you. So Taylor, what do you want to do with these people? Jian's second question. I am only disappointed with them. My parents' revenge has been avenged. These people will be left to Lady Jian to deal with, Taylor said. Okay, then you go to rest first, Guan Tong and Chun Tao. You can go and rest together. I will finish handling the matter and leave in a while. I got the news. I don't know how the news about the current status of the Northern royal family was known. I guess a lot of forces have already sent people here. Jian made arrangements. Taylor, Guan Tong, and Chun Tao agreed to stay and find a place to rest. What are you going to do? Dugwa saw that Jian had not mentioned a word about his plan to deal with those people. Based on Dugwa's understanding of each other after getting along with each other in the past few days, I am afraid that the end of those people will not be too good. This place needs to be destroyed. There are a lot of research materials on the top floor and in the basement. Those materials have been used as research supplies. They are inhumane. It can be said that they have simply broken through the bottom line of human morality. As for those people, it would be better if they died. Jian said. Dugwa supports such a cold-blooded approach. There is no need for stupid people to stay, and of course, There is no need to stay for people like this who will cause hidden dangers to their future if they stay. The backpack Qintao brought. Please install the contents inside it. Okay, by the way, don't forget the news I want. There are now only about 10 members of the royal family left, and all the guards, attendants, and tailors in the castle have been dismissed. So Jianjin drove the group of people to the top floor. She was obedient and walked in. If she was disobedient and was frightened to resist, Jianjin pushed the person in. Then she closed the door, and through the glass window, Jianjin saw fear on all the faces of the group. The look on his face made him laugh. At first, he was still laughing quietly, but then he laughed louder and louder. Some people in the group called him a madman, and some called him not a human being. Indeed, now he is like a devil coming out of hell. Even though Jianjin had washed herself, changed into new clothes, and sprayed a little perfume on her body, she still could not cover up the smell of blood around him. In fact, this is just a small laboratory on the top floor. But this laboratory is not used for experiments. It was originally given to those who are still disobedient in this prison, a person sentenced to death. The devices inside are all the latest machines developed at that time. Jianjin waved to these people and then pressed the red button on the wall. These people only have 10 seconds to live. Then, the large floor-to-ceiling glass window instantly felt as if blood had been splashed on it. Jianjin knew the attic and the basement well, so he pulled out the most important and useful information and took it away. Originally, he wanted to take away the storage device. The electronic storage contained more information than his paper stuff. Value. But no. If that group of people locates that the things they once threw in the laboratory are being reused, it will cause a very troublesome problem. Let's go, Jianjin said in a very brisk tone when she went back, as if she had just finished something that made him very satisfied, or met someone who made her very happy. It was so brisk that it seemed unnatural. Didi. The communicator in Jianjin's hand issued 3 warnings. The smile on Jianjin's face faded a little, and then she said seriously to several people, "It seems that someone is approaching. We have to leave quickly. Taylor, are there any means of transportation in the castle?" "I'm afraid not. But there is a secretly built teleporter 5 kilometers away from the castle," Taylor answered. "Then let's go there. You are alone here, and you dare to talk to me like this. You are simply seeking death." "No." B003 put down no. B005 in his hand, grabbed Zhang Bufang and spoke to him in a vicious tone. Zhang Bufang didn't take this seriously at all and said with a relaxed face, "Children, don't speak so loudly at first, otherwise you will be slapped in the face later, which will be very bad." Bang! Zhang Bufang took the hand of no. B005 and twisted it hard, barely dodging the blow just now. The strength of no. B003 was not small. The laboratory that was already in turmoil and was about to collapse was hit by him, and a lot of rocks fell down. "Do you want to die with me here?" Zhang Bufang patted the ashes on his body. "I want to avenge him." "No," B003 said. Zhang Bufang's eyes moved to no B005, and then looked at no B003. The task given to him by the system. The 3 protagonists have nothing in common, right? Maybe it's just that no B003 and no B005 know each other. No. B003 stared at Zhang Bufang. He has seen such hypocritical faces many times. The personnel of these colleges have repeatedly tortured them in Group B over the years. I don't know where they got the confidence to talk about them. Is there any anti-zombie virus on my body? Kid, how many years have you been imprisoned here? Zhang Bufang asked. As an experimenter, you are asking questions knowingly. No. B003 obviously didn't want to talk nonsense to the other party. Since he had the ability to break open the iron chains of the glass windows that imprisoned him, he also had the ability to smash the other party flat. Before the experimenters opened the intersection, no. B003 had to kill the other party. He had never thought of escaping. "I'm not from here," Zhang Bufang said. The former Chinese military still has a very mysterious image for him. It must have been a long time ago to build such a prison in the far north decades ago. As planned, Zhang Bufang wanted to know what the original Hua military was doing rather than completing the task now. Listening to the other party's answer, no. B003 was stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhang Bufang suspiciously and found that the other party just shrugged with a "believe it or not" look on his face. No. B003 then jumped in front of Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang subconsciously took a step back, but found that there was no murderous intention on the other side. No. B003 grabbed Zhang Bufang, as if he wanted to confirm something. Can you please stop grabbing the collar like this? You're strangling my neck, Zhang Bufang said. Hey, the experimenter really sent you in as a test subject. The mark was not found on Zhang Bufang. No, B003 was obviously more relaxed, but his face showed some dissatisfaction. What's your attitude? Zhang Bufang simply sat down on the half-split table at the back, which was lying on the waste rocks and didn't look like it would split, and said, Do you have anything? Do you want to tell me your last words? I can help you when I get out. But do you really look like someone important has died? Weren't you just holding the number B005 and crying? No. B003 seemed to be very excited when he mentioned it. He smashed a stone next to him with his bare hands. No. B003 said. Those are all experiments. Those hypocritical people inject each other with us. What a thing, just used to contain each other. It's just that they didn't expect that the reaction of the containment would be so big. If I hadn't destroyed the main controller this time, I guess I would be crying while holding that thing while coming over to hammer you. Zhang Bufang smiled. Why do you feel that people here often fail in their experiments? I think your smile seems like you don't take them seriously. Do you think it's their fault if this place is destroyed? There are thousands of such bases. They were destroyed by rampaging defective products. There are more laboratories, and they have long been accustomed to it. No. B003 knew more than Zhang Bufang thought. Bufang's murderous intention was revealed. Look, you are one of the prey now, no. B003 looked at Zhang Bufang mockingly and said, You were not alone when you came in, right? How dare you ensure that your teammates are dead or alive now? In addition, let me ask you, how many injections did you receive in your memory? 3 or 4 needles? Zhang Bufang suddenly felt dizzy in his head. 5 more needles. B003 looked at Zhang Bufang with a sympathetic look. This was the look that Zhang Bufang hated most when others looked at him. B003 seemed to know these things well, and said, Let me guess. I guess they must have injected you with something to temporarily lose your memory, and then some sedatives, and all kinds of other miscellaneous things, and they lied to you, and said they were medicines to prevent the spread of the zombie virus. It seems to make sense. Zhang Bufang felt even more dizzy after listening to B003's words. He was still thinking about how to deal with it when the system's voice automatically came over. It has been detected that the host's memory has been invaded by an unknown object. In order to better complete the task, the system has automatically cleaned out these pitfalls for speed. The dizziness completely disappeared at this moment. Zhang Bufang's memory indeed contained a little more things that the experimenters thought should not be there. As expected, he was on someone else's territory. Not only was he threatened by the other party, but he might also be threatened by them. He was dragged into doing something disgusting by the other party. But he not only spoke politely, but also acted forcefully. He couldn't even refuse the forces behind him. Zhang Bufang clarified his thoughts. He had to ask more questions quickly before the group of people opened the entrance. No, B003 was definitely a special experimental subject. His eyes, his behavior, and his way of speaking seemed to. He is still at the stage of a young boy. He ignores his overly sick skin and his clear eyes, making him look like an ordinary person. Are you a finished product of the experiment? Or a disabled product? Zhang Bufang asked. Why should I tell you? Number 003's tone was very harsh. Because you hate this place, don't you? I'm afraid you also know that it is impossible to live if you make such a big noise, and the only one you can trust now is me. On the eve of death, it may not be possible to tell everything. It's just a bad thing. At least I might be able to help you destroy this place after you die. What Zhang Bufang was sure of was that he would definitely be able to destroy this place after the other party died. You know death or death as soon as you open your mouth, or shut up. No. B003 knew that these things were a foregone conclusion, but hearing his final outcome from Zhang Bufang's mouth really made him unhappy. But no. B003 yelled a few more times. After the sentence, he still replied, I feel that the experiments here have no successful products at all, and I myself am locked up here as a defective product. Zhang Bufang frowned. A large-scale experiment would be very detrimental to the mainland no matter which side it was placed on. How dare the former Chinese military dare to put the experiment in front of him so directly? Did you plan not to let him go from the beginning? Or did you just use him as an experiment? How long have you been locked up here? Zhang Bufang asked. No, B003 answered. Have you seen my body? Guess how old my body is. That's how old I was when I was imprisoned here. What? You don't believe it. They can actually develop a drug to erase memories and stay on a certain experimental product for a long time, making him feel like the day he was just injected with the drug. This is difficult. No, B003 cannot be said to be used. What kind of mentality did he say this? His tone sounded so harsh, but there was still no way for people to ignore the loneliness in his eyes. After he finished speaking, he muttered in a low voice, I have had this IQ all my life. How do I know that I am? How many years have I been imprisoned? Mr. Zhang, we have successfully turned on the dash. The sound signal caused by the damaged circuit sounded a bit spicy. Zhang Bufang knew that when the waiting experimenters came in, he would basically be taken out, and he might never have the chance to enter this laboratory again. Zhang Bufang's eyes when he looked at No. B003 suddenly became meaningful. Zhang Bufang did not forget the task given to him by the system. Now there are two options. The first is to kill B003 now, immediately to prevent the mission from failing. The second is to give up B003 and turn around to search for the save data in the laboratory. With this save data, basically, you can cooperate with Jiang Shi from the Employment Guild. System, what will happen if the mission fails? He has no way to attack a child. Host, I don't recommend you do this. The survival rate of the fate after B003 is less than 2%, and there is a high possibility that he will die under the torture of the experimenters. If you give up the mission, you will not be able to change the other person's fate. Instead, the system will enter punishment mode. This is the first time the system has given such persuasion. Then I'd better choose to kill him. Under the torture, it would be better to kill him with a knife. Can you let me kill you? Zhang Bufang said. Presumably the other party already knew what would happen to him in the future. At the same time, Zhang Bufang continued to talk to the system in his mind. Search for the save location in the laboratory, preferably the kind in the safe. However, it was the first time for Zhang Bufang to ask the other party if he could kill him. It sounded a little awkward, but it was the only way Zhang Bufang could think of to respect the other party. Moreover, time was running out. Zhang Bufang cannot guarantee whether he can open the safe save on time. No. B003 was stunned for a while, and then he heard a huge joke. It was obvious that he understood, and then he started to laugh. While looking at the body of No. B005, he expressed pity. He looked at Zhang Bufang with eyes, and even said, he laughed to tears. This is not a question that an ordinary child should think about, nor is it the life of an ordinary child. No. B003 said in a sarcastic tone, you really treat me as a human being, but for your question. Of course I can make suggestions, but I'm afraid time won't allow it now. Zhang Bufang knew that if there was no obstruction, the experimenters would rush here very quickly, and then he would have no choice but to kill No. B003 to complete the task. Then he can't do anything. He must get this save disk. After getting it, he must find a way to send the information in it to Jianjin. Jianjin will have Jiang Shi's notification method. If there is one force that the original Huahua military cannot afford to offend, I'm afraid it will only have the mercenary guild. Zhang Bufang can use Jiang Shi to leave the original Huahua military. Listen to what No B003 said. So many, Zhang Bufang was certain that he was also on the list of experimental subjects of the former Chinese military, and he had to find a way to tell this group of people that this was not an experiment they could afford. What Zhang Bufang said can definitely be unique, and some people may not even have the opportunity to say these words in their lifetime. Zhang Bufang ordered. Then please go and hold those experimenters until I find them. After saving, I will come and kill you. Although I accept my death, and I think it would be much better for you to do it quickly than to die at the hands of those experimenters, but I really don't like your tone. No. B003 said. He said, but actually followed the instructions in action, but after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. No. B003 asked casually. But I have never seen you before. Why do you want to kill me? You are so miserable, Zhang Bufang replied. System, have you found the thing? Zhang Bufang asked. The route has been given. Gold coins will be deducted for this use. 1,000. Zhang Bufang quickly found a black safe according to the system prompts. Anyway, all the cameras around him were damaged, but it was hard to guarantee that any other equipment could still work normally. Zhang Bufang suddenly thought that he had been. Forget the 1,000 gold coins deducted. You still have to seek help from the system. Check the safe password. This time you need 2,000 gold coins. The system said. Okay. With a click, the safe door was opened. The system was very simple and crude. He opened the safe door directly without entering the password. Zhang Bufang gathered his strength and destroyed the defense system inside the safe. Hearing the sound of fighting coming from behind, Zhang Bufang grabbed the chip, but all his clothes were replaced by the former Chinese military, so he could only hide them a little more secretly. When the fight between No. B003 and the experimenters was not yet fierce, Zhang Bufang had already obtained the chip. He hid in a blind spot and just thought about it. In the state of No. B003's rampage, Zhang Bufang could not possibly do anything. He was not injured at all. So Zhang Bufang looked at the area on his shoulder that had not been bandaged for a long time and dealt harshly to himself, adding a few more bruises and scratches to his body. A large amount of blood seeped out from his shoulders. On his legs and arms, Zhang Bufang even covered his face with blood stains. Then he lay on the side, quietly waiting for the experimenter to come in and find him after taking the B003 number. Mr. Zhang, therapist. Sure enough, someone found this place very quickly. They saw Zhang Bufang's breath was weak, his face was pale, his eyes were closed, and he was motionless. There was a pool of blood under his body. When the therapist arrived, he took out his most expensive potion without hesitation, but when he was about to take action, he was stopped by the doctor on the side. The doctor said, "This injury is not serious. It is a difficult time for research. The money for the new model has not been obtained yet, so you can just use another one. In fact, it is the tube of medicine used by the therapist and the medicine they gave him." The medicine injected into Zhang Bufang had conflicting properties. This man had lost too much blood and was lying here. If that tube of medicine had really gone down, not only would a lot of money be wasted, but he might actually die. As someone who has been with the doctor for a long time, the therapist often immediately understands the doctor's meaning when treating experimental products and switches to another medicine. Hypocritical. The sound of No. B003's collapse reached Zhang Bufang's ears, probably because he was imprisoned by the experimenter. Then there was another painful groan. Zhang Bufang calculated in his mind the approximate time it would take for this potion to take effect. The advanced technology was of great use in the apocalypse. After waiting for a minute or two, Zhang Bufang opened his eyes and slowly got up. The first thing he looked at was No. B003, who stared at him and then laughed, regardless of the pain caused by the wounds on his body and the electric shock warning given to him by the experimenter who held him down. No. B003 might really know. What did Zhang Bufang want to do? He shouted at Zhang Bufang. "I didn't kill you." Zhang Bufang's first reaction was to end his pain as soon as possible. Then he stepped forward, waved away the experimenter on one side, and pulled out the dagger carried by the experimenter. When he was at close range with No. B003, Zhang Bufang clearly understood. He saw the expectant look in B003's eyes, and then stabbed him in the head without hesitation. It was just that he wanted to put aside his own suspicions, and No. B003 could guess that. So until the moment he died, in order to excuse Zhang Bufang, he kept his expression as crazy and hoping to kill him. Zhang Bufang's knife was snatched away, and the experimenter on the side held him down. Zhang Bufang still remembered that he was in a weak state, and he did not struggle or resist. When he was pinned to the ground, he looked quietly. B003 looked like he was dying, but his own expression was dark and unclear. This was when he faced these experimental subjects, and he felt a sense of guilt that he had never felt before. What is the difference between zombies and humans? At what age was B003 pulled into the zombie experiment? Why did B005 keep his obsession with a boring teddy bear? Why are these experimental subjects all relieved when they die? Why can they only be regarded as defective products throughout their lives as experimental subjects? Doctor, we need to take this person over. The two people holding him down were obviously not experimenters. Zhang Bufang was then taken to a black secret room. During the process, he was dragged here blindfolded, and then forcibly pressed onto a chair, with his hands, feet, and neck all restrained. Zhang Bufang glanced at the special structure of this chair. He could guarantee that if he made a slight mistake next, he would probably experience the punishment that No. B003 had experienced. According to the regulations of the former Chinese military, anyone who harms experimental subjects will be provided for experiments unless there is any special need. Hello, sir. The two officers were minding their own business, discussing the charges that were about to be decided, and then their immediate superiors arrived. This man wanted two people to go out. So only Zhang Bufang and this man were left in this black secret room. Originally, this room was not big, and the walls, ceiling, and floor were all black, which made people feel even more. It was horribly suppressed. Affected by the environment, the negative emotions in Zhang Bufang's heart had never exploded so much. Zhang Bufang felt very bad. Ever since he came to this place, he had been suppressing his negative emotions. Zhang Bufang even felt that he was on the verge of losing control. He now really wanted to hit someone in order to let him vent the complex emotions that he has suppressed for a long time. If the other party dares to attack him, Zhang Bufang will also lose his mind, break away from this restraint, and beat this man up. Mr. Zhang. As soon as the man opened his mouth, Zhang Bufang knew that something bad had happened. In order to prevent the thief from shouting, "Catch the thief," Zhang Bufang decided to take a preemptive strike and simply interrupted the other person. I need an explanation. What did you do? I came here as a guest, not a laboratory. First of all, you forced me and my men to inject your medicine, and secondly, you lied about it being absolutely safe and sent us to. Since the Shurian area was forced to come into contact with your experimental products, I can't say anything, but the experimental products actually got out of control. I heard that the people in the original military of China were all modest gentlemen. This man looked embarrassed. Maybe he was just pretending. Of course, he had no intention of giving up like this, thinking of using his sharp tongue to confuse right and wrong. Moreover, you tied me to a chair like this as a prisoner. First you did it, and then you deliberately imprisoned me. Does it mean that the original Chinese military already felt that its power was big enough to cover the entire continent? No longer. Are you taking the master of the base seriously? Should we verify it? What ingredients are in the medicine you gave me? Zhang Bufang asked. We are really sorry that something like this happened to Mr. Zhang. The man smiled and loosened Zhang Bufang's restraints. I said, what I want is an explanation from you. In addition, I didn't see my 3 men, so please find them and bring them back intact and without any injuries. Zhang Bufang punched the wall next to the man. But Hua Guiyuan's military was even more shameless than Zhang Bufang. They talked to him for a long time, mainly focusing on one sentence. We did this thing on purpose, and I just don't want to explain it to you. What can you do to me? Zhang Bufang was then placed in a monitoring room, and he was alone. Zhang Bufang was now very worried about his other 3 teammates. He didn't know what would happen to them. The Huaguoyan military was determined to capture him. As a test subject, the top priority now is to give away the chip in his hand. Zhang Bufang was thrown into this small room of about 10 square meters. There are 2 cameras, one in the toilet and one outside. There is also a defense line at the door, and the window can be viewed from the outside. It is opened, but the sensor on the window will sound an alarm once the person goes out. Zhang Bufang sat aside very depressed, playing with the flowers on the table. He originally wanted to seek help from the system, but when he saw the gold coins that could help him sneak out of this room, he can't afford it. It was getting dark. Zhang Bufang looked outside and sighed. He had done nothing until now. When Zhang Bufang looked out the window boredly, he suddenly noticed a flash somewhere outside the window. Bang! He swept his leg, and the square table was overturned. The guard sent to guard the door heard this. After the sound, he hurriedly opened the door and saw Zhang Bufang standing next to the crooked table. He shrugged casually and said, I'm just bored. The 2 guards entered the room and patrolled around. Their eyes kept scanning Zhang Bufang. Their superiors had clearly told them that this man was very dangerous, and they should not make eye contact with him. For verbal conversations, it is even better to stay 2 meters away from this person. The Kinder Zhang Bufang smiled. The more the two of them felt that something was wrong. They already had a line of defense in their hearts. Looking at Zhang Bufang, they felt very strange. After making sure that there was nothing strange in the room, they said, "Excuse me," he said and left. Zhang Bufang pretended to sigh, lifted the table up, and then lay down on the bed. People in the former Huahua military were afraid that he would do something unpredictable, so they didn't even give him a quilt. But I still got the stuff. Zhang Bufang glanced at the note in his hand. The note was made of a special material and was typed from such a distance. It was fine except for being a little wrinkled. It said fat. After reading this note, Zhang Bufang said, "Okay, month and a half, I got it." Zhang Bufang guessed that it was Chun He who just happened to be there. When he happened to be wandering around the Hope base, he saw Chun He who was practicing marksmanship. At that time, he thought it was quite interesting and went up to compete with him. 1 or 2. Chun He's marksmanship is outstanding. There is a high probability that it should be Chun He. Zhang Bufang couldn't think of anyone else who could come. Jian has not received any news from him so far. It's just. Zhang Bufang raised his eyes and looked at the camera on the ceiling. Today's technology is really good. With such a camera, the whole room has 360 degrees without blind spots. When the moon was in the sky, some people thought that his experiment was still staying in that place. Some people thought that people who had this idea were stupid. Zhang Bufang walked freely along the corridor of the former Huahua military. He and Jiang. The ocean has made an appointment. It was Chun He who sent the message. According to the tips and guidance given by the other party, Zhang Bufang should be at the end of the long corridor. As soon as Zhang Bufang looked at the blind spot, he knew that there must be a secret door above. Sometimes such secret doors are opened. The more you do, the more you will have an intuition. In the monitoring room, the lights were suddenly turned off, and the dazzling white light on the screen made the monitoring officer couldn't help but close his eyes. He was alert and was about to get up and sound the alarm, when someone from behind tapped him on the shoulder, and he was not strong enough. Shao said loudly, "Ha ha ha, how many times have you been trained, and you still get scared?" This voice was one he was familiar with. The surveillance officer exhaled, patted his heart, and then felt a little dissatisfied, but in the same tone he often joked with his friends, saying, "You are so serious, aren't you? Do you know that we are imprisoning a very important person? What if something goes wrong? Just be cowardly." The surveillance personnel did not notice at all that the friend behind him was a bit out of shape. While waiting for the lights in the monitoring room to turn on again, the monitoring officer squinted his eyes habitually. His teammate just walked in with a glass of water. The monitoring officer looked at him very funny and said, "You kid, give it to me again. What weird thing did you install? Technology has improved a bit these days. I don't even know when it came behind me and left." "What?" The monitoring officer's friend didn't understand what the other person was saying at all. He had not been in the room just now. He was looking for hot water and couldn't find it for a long time. It was unexpectedly cold at night, but there was no one in their monitoring room. There are no heating instruments. However, this person is a very nervous person, and he is completely used to perfunctory monitoring personnel, regardless of whether they are there or not, and said, "Hey, what do you care about me? Just watch the monitoring." "Hey, you kid." These two people didn't look suspicious at all. On the other side, Zhang Bufang jumped over the layers of alarms set up in the dark room. He was not interested in the gold, silver, and jewelry in the case room at all, and this place was like a maze. Zhang Bufang. He grabbed the notice left on the window and walked up to the roof. Zhang Haiyang. Zhang Bufang knew that they didn't have much time to talk. As soon as he opened his mouth, he planned to let Zhang Haiyang take away the chip on his hand and pass it to Jian. But Zhang Haiyang obviously ran out at great risk, and besides, they were really helpless. Zhang Haiyang glanced at his hands and said helplessly, "We are also locked up now, and all our electronic equipment has been confiscated. We can't do anything all day long. No need to do it. What about the others?" Zhang Bufang reacted quickly and was prepared that the chip would not be transmitted through his teammates. "The message Chun He sent you should be on the way back now. He is responsible for holding back the people guarding us. Hey, you lie down first. You stand like a dark shadow. The target is huge," Zhang Haiyang said. Bufang pulled him down, and the two of them just lay on the roof. Jiang Haiyang continued. Taylor went to hold back the surveillance personnel. We can only chat for 2 or 3 minutes at most. We came out today to take risks to invite you. Instructed. It looks like the situation is very troublesome. Zhang Bufang pondered for a while. He couldn't send the chip out by himself. Chen He, Taylor, and Jiang Haiyang couldn't do anything either. So they had to find others. Hypnosis was not an effective method. Everyone here had received professional training. For those who have been trained, once the intention is detected, the result will be in vain. So, can a hint be used? You just wait where you are. During this period, you may be used as experimental subjects. If they inject you with any medicine, you can avoid it. If you really can't avoid it, remember to find a blue bottle after the experiment. The medicine, that one should be placed in a separate cabinet, and the blue medicine is a panacea. Zhang Bufang may not be able to order his teammates to do anything now, and he will have to rely on himself next. Lord Buddha, can you do it yourself? Jiang Haiyang frowned. It's really troublesome, Zhang Bufang said while searching in his mind whether there was a suitable candidate who could provide him with something to do. Suddenly, he thought of the former military officer he had just arrived in China. At that time, he accidentally saw the door with that special pattern, which was basically where the lower-level personnel came in and out. For the sake of face, the former Chinese military did not allow cleaning personnel to appear in the base during the day. Well, hypocrisy. How long can the 3 of you go to monitor the situation together? Zhang Bufang asked. I'm afraid it's impossible for 3 people. Only 2 people can go. 1 person must stay in the room to prevent the alarm from being triggered, Jiang Haiyang said. Okay, is Taylor still in the surveillance area? Can you go help her and give me 20 minutes? Zhang Bufang asked. 20 minutes? Jiang Haiyang was startled. They had to change guards twice in 20 minutes. Zhang Bufang roughly calculated the route in his mind, as well as his speed, as well as the things to do after finding the person and the time it would take. At the fastest, it would take 15 minutes. I'll try my best. Jiang Haiyang was silent for a moment. Maybe he could give it a try? Well, let's go now, Zhang Bufang said. In the end, the 2 people separated. It should be okay to drag Taylor until Jiang Haiyang arrived. Zhang Bufang had to find an electronic device. He thought about the information he had read. The information mentioned that the former Chinese military, the control of acoustic and electrical signals is extremely strict. Information within a radius of 150 must be reported before it can be transmitted. What? Zhang Bufang looked at the guard. The guard just noticed something was wrong and was about to turn around and shut his mouth. Zhang Bufang raised the corners of his lips. The Huanjin skill itself also has a hypnotic effect, and it only takes a little bit. Give me your identity token. Zhang Bufang didn't even finish his words before the other party complied honestly. Take me to a place. Zhang Bufang told the guard where he needed to go. The other person turned around stiffly and followed the patrol route as Zhang Bufang wanted. Of course, other patrols would stop him, but the identity token Zhang Bufang handed over belonged to the person next to him. The problem with the original Huahua military was that the upper-level managers were too mysterious, and these small patrols were not seen at all. Past a senior person. Sir, I am really just an ordinary person. I didn't hear anything. The guard who was let out by Zhang Bufang trembled after regaining his senses. He originally wanted to test the vicious man in front of him. Can he suppress it? But the other party looked at him and frightened him so much that he was shaking like a sieve. Zhang Bufang's funny eyes looked like the devil's gaze to him, especially at this moment when the moon was dark and the wind was high, and the other party was still shaking. Against the light, the man immediately changed his story. I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. I beg you to let me go. In the night sky, the bright moon is hanging above. The cold wind blows, and it feels like needles pricking the face. It is hard to say what color the moonlight is. It seems that the red color is spreading, becoming more and more bleak. Places where the moonlight cannot shine. It was all darkness, like an abyss that seemed to be able to automatically draw people into it. Faced with this kind of death situation with no way out, maybe don't struggle, don't shout anything, don't do anything. Just wait for the god of death to come and harvest your head, so that you can look more decent, but this doesn't work. To prevent the fear in his heart from expanding, he held his heart tightly, as if consciously. This is outside the main area of the original Huahua military. Zhang Bufang and his group used to be teleporters from the underground area directly to the main area. Zhang Bufang recalled looking at the main buildings of the original Huagua military. Black and white match each other. It is very simple and atmospheric, but you will feel awkward when you enter the laboratory. The feeling in the laboratory is like a puddle of frozen water with air conditioning, but it will never melt. Zhang Bufang thought this was the strange atmosphere in the main area. After all, a study must be ruthless, and the military, as the original protector, was serious and solemn, which was a necessary temperament. Just let him. What I didn't expect was that the survivor area outside was also like this, lifeless. They are also all white buildings. The extreme north gives people the feeling of being isolated and independent from the world. It is the beauty of fairies under the hazy veil. It is a place that makes people fascinated even if the weather is cold. This kind of charm makes people feel transcendent. The residents there are very simple and know how to build shorter houses. After all, lighting up the flames in the cold white ground will make people feel warm. But the survivor area of the former Huagua military is completely different. It can even be said that the entire place where the former military of the Huagua is located is filled with a ruthless atmosphere. It is like a dead city, and all the people in it are. They are all dead ghosts, but it is not pitch black here, but a deliberately staggered black and white, like a gray area standing at the door of hell. Is the moonlight too cold, or is the style here itself inhumane? I still hope the survivor base is good. Zhang Bufang thought. Standing on the central street, all the doors of the houses were closed. On this empty road, there was no breath of life at all. Occasionally, a few houses would emit a little yellow or white light. It makes people feel a little bit real. Why is there no one here? Is it possible that the top brass of the former Chinese military have really gone too far into obsessive thinking? And are they still wandering around when they go out to catch a lucky spectator at night? Zhang Bufang only felt that the atmosphere here was depressing, and even his voice could not help but be lowered a bit. There are regulations here. You are not allowed to go out after 10 o'clock in the evening until the bell rings at 4 o'clock in the morning. The guard trembled, shrinking like a quail. He dragged him. The man in the collar is simply a devil. He has never seen purple pupils before, and he will lose control of his body as long as he takes a look at it. Okay, do you know which places violate the regulations? Zhang Bufang subconsciously thought that places like this that are more serious than the main city must also have places similar to the underground areas, where people are obsessed with gold and paper and are decadent. An extremely disgusting place. I don't know about this. The military region also has regulations. Everyone's assets are distributed uniformly. Anyone who dared to violate the regulations then was pulled out and never came back. The survivors who came here didn't even come back. I don't dare to do that, the guard replied, and he kept. He looked around here and there, feeling guilty and scared. It would be bad if any of the patrol members saw him, but he used to find a place to lie down and sleep when he was patrolling. Similarly, a few days ago, he did so, and a few days later, his companions did the same. You have to find me a place, preferably a place where even the detection system of Huagua's original military headquarters can't detect it. The person Zhang Bufang was looking for had specifically consulted the system, so there was no way he didn't know. Aye. It was obvious that this person was still planning to fight to the death. It wasn't until Zhang Bufang pinched his throat that the guard began to beg for mercy, but Zhang Bufang still didn't let go. It wasn't until the guard's face turned purple and he rolled his eyes that he was about to faint, that Zhang Bufang let go of his hand, allowing the other party to fall to the ground and breathe heavily. Zhang Bufang's face at this time was not very good looking, and it looked sharper and sharper against the cold and bleak background. You come with me. Sure enough, he knew. As long as you go straight from this direction, the first store you pass by at the 4th intersection is. It's uncertain when you knock on the door. Anyway, you have to knock on the right business before they will open the door. When you open the door, there will be an old woman. Or someone else. You need to state your own intention, and then see if the other person is willing to accept it. This place is quite strange. The guard was confused by someone, and he turned around when he entered. He didn't understand any of the secret codes. Sir, this is only the 3rd intersection. The place you are looking for is at the 4th intersection ahead. When the guard saw this man suddenly stopping, he quickly stopped and said tremblingly, for fear of the other person. He killed himself when he thought something was wrong, but when he turned around like this, it really scared him. Do you know, what are the consequences? Zhang Bufang was facing the light at this time. Only then did the other party show a smile. Different from the threatening look before, the other party seemed to be looking at this with a half smile, but not a smile. Guard, the moonlight shone on him, stretching his figure very long, making him look like a ghost. The guard repeated this word after speaking for a long time. His intuition told him that the current scene was not going well. Dong, 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 dong. Such a sound seemed particularly terrifying in the silent night. What's more, Zhang Bufang's knock on the door was not hasty or slow, and he was waiting with a smile on his face. The smile was the arrival of an uninvited guest. The door opened a small crack, and then a dagger rushed out, hitting the guard in the head. The person who opened the door was a woman. She had just seen a ferocious face through the crack of the door, and also saw a big eyeball. The face was covered with blood spreading from the eye sockets, and the expression of fear was simple. It was obvious by looking at her eyes that she was very scared, so she just came out with a knife. The door was wide open. The guard's head was covered with blood, and there was a knife stuck in his face. Under the stiff expression of this woman, he was stiff, fell to the ground. Who has the leisure and elegance to put a corpse at a person's door and let the other person see it? As one of the hosts of this place, this woman quickly understood. Excuse me, who is this, sir? The person who can do this can't be an ordinary person. Anyway, people don't tell secrets. The woman thinks it's better to speak directly. She will also become the next one. Such a corpse. Zhang Bufang did not show up now. He was standing on the side of the corner, looking at the blood left on a stone he had picked up just now. He had just moved his hand slightly away, and the blood almost spattered on his clothes. Is there a place to wash hands here? The woman seemed impatient and was about to call her master out directly. Zhang Bufang appeared with a gentle look and a gentle smile. In order to prevent the blood on his hands from getting stained, Zhang Bufang appeared. When he reached his clothes, Zhang Bufang stretched his hand forward slightly. Okay. This way, please. This was the first time this woman had seen such a strange way of knocking on the door. Then please help me clean up this body. Thank you. Zhang Bufang followed the woman and took the first step into the door. In this dark room, he could already feel countless murderous intentions. Zhang Bufang remained calm. He was calm and not affected in the slightest. I'm sorry, sir, we don't provide washing here. The woman took Zhang Bufang to a room alone, and then turned on the small lamp on the table. After all, in such a dark night, the bright light is more noticeable. People pay attention. Then two girls came up, each holding a handkerchief, and asked Zhang Bufang to put his hand on theirs. The two girls began to wipe it carefully. When Zhang Bufang looked at one of them, the other person would look back at her, then smile sheepishly and lower his head. This is a spray to remove the smell of blood on your body. The service was very considerate. Zhang Bufang's fingers were wiped clean, and then the two girls took the handkerchief to a device placed aside, closed the lid of the device, and the handkerchief inside immediately burned, and not even ashes were left. Zhang Bufang casually crossed one of his legs, and then the two girls brought him drinks and meals. They looked sweet and delicious, so it was really good to have them at night. Thank you, Zhang Bufang said. Sir, why are you here so late? What do you call me? A man in a suit walked in. I am Zhang. You can call me Zhang Foy, Zhang Bufang said. Okay, Mr. Zhang, just call me Lao Lu. Lao Lu had a typical fake smile on his face. Then let me tell you straight. Give me a piece of equipment, and I'll just borrow it for a while. Zhang Bufang calculated the time. He took the guard out very quickly. It just took him a while to enter the room. Time. He still remembered that he and Jiang Haiyang had agreed on 20 minutes. But Mr. Zhang, of course we will not do business at a loss. Lao Lu noticed that Zhang Bufang seemed a little anxious. In his opinion, anxious people are more likely to negotiate a good price quickly. However, Zhang Bufang will not accept the price. If you are not in a hurry, there is no problem at all. Just sit down and have a good talk. But if the other party realizes that he is in a hurry but is still delaying time, Zhang Bufang will not be able to talk to the other party properly. Just like in the officialdom, you and I are quarreling with each other. Every word contains a sharp edge, and whether the words are clever or not can even determine a person's stay, life, and death. This point came to the main point in Zhang Bufang's life. the city becomes more and more obvious. This method is really time-consuming, and it also wastes a lot of brain power thinking about what to say. Zhang Bufang is actually very tired of this method. If everyone has something to say, just say it directly, right? You must. He has to beat around the bush, add a sentence here, add a sentence there, and the central sentence is just a few words. So, in order to save time, of course the opponent seems to be something he can afford, and the cloth square will be. Take action directly. What Zhang Bufang can guarantee is that from the moment he entered the door, everyone he noticed was not as high as him. In a place like the former Chinese military, where regulations are extremely strict, everything big and small, from survivors to their resources, as well as their level, down to their daily expenses, are all clearly defined and managed. In order to make themselves less conspicuous in a place, the level cannot be too high, or slightly higher, which is not good. Aloud. I don't want to talk nonsense to you, Zhang Bufang interrupted directly. For his level, it is no problem to clear this place within 5 minutes. For higher levels, there is a very convenient thing that can be suppressed. Anyone with a lower level than you, unless of course they are playing dirty tricks with you and making you unable to guard against them, then there is a possibility of failure. After all, Zhang Bufang once did this. I'll say it again, I want an electronic device. Zhang Bufang's tone became a little more serious. Are you here to make trouble? Old Lu's expression was obviously not good. Do you know? In a small place like yours, I'm sure you won't come into contact with other people. Most of the customers should be in this base. If you dare to challenge me today, I can let you experience what it feels like to be beaten. Zhang Bufang looked at the clock on the wall. Every minute and every second was a great crisis for him. Of course, this sense of crisis came from the former Chinese military. He told Zhang Haiyang to come back in 20 minutes, but in fact it was impossible for him to get back in 20 minutes. There is always nothing wrong with doing anything in advance. And he has spent 8 minutes now. He quickly got there from here. It will take at least 3 minutes to get back. I'm a person like you. Old Lu stood up directly, planning to kick this person out. He thought he was some interesting person, but he didn't expect that he was just here to eat the king's meal. What's the tone of such a person's speech? So arrogant. Bang dash, Lao Lu was thrown directly against the wall by Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang killed 3 more bodyguards with his backhand. He rushed forward and grabbed Lao Lu out of the room and said loudly, "You choose you. To save your life or choose to obey my orders. You. It was the woman who opened the door for Zhang Bufang. She seemed to be pale with anger, but also seemed to be scared. There were about 10 people standing around her, including old women and middle-aged men. There are also a few who should be thugs or something like that. It is estimated that everyone in this place is here. Except for the old woman and that woman." Zhang Bufang smiled, and he dared to waste the life of anyone who dared to resist and waste his time. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Zhang Bufang mentioned this old Lu. "Don't let me say it a second time." Zhang Bufang's tone was already very dangerous. "If you don't want any tragedy to happen in this place. Quick, go get it. Zhang Bufang admired this woman's efficiency in doing things, and she was the only one who was not stunned in place. As soon as Zhang Bufang took over the communication equipment, someone wanted to attack him. He was simply overestimating his own capabilities. Zhang Bufang didn't even look back. He grabbed the other person's wrist with his backhand and used a clever but forceful move. As soon as he twisted it, the other person's wrist quickly became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, the woman was more discerning and covered the person's mouth in advance. No one dared to confront Zhang Bufang now. That woman thought that she would be a big customer today. Even if she was a little too ruthless, it didn't matter. Such a person had killed many people in the original military of China, and he was an official, so they could blackmail him severely. However, the fact made them shocked. Zhang Bufang quickly opened the communication device and took out the chip he had hidden on his body. He moved his fingers quickly on the light screen. After editing a few codes, he copied the chip and sent it to Jianjin. He also attached a few words. "Come quickly and take Jiangxi with you. My lord, go well. My lord, go well." After Zhang Bufang finished editing, he deleted the sending address, destroyed the electronic device directly, and turned around. The people here were like sending away a god of plague. They knelt down and sent Zhang Bufang out quickly. The losses were huge today. Sure enough, They were too relaxed. But Zhang Bufang had no intention of leaving. He just turned his body slightly. He looked at these 10 or 20 people with expressions of fear on their faces. Zhang Bufang suddenly felt. He had some meaning, and then he laughed. Such a smile could frighten these quails, and they looked at Zhang Bufang in surprise. Zhang Bufang really did not intend to leave directly. These people had seen him and knew what he had done. He did not want to use his hypnosis skills to delete the memories of these people. Zhang Bufang could not guarantee that the original military of China has the kind of technical talents who can break his hypnosis, so it is best to die. A dead person will never betray. I'm sorry for being so abrupt today, but I don't regret the decision I made. Since when did he start doing these things? Zhang Bufang took out the money he took out from someone. Knives. In the apocalypse, daggers are very common things. Guns and bullets that can kill zombies are very expensive, so daggers have become high-quality and cheap things in the apocalypse. No. Zhang Bufang had already chopped down several people. The floor in the corridor seemed to be washed with blood. Some even fell along the gaps in the wooden boards to the first floor. It was like a haunted house of the dead. This woman had her back against the wall. Her eyes were wide open. Her expression was very frightened, and she kept muttering no. Zhang Bufang stopped in front of her and shifted his gaze to the side. The old woman was also very scared, but she didn't dare to say anything. Now it's a matter of principle, and never causing trouble again. You please kill me. The old woman on the side was obviously in despair. At her age, she was already buried up to her neck in the earth. She didn't know what this man would do to them. It would be better to just give her a knife. Have fun doing it. Zhang Bufang didn't say anything. He just kicked a knife that fell under his feet to the old woman and let her choose. It seems that this is the woman he needs to face now. Zhang Bufang leaned slightly closer to the woman and said word by word. If you want to live, your tongue, your fingers, and your eyes must be crippled. If you want to die, I will give you the knife. Also, it's best not to make me wait too long for your choice. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Before Zhang Bufang could start the 10-second countdown, the woman seemed like she couldn't bear it anymore. She grabbed the knife next to her and stabbed her heart neatly. No matter which choice she made, she would inevitably die. Zhang Bufang smiled, forcibly ignoring his own suppressed discomfort, and walked out quickly. From now on, there will be no such violation of regulations in the former Hua state military. The former Hua state military. Finally, he forced his own people into puppets. There are still 5 minutes left before the agreed 20 minutes. Zhang Bufang himself is a person with acceleration skills. The main area of Huagua's original military is easy to enter but difficult to get out. Zhang Bufang used the skills given to him by the system to reach his residence in just 1 minute. But unfortunately, it seems that someone has already found out that he is not in the room. After a pause and listening to the people above talking, Zhang Bufang could tell that these people had just arrived. So he simply went into the bathroom. Those people probably went straight to his bed in the living room. Then he took off his clothes and looked like he had just taken a shower. Wow! The sound of water being discharged from the bathroom really frightened the crowd of people in the living room. Mr. Zhang, someone found a room full of corpses in the Huaguoyan military base. The people from the Huaguoyan military looked unkind. There were actually members of their escort team in the room. Oh! Zhang Bufang uttered a syllable lightly without raising his eyelids, showing no interest in this matter. We transferred the surveillance equipment. During this period, the camera equipment in your room stopped. In fact, a large part of the surveillance area seemed to have been disconnected during this period. People from the original military of China went to check whether Zhang Bufang was safe. When we parted, we didn't see him when we entered the door, and then he came out of the bathroom. Therefore, even if the former Chinese military wanted to trouble Zhang Bufang, they had no concrete evidence. Unfortunately, there was a sudden thunder, lightning pierced the sky, and the patter of rain fell first, and then it was like a torrential downpour. The investigation of the dead bodies in the base has not been completed yet. Who wants to go check those things in the middle of the night? Besides, it seems like it is 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Everyone is very sleepy, and they are complaining about who is giving them something to do. They had to kill a whole house of people in the middle of the night, but it rained like this, so they had a reason to be lazy. They couldn't find any evidence present, even if they used instruments to find the physical data of the people in the house. it rained so hard. As soon as they were washed, blood flowed out all over the room, immediately staining the ground nearby, and the smell of blood was soaring to the sky. Zhang Bufang sat in front of the window and opened it casually to cover the rain that came in. The light in the room was relatively dim, and half of his body seemed to be hidden in darkness. As lightning flashed by, it lit up, and the edges and corners lit up. The clear face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes appeared to be getting sharper and sharper. Zhang Bufang then softened his expression and said with a tired look, "I would like to ask you not to come to me directly next time if something happens. At any rate, you also bring evidence. This statement is unfounded and your sleeves are empty. You just came here. Did you really mean to disturb my rest?" Seeing that he couldn't get anything, the officer who was dispatched was ordered to try to pin the accusation on Zhang Bufang as much as possible. If it didn't work, he would impose another one, but what he said above was too much. It's simple. This officer has a hunch that if he dares to impose a crime on the other party, the house that will be bloodbathed next time will be his house. Besides, it is not so easy to charge someone with a crime. The other party is also a base after all. Lord, I hope that the survivor base is indeed out of the eyes of the higher-ups now. Only people at the bottom like them will know that the reputation of that base is not small. The officer really didn't dare to say anything more. Although Zhang Bufang had softened his expression, his demeanor and the feeling of not being angry or assertive had already formed in him. Even if he really didn't take advantage of the other party, what would he do? In this way, it will also make people feel scared and establish an unconscious respect. Since you are disturbing me so late, can I sleep a little longer in the morning? Zhang Bu's dialect meant that he was already asking people to go out. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you. The officer almost fled with his men. At dawn, all the miscellaneous rumors spread around the house that was washed with blood. Among them, there are three main popular versions. 1. A certain officer in the former Huahua military was really perverted and looked down on ordinary people like them. Usually not only supplies and money are withheld, but now human lives are really at stake. 2. Huahua Yuan's military is doing some terrifying experiments. 3. It's a certain legendary great god who can't stand Huahua Yuan. According to the military style, if there were members of the original Hua military in those rooms, they would kill the people in that room. It sounds really unbelievable, and the nonsense is so funny. But surprisingly, the people in the base here are more willing to believe in the third way, and they will even applaud such rumors. Zhang Bufang had a good night's sleep. It was 4 or 5 o'clock these days, and he was not allowed to sleep a little longer in the morning. There was always a knock on the door, not this experiment, but another one of those things. Mr. Zhang. The person who came this time finally knew what was knocking on the door. Please speak. Zhang Bufang opened the door and said, "The adults invite you to go to the meeting hall." The person who came said respectfully. It seemed that reinforcements had arrived. Zhang Bufang felt a little happy and could finally leave this ghost place. Lord Buddha. As expected, it was Jian Jin. When she saw Zhang Bufang coming, Jian Jin was unexpectedly respectful. She poured water into the 7th part of the cup and kindly and considerately pulled out a chair for Zhang Bufang. Fang's image was directly shaped into a big man who was loved and respected by others. This was an action that Jian Jin had never made before. Zhang Bufang looked at him and raised his eyebrows, then took his seat. Jian Jin did not sit on the chair after that, but stood behind Zhang Bufang. I think in the next few days, you guys should have a good explanation and arrangement, right? Then it's time to blackmail the other party, Zhang Bufang said with a smile, and there was no trace of a flaw in his expression. There was a lot of anger here. Sometimes the more kindly Zhang Bufang smiled, the more it seemed that he had some dark plan in his heart. But the other party didn't understand him well and couldn't tell. Yes, the officer opposite said, and then handed a piece of paper to Zhang Bufang. The original Hua army's use of paper items was already an act of respect for the guests. The officer added, "We don't know what happened in the past few days when you came here. It's because the senior staff were too lax about the experiment. We have fired everyone in the laboratory and have expelled them from the army." Well, it's just a good accusation. Whenever the ambitions of senior staff are ruined, then the lower-level staff will definitely become cannon fodder. Zhang Bufang definitely doesn't believe that the other party fired the staff, but just dismissed them. Everyone in its laboratory has just been transferred to another secret area. But Zhang Bufang doesn't want to pursue this too much. The point is not how they will deal with those personnel. If they ask too much, the other party will at most just pull out a scapegoat and sentence him to death. Any harm you suffered during this period, we will compensate you with this amount. Zhang Bufang picked up the paper, looked at this number on it, and gave a 5-digit number. Is this to send a beggar? He still remembered that there were clear regulations in the Continental League that all volunteers who wanted to do experiments must. Compensation must be given, and the compensation must not be less than 7 times the medical expenses for the other party's physical injuries. Did you get the wrong order? Or is this just a superficial injury? Of course Zhang Bufang would not give up. He put down the paper in his hand, then looked into the other person's eyes and said, "This is true. It is clearly stipulated, and even the recognized compensation amount has not been reached. It is difficult for me to believe the sincerity you have given. This money is just a little skin injury. I don't lack these. I am not the only one here. The 3 generals under me have all received not very good treatment from you. Even if you need to talk about skin injuries, the fee, 7 times the amount, should be 7 figures." Zhang Bufang said with a smile. "Look, the medicines developed by the base cost thousands each. What's more, you injected me 7 or 8 times, some of which cost tens of thousands. These were all used to treat the injuries on my body, but now they are still not fully recovered, including 3 of my men. Where are they now? Do you dare to call them over and ask them to indicate what kind of abuse they have suffered?" Zhang Bufang is a man who eats people without spitting out their bones. It really doesn't look like he is not fully recovered. Anyway, it's not like the other party can't afford the amount he expected. What the other party wants is face. Jianjin, come and talk to the adults. I want to know where my 3 generals are now. I want to see them. Zhang Bufang believed that Jianjin was better than him when it came to war of words. When you need to use your eloquence to double your own benefits, Jianjin is a very suitable candidate. Then, take the adults to have a look. The other party couldn't say anything else. Buddha. As a result, Zhang Bufang was taken to a room that looked more comfortable. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Chun-Hee's voice. Zhang Bufang walked around this room first when he entered. The walls were painted off-white and soft. Carpets were spread on the floor, and the temperature in the room was adjusted just right by the regulator. "How is it?" Zhang Bufang asked. "Sister Taylor and I are fine, but Jiang Haiyang is not doing well," said Chun-Hee, who seemed to have no big problem. Taylor nodded to one side. Zhang Bufang moved his eyes to the side and saw Jiang Haiyang lying on the bed. Zhang Bufang had some doubts. Was he discovered when he came out of the monitoring room? Or was it a breakup? What happened to Jiang Haiyang when he said this? She seemed to be the most seriously injured among the entire team, and her face is still pale even now. "What's going on?" Zhang Bufang walked in and asked. Jiang Haiyang hesitated to speak and finally sighed, but there was no regret on his face. "We were indeed caught. We originally wanted to buy Buddha some more time." After entering the interrogation room, the interrogator's attitude was very annoying. He spoke like he was carrying a knife. He picked this and that and spoke harshly. The 2 of them could still endure it. So Jiang Haiyang directly took on the opponent. Chun-Hee said, "Hey, let me tell you, can you change your temper a little? It's not very cost-effective to be so stubborn and get injured all over your body." Zhang Bufang said that you have discovered very early that once someone tries to communicate with Jiang, whenever Haiyang disagrees with something, he will refute it without hesitation. Xiao Jiang, a man can bend and stretch. Sometimes, if you can avoid the injury, just avoid it. It's not impossible to say something nice. You are too strong, and those wings will be injured one day, Zhang Bufang. It was a sincere persuasion. However, the other party just remained silent and didn't seem to take his words seriously. When Zhang Bufang saw that Jiang Haiyang didn't express anything, he sighed. Since the other party didn't agree with what he said, there was no point in forcing him to explain. On the contrary, it would make the other party feel disgusted. Zhang Bufang asked Jiang Haiyang roughly. He was injured and nodded thoughtfully, then turned to look at Jiang Haiyang and asked, "How much do you want them to give you?" "Huh? Why do you use the word give?" Jiang Haiyang said. "In other words, how much do you want to blackmail them?" Zhang Bufang's words were now concise and clear. "Lord Buddha, why didn't I realize that you seem to have such a dark side?" After Chun-Hee heard this, Of course he agreed with Zhang Bufang with both hands. But the Buddha who said such words was more humane. Taylor couldn't help but smile when she heard this. Zhang Bufang turned around and asked her with a smile, "Where is Taylor? What do you think?" "Of course, to maximize profits." Taylor smiled. Jiang Haiyang nodded in agreement. "As your guest, shouldn't I have a comprehensive health checkup?" Zhang Bufang said. The medical examiner in front of her was about to collapse. Zhang Bufang was unhurried, even too leisurely. "But I have already done the examination. There is nothing wrong with you. Except for the gentleman. He has some injuries, but he will be fine soon after applying medicine." The medical examiner knew at a glance that he was a recent graduate. He's a newcomer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed it when other colleagues ran away to blame him, and would still be standing stupidly in the medical room, looking at Zhang Bufang and others who walked in with a confused look on his face. "I think he is seriously injured, so let's check him out. I believe that the doctors in the former Huawa military are very professional and ethical. Your Excellency also told me before that I have praised you very well. Don't you think so?" "It will disappoint me." Zhang Bufang just pushed Jiang Haiyang to the other party. Jiang Haiyang turned his head and stared at Zhang Bufang with some resentment. Zhang Bufang just smiled and waved his hand. Jiang Haiyang lay down on the medical testing table. The medical staff were only halfway through the test. Zhang Bufang moved closer to attract the attention of the newbie, and then Chun-He ran to the testing table, which was next to Jiang Haiyang, and secretly performed mischief. Zhang Bufang blocked the sight of the medical staff by himself. He wanted to look to the other side to check the situation on the testing table, but Taylor was surrounded again. Taylor said with a smile, "That person is a capable member of our team. If there is any problem, we will not be able to deal with it. You must check it carefully. Then you will definitely praise you for your hard work last time." "I'm worried about me." Teammate. Although there was no trace of worry on her face. "But everything the beautiful lady said is right." Okay. The inspector raised the sensitivity of the machine a little more. And Chun-He was playing tricks on the side, so of course he could detect many diseases. As soon as these fabricated things came out, the medical staff were confused. After all, he had been studying medicine for a long time, and he had also been studying medicine in school. The performance is very outstanding. Why? Why was there such a trouble as soon as he came here? He carefully looked at Jiang Haiyang's face. This face was indeed pale due to a little more blood loss and injuries on his body, but it was not as good as what was written on the induction paper. So many questions, right? "Oh, thank you. Thank you." Taylor grabbed him and then turned around and walked towards Jiang Haiyang. He muttered, "I told you to take good care of your health. You must not listen. Look at it. This is what happened in the accident, and your old injury has recurred. I would also like to thank this little brother for giving you a medical test. Hey, your boss's seal. It seems that in this era, things like seal ink have been eliminated." Zhang Bufang wanted to ask about it and turned his attention to an instrument on the desk and changed his words. "It's just to detect it. There will be a certificate from the tester later. Where's your test tool?" "That's it." The newcomer pointed to a black instrument on the desk, put the paper in front of it, and then scanned it. The newcomer didn't react and scratched his head in confusion. "I was the one who tested this gentleman, so I should sign the name of the tester. If you still feel uncomfortable in any way, you can come back to me. It seems that he is a very conscientious person." No. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work." Taylor dodged the other person's outstretched hand and found a table with the most open space and the best-looking seats. He turned around and couldn't be more fake. Pretending to be a dressed-up cup, he swiped the paper over the instrument, then squatted down, quickly picked up the cup, and handed the test sheet to Zhang Bufang. Taylor said sorry, and Zhang Bufang. He winked at her and left. "That gentleman. There are rules here. The inspectors are not allowed to stamp their own certificates without permission." The newcomer was just about to reach out and try to stop Zhang Bufang. Just after he said 4 words, Zhang Bufang. "There is no shadow anymore." "Thank you." Jiang Haiyang came over, and then Chun-He put his arm around his shoulders. Chun-He said, "Thank you then, little brother. If we have anything else to do, we'll leave first. I will remember you. I will thank you very much if I come back next time when I have time. Bye." This young newcomer was confused from beginning to end. As soon as his eyes shifted from Chun-He and Jiang Haiyang, he realized that the tall elder sister who had picked up the cup at some point was also missing. "Sorry to bother you." Zhang Bufang returned to the hall and took Jiang Haiyang, Taylor, and Chen He with him. After Zhang Bufang took his seat, Jianjin quickly stood up and stood to his side. Zhang Bufang well. He handed the test certificate to the other party and said, I just took Xiaojiang for a test. It seems that the degree of experiments he has undergone is a bit beyond his acceptance range. These injuries are indeed what I think as a brother, and at the same time. Boss, there is no way to just let it go like this. Can I check the camera? It doesn't matter whether he agrees to watch the camera or not. It is good for him to watch it. It is also good for him to refuse. The other officer is in a dilemma. He was silenced by Jianjin just now. He knows something is wrong, but he just couldn't say it. It was better now. As soon as he got into a stalemate, before his mind could turn around, Zhang Bufang came back with his people. The few representatives sent by the former military of China still have the last trace of calmness. That is, they must not show the experimental videos in the laboratory to anyone under any circumstances. They are the most advanced preservation materials. It can be considered the highest level of secret. Checking the surveillance like this may involve more things. It seems that the laboratory is a very serious place, and there is no way to check it, Jianjin said considerately. And then, as if the prank had succeeded, the smile on her face seemed a little evil, and she said, If you don't want anyone to find out the truth about you, how are you going to solve it? How are you going to explain it to people? Zhang Bufang took this time to look down at the display on the paper. It seemed that several copies of paper had been changed after such a while. This one should have just been negotiated and printed out. Zhang Bufang Rao was. I thought about Jianjin's amazing eloquence, but I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw the numbers. The amount of compensation given by the former Huahua military was actually 8 figures. 8 figures is already considered high. Zhang Bufang thought about it and realized that the other party would probably not spend so much money to directly provide some of the materials as collateral. The officer opposite was already thinking about what to say next. Gentlemen are all engaged in important research. I am afraid that such a large amount of money will hinder the progress of the experiment. I have a suggestion. I wonder if the gentleman would like to hear it. Zhang Bufang said, having dug a hole. When they came to dance, the pupils of his eyes turned dark purple for a moment. Zhang Bufang said, It's better to replace half of them with materials. Our base still lacks everything. After all, there are few people and there is no development. Very good. I hope that the survivor base gives Zhang Bufang the feeling that development is not good with a small number of people. Many advanced weapons are simply unobtainable, and even slightly inferior ones are not available. Zhang Bufang still remembers Chen He at the former military shooting range of Huahua, having a great time playing with a very beautiful black gun, then thought that there seemed to be no decent gun in his base. Zhang Bufang seemed to have thought of this problem at the time, but he also planned to travel around to increase the reputation of his base or break into a new world outside, and he himself did not use a gun. Such a series of incidents happened. He had forgotten all the things that had happened. Zhang Bufang believed that the good things owned by the former Hua Kingdom's military were no less than those in the underground area. The most famous ones were definitely medicines and weapons. Isn't it wonderful to be able to get several batches without spending any money? Lord Buddha, you have worked hard for so long. Let me do the rest for you. Xiaojiang, please stay here first. Jianjin quickly understood Zhang Bufang's intentions and was very caring and considerate of her boss. Then I'll trouble you. Zhang Bufang really left just like that. He wanted to find another place to have a good rest. Didn't I say what to do if they come here to cause trouble? Chen He thought for a moment. Their attitude just now was indeed too arrogant. If he were the person opposite, he would want to hit them, but this does not hinder. He is in a good mood now. He has done a lot of things since he was a child. He accidentally extorted a large amount of money from a big influence. Thinking about it, he still feels a sense of accomplishment. Don't worry, Jiangxi will be here soon. Jianjin smiled. But why did the 4 officers leave just now? Taylor asked, looking at their backs. They seemed to be leaving in a hurry. I was probably called back temporarily by my superiors. If we let those freeloaders continue to chat with us, I'm afraid the entire Chinese military would have to pay for it in our hands. Of course, we have to call them back quickly to discuss it. We have discussed countermeasures. Zhang Bufang was lying on the retro toffee chair. It must be said that this former military officer of China, what should be enjoyed is indeed the enjoyment. It is amazing to see this chair in this era. Moreover, not only the carvings on the wooden chair, but also the cushion are so comfortable. Zhang Bufang casually picked up the high leg on one side. The cup contained probably fine wine. I took a sip. It was delicious. I think it's worth coming here once, Chunhee said. If he could get a large amount of rewards, supplies, and such good enjoyment every time like today, he would be willing to do such daily tasks. Do it very diligently, and you no longer have to run around like a tired dog. It seems that you have not stayed in a certain place for an hour, and you have to go to the next place. Teleport here, teleport to. There were 4 or 5 teleportations back and forth a day, which made him dizzy. Hey, look, they seem to have changed people and come back in a menacing manner. Taylor raised his chin in a certain direction, feeling funny. Take it as soon as you're ready, Zhang Bufang said, then took his communicator handed over by Jianjin, clicked his tongue, and said, You didn't take this, right? The light screen interface of the communicator opened again. It has been changed. The main color of black and blue is more technological than before. Zhang Bufang likes it very much. I had something to do at that time, so I borrowed something from Lord Buddha. Jianjin changed her name from Zhang Bufang to Lord Buddha. Although the look on her face remained unchanged when facing Zhang Bufang, she could still tell that he was. Something had changed in his heart. For example, he began to respect Zhang Bufang sincerely. Hello, this is the newly approved draft. Please take a look at it. If you still have any questions, you can stay with us for a few more days until the two parties can negotiate for win-win and mutual benefit. The person who came was present. Every member of the Hope Survivor base has distributed a piece of information, but the win-win and mutual benefit he mentioned is probably unlikely. The original Chinese military has done a lot of things so far, but there are. Both cases were caused by Zhang Bufang. It is no longer possible to discuss this situation harmoniously. It seemed that it was no longer the limit of the other party's tolerance. Zhang Bufang's decision to accept it as soon as it was good was successful. He looked at the 6-digit compensation amount written on the document, and all other changes were converted into daily necessities, medicines, and the latest weapons developed. However, the other party also had additional conditions. Regarding all the things that happened when Zhang Bufang came to the experimental area, I clearly knew that Zhang Bufang did it, but I couldn't find a single piece of evidence. Very helpless and very angry, Zhang Bufang and several others were asked to go out of the city to find the energy aggregates carried in the bodies of the doomsday zombies. Zhang Bufang touched his chin. Is the energy aggregation written on it the crystal core he had seen in novels? He has been driving high-level zombies for so long and has never found this kind of thing. At first he thought the thing didn't exist at all, but it turned out that it was still undiscovered. Zhang Bufang looked at the person opposite because he didn't express his opinion for a long time, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just give it up when you see it, right? Don't push this group of people too hard. Otherwise, when the time comes, the bamboo basket will be empty and nothing will be left behind. So Zhang Bufang agreed and said that after his people arrived, they could look for these energy aggregates. But Zhang Bufang said his people, which gave the officer on the opposite side a very bad feeling. First of all, Zhang Bufang himself is a complete scheming person, and he doesn't even bat an eye when he deceives people. Moreover, his strength level is very high. If he really takes action, he might not know who will be beaten. Then there is the slightly thinner and shorter Jianjin standing next to him. He wears a pair of round eye sockets and acts as a gentle intellectual at first. When talking to him, you can see that every word in his language is full of meaning. Ambition, this person is troublesome to talk to. If he says one wrong word, the other party will dig 10 holes out of him. The same goes for Jiang Haiyang, who was terminal ill written on the checklist. That bullshit was terminally ill and incurable. It didn't look like the face of a dying man. When Jiang Haiyang was taken to the prison, this kid, he began to struggle, and his strength was amazing. I heard that he knocked down more than 10 of the guards he brought with him, and half of them fell to the ground. Even his son did not say a word when he was beaten. They really were as capable as the legends say. The look in his eyes is like killing someone. Although Chunhee has a baby face, some guards at the shooting range also told him, and even some inspection officials who came to inspect also said that this person's marksmanship is so good that he can't kill anyone with 100 steps. So he came to ask him about this. which team he was from. As soon as he heard that it was not his own, his face immediately turned dark. That tailor, haven't all the people in the far north been exterminated? When they took it to the test and saw that it turned out to be the genetic division of the far north wasteland, they were shocked on the spot. The original side of the Chinese country, that is, when their people arrived, only the remaining. The experimental results they had preserved for decades were all destroyed by the blazing fire, and the tailor woman was half a head taller than the average woman. She usually didn't talk much and was always cold. With such a face, the title of Iceberg Beauty can be spread among them. Even though they were the enemy of the Hope Survivor base, they couldn't help but sigh. What kind of hidden dragon and crouching tiger is this Hope Survivor base? Look at what stupid things you guys are doing. What do you mean by losing your wife and losing your troops? When I ask you to go, you put all the blame on the other party. How can you not just say it? I went around myself, and the four of you actually have the nerve to say that you can't defeat the other party alone. You still have the so-called title of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the four of you will start this position from today. The four who didn't come. The individual, of course, is enduring the bloody abuse of his superiors. Report, someone was stopped entering the base. A guard ran outside. Why don't you tell me such a trivial thing? As expected, anger instantly burned to the guard's head. No. The guard was about to burst into tears. He said, "This man asked me to tell you that his name is Jiangxi. I don't care what the training is, it's from Jiangxi." It seemed that this adult was on the verge of rage and collapse. This person said he is the Jiangxi from the Employment Guild. The adult's face froze instantly, and his pale face turned blue. When he was scolding someone just now, there was still a little blood on his face from anger. Now it made people feel very funny. This adult. Then he said without anger, "Please come in." Yes. The guard ran away in relief. I say all four of you cancel. The adult planned to continue what he just said. Sir, Mr. Jiang, she went directly to find Mr. Zhang. A new thing happened. Well, here comes another person who knows Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang, who is just a Hope Survivor base, can actually attract the attention of the Mercenary Guild. It's simply amazing. I don't know where this unknown person came from. Junior, are you trying to use China's former military as a stepping stone to success? But as the boss of the Employment Guild, what would happen if Jiang Shi went directly to find the person he was looking for? Ever since he became one of the senior members of the Employment Guild, no one had spoken to him for several years. A word no. Hey, how's it going? Zhang Bufang didn't look surprised when he saw Jiang Shi. He seemed to have come alone and was wearing casual clothes. However, Zhang Bufang casually mentioned how's it going. It refers to the data contained in the chip he sent. Didn't I come here? Jiang Shi said. He saw Zhang Bufang sitting alone on a chair, with 5 people standing around him, with different faces. It just so happened that they were all people he had seen underground. However, the only one who can be called slightly special is Jian Jin. Jiang Shi, as a black man with a very professional ethics, has not forgotten that his boss constantly reminds him that he must keep hope alive. Jian Jin from the base was dug up. But let alone so far, Jiang Shi felt excited every time he looked at this group of people. For example, if he was asked to take the initiative to poach someone else's corner, he wanted to leave with them. The only difference was that he hoped to survive. The base cannot give him the fame and fortune he has now. Actually, I think I can leave. I just saw a few people coming out of the hall. Are they just leaving like this? What Jiang Shi saw was the second wave of people who were about to be scolded after the first wave. Their faces looked like they were mourning a death in the family. I think we can leave like this. After all, I have been waiting for them for a long time. Zhang Bufang handed the information in his hand to Jiang Shi. It's time to run away. I'm sorry, sir. I still have something to do with Mr. Zhang Foy. If I had known that he would come to your place as a guest, the matter would have been delayed for a few days. There is no way to delay it anymore. Jiang Shi indeed took him. Jiang Shi's usual professional fake smile, including his words, showed that he had been saying this for who knows how many years. At this time, he was standing opposite a high-ranking officer of the former Chinese military, speaking neither humble nor arrogantly. No matter what, the Waguoyan military will not deny face to the hiring guild. In fact, they can ask the hiring guild whether Jiang Shi came to the Waguoyan military base under the order of the guild. However, the Waguoyan military has always. Arrogance means completely ignoring unnecessary forces. The little respect they can give to the mercenary guild is their limit. It is just because the mercenary guild has power all over the world and has many eyes, so it will be easier for them to do things in the future. For example, they have been conducting experiments with each other for several years now. Trading of raw materials, otherwise a mere employment guild, has nothing to fear. Can I have a few words with Mr. Zhang? The senior officer looked at Jiang Shi with a little respect. However, Zhang Bufang had a rough idea of what these people were thinking. It was nothing more than pulling Zhang Bufang aside, speaking in a lower voice, and threatening him. The original army of the Hua Kingdom is a typical example of a smiling tiger, and it is the kind that hides its sword on both sides. Nowadays, the three parties are powerful. The strong craftsman survivor base was built entirely by their own efforts. The mercenary guild also has a century-old foundation, the original army of the Hua Kingdom. Fong relied on the strength he had accumulated before the virus occurred, and then developed and strengthened it again. However, the three-legged forces on the road are likely to change soon. The reason why the Wagwoyan army is so afraid of Zhang Bufang is because there were rumors about Zhang Bufang in the mainland before he came to the Wagwoyan military. It started by hiring mercenaries from the guild. At the beginning, they just had nothing to do. They chatted casually and said that Zhang Bufang was an ordinary fool. At that time, Zhang Bufang was indeed. I didn't mean to cause trouble. His reputation continued to expand. When he was in the underground area, he was not only known as Zhang Fui, Zhang Bufang, but also as He Xiao, Chen He, and Jiang Haiyang. Rumors spread that someone could compete with Master 17 and actually beat his opponent in gambling. At first, they said that Zhang Bufang was evil, and then when they got to the ring area, Zhang Fui and He Xiao, I occupied two competition groups, and I was able to fight all the way to the end without any hindrance. It was very easy, including Jiang, who was already well known in the ring area long before Zhang Bufang, and Chun. He came to the underground area. When these three gods descended from the sky asked where they came from, they all answered unanimously, the Hope Survivor base. In this case, can the Hope Survivor base not become popular? The Wagwoyan military originally planned to extinguish this nascent flame and simply capture Zhang Bufang and several of his people to contribute to the experiment. They did not expect that these people could still do tricks under their noses. In the survivor area of the former military of China, Zhang Bufang has almost been said to be a god. How could the original military of China treat this place as if it were their own back garden? No one was surprised by the murder in that house. On the contrary, it was spread among people. Zhang Bufang couldn't stand the fact that the former Hua army had been oppressing people like them who had taken refuge for a long time. That room was a small hidden base for the former Hua army, and it happened to be that the former army of the Hua army was used to eliminate harm for the people. Now it's good. It's passed on to 10, and it's passed on to hundreds. The name Zhang Fui is particularly loud, followed by the Hope Survivors base. I thought that Zhang Bufang was indeed knowledgeable in some evil ways, but he was just a fool no matter what. I didn't expect that he would actually get involved with the employment guild. It seemed that he was very familiar with Jiang Shi from the United Front Work Department. After Zhang Bufang and his party left, people from the former Huahua military looked at their latest statistics. In the far north, almost most of the people in the far north had taken refuge in the Hope Survivor base. Secondly, the largest number of people are the survivors of the former Chinese military. Many of them simply ran away in the middle of the mission. Some people in the main city were even willing to go to the Hope Survivor base. Of course, this matter cannot be over yet. Just looking at these escaped survivors of the original military base of China, they cannot make the Hope Survivor base live so peacefully. The first thing to do is to remove these escaped survivors. Get them all back. Furthermore, isn't there a person named Taylor in the Hope Survivor base? This woman was once from the far north, and she was also a member of the far north royal family. The far north royal family belongs to the far north. The land in the far north belongs to the former Chinese military. It's just that they haven't taken care of that place for many years, and the ownership rights are still in their hands, right? Sir, what do you think we should do next? The officer on the side asked. I don't want to say more that you guys are all at fault. Of course, you should make up for everything that should be made up. How much compensation have you given to people like Zhang Bufang? This man, wearing a dark green slim-fitting military uniform, sat casually. The man on the chair showed an air of unruliness in every move he made. The high-level management setting of the Wagwoyan military is not actually a dictatorship. It does not mean that the highest leadership is in the hands of one person like the Hope Survivor Base or the Strong Craftsman Survivor Base. The Wagwoyan military is like. Each alliance is composed of the same, and various matters are decided by people from different regions through voting. But it is a pity that the other people who are fighting for power with Zhou are all huddled in the corner, even though they do still have this in their hands. Rights, but they have ceased to exist in name only. Give 4 million. This man didn't dare to continue, just 5 words. He looked at Zhou Xiao's face with trepidation, being careful not to let this moody boss suddenly become angry. For million, Zhou couldn't tell what his emotion was. This sentence was a bit light. In fact, when the virus came, things like money had already devalued and were even less cost-effective than a piece of biscuit or a glass of water. Therefore, the currency of the entire continent has long been unified, and the current currency is more like a souvenir item, making people miss those beautiful and peaceful days. 4 million is nothing. However, Zhou heard that what Zhang Bufang wanted was an 8-digit number. Oh, this man is quite capable. Why did he get out of the military area and find out? Zhou said casually while fiddling with a glass of wine on the table. No, the only clue is a vague figure on the roof, and then disappeared. Go and strengthen the control of the military area. In addition, those rioting people in the base. Those who are trying to leave, just throw them out. They want to leave anyway, right? Then let them go just. It's a pity that we have to take advantage of those zombies again, Zhou said with a mocking smile. Now Huaguiyuan's military and other survivors are all clamoring to go to the Hope Survivors base to find a better home, saying that they want to kill everyone in the base and forcibly detain people in the base. Oh, where do these people get their confidence? Do you think you are worthy of letting Zhou do this? Since they are a group of ignorant people who rely on inexplicable self-confidence to maintain hope for the future, then give them a taste of despair. Is the original military of the Hua Kingdom really like them? Are you as incompetent as you say? Zhou still remembered that when he first became a United Front officer here, he issued an order to eliminate all zombies within a radius of 20 miles from the former Chinese military, and then established layers of protection nets within a radius of 50 miles. It seems that these people have lived and worked in peace and contentment for too long, and they really don't know what kind of environment they are in. Zhou checks every day to see if the zombies within a radius of 50 miles are moving around. The zombies are probably hungry and have even dared to wander near the power grid recently. Tear down those power grids, and then remove the protective wall. Open the gate of the base and let them go. As for the teleportation array, all the teleportation arrays were built by the original Chinese military. Those who are not survivors of the original Chinese military refused to use them. Zhou stirred the wine in the cup. He couldn't wait to see it. A group of people ran back and knelt down begging him to take him in. Look, this is what they will end up with without any brains. Yes. Zhou is a man with long black hair and slightly slender eyes. Sometimes he will habitually squint slightly or look at people with a squint. This means that he always feels like there is an evil aura about him. It can be said that if Zhou doesn't become serious, I'm afraid people will think that he is. He is a carefree street boy, but Zhou often speaks with a majesty that cannot be denied. Just a single rising syllable can immediately make the speaker refute all his own opinions. This behavior is inconsistent with. There is a slight contrast in tone. It's not that Zhou feels he is not serious. It's just that so far, he hasn't encountered anything worthy of his taking it seriously. It's cold at high places. Zhou goes through the boring training day after day, and then after completing his routine inspection, he is free. When he has nothing to do, he will go to the former military survivor area of Huagua to inspect. And while hiding his identity, he treated the survivors of the former Chinese military without letting them starve or freeze at all. Everything was done to maximize benefits. But these people are blind and ungrateful. Does Zhou's original military of China need these freeloaders? Look, this is what you did. You oppressed the people who came to seek refuge with you. What qualifications do you have to be called the original Chinese military? There is a knife behind the smile, and you don't regard the survivors as human beings at all. It seems you just want to leave here. Zhou Ju did not hide his identity. He was wearing a black military uniform, with the badge belonging to the Supreme Commander on his chest and 2 long knives on his waist. This long knife was just it is a symbol of power and status. The scabbard, blade, and handle are all engraved with complicated lion patterns. It also comes with a gun. Zhou Ju's straight and slender legs are stepped on with long black military boots, and he speaks condescendingly. At this time, a drizzle of light rain fell from the sky, troubling people's nerves bit by bit, and the coldness in the air seemed to be contagious to their hearts. As soon as this man came, their originally furious emotions calmed down instantly, including the strong desire to leave. This group of stupid people looked at each other, seeming to be looking for a leader to continue what they had just done, to shout loudly, "Get out of here," but no one dared to be such a leader. "Why don't you continue to convey your thoughts?" Naturally, there was someone next to Zhou Ju holding an umbrella for him. At this time, he lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly. The smoke quickly dissipated. Who is this person, I wonder, from the former military of China? Zhou Ju's original smile disappeared in an instant. He was completely using a commanding tone, and it was quite threatening. Of course, he himself admitted that he was giving orders. A group of people said, "I'll give you a chance to say it." Zhou Ju waited for a while. What made him feel a little disappointed was that no one dared to stand up and say a word. These were a group of men present. Since they have dissatisfaction and complaints in their hearts, they should speak out boldly. They were yelling just now. "Despite all my efforts, now I am timid and like a girl." Zhou Ju despises this kind of person the most. If someone comes up to him at this time and loudly tells him, "I just don't want to stay in this lousy place like yours," then Zhou Ju will appreciate this person very much. He dares to do things anyway, and not the group of people who looked like dead dogs across from him now. "Now, I order you to speak." Zhou Ju became angry. Although his face remained expressionless on the surface, anyone who has been around Zhou Ju for more than a month will know that their master will definitely get angry the moment before. But everyone around Zhou Ju only dared to remain silent. Yes, almost no one around Zhou Ju stayed for more than a month. It was entirely because this person was too moody and would be punished if he said the wrong thing. But sometimes, even if he said something too much, Zhou Ju would. He just laughs it off, so no one understands his character at all. Therefore, silence is golden. This sentence is particularly applicable to Zhou Ju. Of course, this is when Zhou Ju does not take the initiative to find someone. Oh, still no one spoke? In that case, Zhou Ju deliberately lengthened his sentence, raised one corner of his lips, looked at the group of people in front of him whose hearts were lifted because of his words, and then there was another turning point, a turning point that this group of people had not expected. Zhou Ju's warning that he was about to get angry was like the wind in an instant. It came and went as fast as it came. Zhou Ju's tone sounded a little brisk, and he said, "Then, let's send them all out. After all, everyone has been here before, so it won't be such a happy time, right? But I won't send them far, and sending them to the city gate is already a trivial matter. Forget it. You know the truth." Listening to this person's arrogant tone scared me to death. I thought it was who it was, but it turned out to be another soft persimmon. The group of people in front of them breathed a sigh of relief and asked Zhou. Ju is defined as a paper tiger who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The person holding an umbrella for him, next to Zhou Ju, silently lit a handful of incense for the group of people in his heart. But Zhou Ju himself kept a smile on his face and watched the group of people leave. He probably smiled in anticipation of the other party's arrival. Climbing back with what kind of expression? Sure enough, this evil smile expanded after 10 minutes. Zhou Ju had already walked to the city wall, with a condescending attitude again, looking at the person below who looked like he was being dragged up to the sky just now. At this time, he was killed by the zombies. I was so scared that I peed. I walked a little slower and looked at the people in front of me, being torn apart by zombies. He was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and came to the bottom of the city gate in an amazing knee-running posture. The city gate was still open at this time, but it was surrounded by guards. He could not get past the guards with this group of people, so he hugged each other and begged for mercy while crying. The guards were so annoyed that there was nothing they could do, but the order was ironclad, and some couldn't bear to let the group of people pass without getting the order. The guards looked at Zhou Ju with a questioning look, and Zhou Ju smiled and said, "Throw it away. Go back." Yes. The guards were all trained day and night, and their strength levels were of course many times greater than those of the survivors. Anyone who hugged them was torn off one by one, and then thrown back. Go among the zombies. Screams, cries, and curses were heard endlessly. And looking at the city gate being opened, I saw the group of people strutting out of the city gate just now. These people who also wanted to leave stood dumbfounded behind the guards, looking past the guards at those whose bodies were being torn apart by zombies. Of those people, Zhou Ju felt that this kind of bloody scene was too boring. No matter how much the stupid person yelled at him, Zhou Ju would not pay attention to it. He also gave the opportunity in advance. The choice was theirs. Yes, when this group of people originally chose to be survivors of the former Hua army, the original Hua army protected these people so that they could sit back and relax. Since this group of people chose not to be survivors of the original Hua army, then what should have been there, the Chinese military will naturally take back. Zhou Ju shifted his gaze to the other side of the city wall. Those people who were dumbfounded soon discovered the gaze that Zhou Ju cast towards him. This man's aura was stronger than they had ever seen before, even if they had never seen him before. Whoever they were, they had already made a guess in their minds. So this group of people took a few steps back, took their things with them, and hurriedly wanted to run back to the house where they once lived, for fear that they would be like the group of people outside. All the people who came over just now and stood watching, catch them all and throw them out. Zhou Ju gave the order. No, 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 dash. Let me go, let me go. My lord, I was wrong. In fact, I never thought about leaving here. One of them cried bitterly, pulling at the ground with his hands, and then discovered that my own rhetoric didn't seem to work, so I started again. Talk nonsense, yell, point at the people next to you and say, "It's all him. It's all this. He threatened me. He threatened me to go with him. Sir, please let me go. I am loyal to this place." This cry was heartbreaking. Coincidentally, there are people like this that Zhou Ju despises in his heart. It's funny, they didn't care about each other before they died, and the brothers turned against each other, passing each other's responsibility on each other. But in fact, no one can escape. Break the legs of the person who yelled at me the loudest just now. Yes, that one, and throw him farther away, Zhou Ju said. No, sir, sir. The guard did what Zhou Ju said. This man was almost insane with fright. He no longer knew what he was going to say. He could only shout no, and then he did the basics. There is no point in struggling. This man was thrown next to the zombies and was quickly eaten by the zombies. Before his death, Zhou Ju saw him trying to crawl back to the city with both hands, full of longing. Looking at him with intense eyes, the man's body was gradually submerged by the zombies, and soon the bones were exposed. Ha ha ha. Extremely ironic. Zhou Ju laughed. Let's see. What do you want to do next? Zhou Ju looked at the group of people who came to the city because of more movement. Most of them were carrying large and small bags. It was obvious that they were too. People who tried to leave here only found that it was completely different from what they expected. Ignorance, Zhou Ju scolded, then laughed sarcastically, and then said to the group of people, "Making the wrong decision at the wrong time will push you into a point of eternal disaster, but you are still heading towards." With that little bit of encouraged faith in my heart, I moved toward death. "It's just hopelessly stupid," Zhou Ju said. How can you, as a leader, be so unfair to the people under your command? In our hearts, you are not worthy of being the leader of the original military of China. Finally, a voice stood up to refute Zhou Ju, but just as Zhou Ju, as Kyo said, they answered with the wrong words at the wrong time. It can be said that the original military of the Hua Kingdom was supported by Zhou Ju all the way. Just because Zhou Ju is in his 20s, there are so many people who think that he is just a clueless boy. Now I am afraid that he is the grass on the grave. It has grown over 1 meter tall, not to mention that the person who dared to say this didn't even have a grave and was thrown directly into the zombie wave. Throw out all the people with their baggage. If you don't run back to your house within 10 seconds, I will consider you leaving the Hua Kingdom's former military. Zhou Ju smiled evilly, and then thought of himself. He started to count down, but the slow flow of blood did not affect him, but instead increased his interest. In an instant, the crowd that had gathered was thrown back and ran away. The man who just shouted loudly at Zhou Ju naturally ran away too, but it is a pity that he may not be able to escape death. But this is not what you should talk to me about. A rare look of anger appeared on Jian Jin's face. For a person like Jian Jin who does not express her emotions or anger on her face, it has been a long time since she was so angry at the venue today. Now I really want to slap the table and then find something to stick on the other person's face. Or just tell the other person to shut up. Jin, we have known each other for many years. You don't have many friends, but I happen to be the only one. The other party did not look at Jian Jin, but just looked at the cup in his hand. The coffee in the cup was still steaming. It's hard to tell what kind of emotion this person's eyes are expressing. Jian Jin couldn't laugh or cry at what the other person said. Should she drive the person away, or should she really listen to what he said? Jian Jin didn't want to choose either of them. Jian Jin lurked in the Hope Survivor base incognito for many years. As a young and promising man, he was burdened with so many responsibilities that he had to hide and live a homeless life. Jian Jin can be said to be Zhang Bufang. Among the group of people, she is the person with the most complex and simple background. Of course, Jian Jin now belongs to Zhang Bufang's team. For Jian Jin, who was once alone and used to wandering and being lonely, if he met someone who said this to him, he would definitely help. However, that is not the case now. Jian Jin has many things he wants to do now, among which one is to develop a Hope Survivor base. As a calm and extremely intelligent person, Jian Jin will not lose her composure even if she is suddenly interrupted at an important moment. However, Jian Jin has a fatal weakness, which is her emphasis on friendship. Since ancient times, many heroes and heroes have been defeated by the word love or righteousness. Didn't they all say that those who turn against the road must be ruthless? Jian Jin is just like the beauty and confidant she knew, and even the most simple friends are only a few people, but they are trapped in the favors he once owed. This also destined that Jian Jin would not be able to do something like Zhang Bufang in the end. It was destined from the beginning that he would not be able to go further on the road he chose, and there was even a possibility that he would die tragically on the way. This was the first time that Jian Jin was so hesitant. They had different paths and did not want to work together. Sorry, I can't do it. You should find another job. Jian Jin was still loyal to Zhang Bufang. Jin, but you are the only one who can do this. But I am the only one who can do it, Jian Jin said. I will hesitate to do this for you, but I will not agree to it. The two of us have indeed met each other, and you are indeed the best person to me, one of the few friends. But what about you? Which one of the thousands of passers-by in your world am I? Jian Jin. The other party seemed a little angry because Jian Jin refused. Although Jian Jin values friendship, he always understands the stakes involved. After all, everything he does must put profit first, and he has no way to do what the other party asked him to do. The risk is too great. Once this happens, if the matter fails, it will be difficult for the other party to explain, and even the Hope Survivors base will not be able to explain. From the moment you call me by my first name, I can tell that I have long been a passerby in your world. You know, I have a problem. What others give me must be unique, otherwise. I don't need it, Jian Jin said. Why are you so indecisive like a woman now? The other party looked very surprised. Why do you look like a businessman who only knows how bad copper money is? Jian Jin's tone began to become sarcastic, and her face gradually turned cold. He had nothing to say to the other party and had already stopped talking. Jian Jin still looked at the friendship in the past and said, What you told me has no beginning or end. I have no way to judge what kind of approach will definitely maximize your interests, but you should know that be wise and protect yourself. But I've already. This is the end of my advice to you today. I owed you a favor before, and I have paid it off now. From now on, don't bother me. I have always been those who stand in my way will die when it comes to strangers. Jian Jin was about to walk out of the house and glanced back with a nostalgic look. It was clear that they were friends with each other in the past, but now they are mutually beneficial people. Every step they take is based on their interests. Push the other person into the fire pit, and then neither party has any guilt in their hearts. As a result, Jian Jin looked back and suddenly found something that lit up in the dark place. His heart sank, and he quickly realized that this was either not a weapon or a camera or something. Jian Jin subconsciously thought, I just avoided it and couldn't stand still. Jian dodged a few steps to the side, and then went back to look at the place where she had just stood. Sure enough, the opponent's gun was equipped with a silencer, and a small hole appeared in the place where he had just stood. Okay, now the former friends have turned against each other. Deception. I'm afraid no one will like it. Jian found that the other party was really brave and dared to set a trap directly at the Hope Survivor base. This eccentric approach might indeed allow him to achieve his goal, but apart from a sniper, what Jian did not expect was that there are actually people. Jian looked at the person coming out of the room with some surprise. He just saw the person clearly walking out of the cabinet, and the place where Jian lived just now was very close to the cabinet. She was just too relaxed and careless. Jian scolded herself in her heart. She had no way to resist at the moment, otherwise she might have to get punched a few times. The top priority was to think of her own way and leave some clues to others. Otherwise, Jian would. Sumire couldn't even imagine in which deep mountain and old forest his former friend would bury him. Don't do it. What do you want to do? Jian raised his hands wisely. With so many people, and with his strength, he didn't have the ability to charge with just a gun and a dagger. When he came out of here, he originally wanted to use hypnosis, but he found out that his former friend knew that he could hypnotize him, and all the killers around him were wearing special contact lenses. Jian figured out what kind of clues she should leave in her mind for Zhang Bufang so that he could understand. If he had known earlier, he would have returned with Zhang Bufang and his group. Jian felt that the hypocrisy of the former Chinese military disgusted him. It was the smell of glue on the mask that hit her face. Jian reluctantly tolerated it. After staying there for a day, I didn't want to stay any longer. After saying hello, I entered the teleportation array directly. Jian left earlier than Zhang Bufang. In fact, there was about an hour difference in the time of teleportation between the two. But Zhang Bufang still wanted to discuss cooperation with Jiang Shi. So Chunhe, Jiang Haiyang, and Taylor must have. A person following Zhang Bufang will also be present, so the only people who can still be used are Chun Tao, Guantong, Dugua. That stupid guy only listens to Zhang Bufang. Chun Tao and Guantong are Zhang Bufang. Bufang's diehard fan, Zhang Bufang, is back. How could they not get together? Yes, we still have to rely on self-rescue. Jian was speechless. In addition, it is hoped that the senior management of the survivor base will manage the area. There is a document here, which is addressed to Lord Buddha. Guantong just received an email. The other party sent it directly to the Hope Survivor base to build a general communication. Guantong asked, "Do you want to open it?" "Why don't we wait until Lord Buddha comes back?" Chen Tao said. "The Buddha has been away for a long time. Please transfer this document to the Buddha," Dugwa said. "But Lord Buddha, doesn't he have communication equipment?" Chen Tao said. "Yes, Lord Jian has already informed Jiang Shi. They are probably on their way back. Jiang Shi will definitely bring all the things that originally belonged to the Buddha pages to the Buddha," Dugwa said. "Then forward it first." Guantong clicked on the light screen a few times and then sent it. "I think if you encounter this kind of file in the future, you should open it in advance and take a look. What if it is some kind of garbage harassment file? After all, FOE is also the base owner of the Hope Survivor base. He can be contacted wherever he can." "Really, Dugwa?" Chen Tao said. "Yes, I agree," Dugwa replied. "On the other side, there is Zhang Bufang. I should have thought of it earlier. The Hope Survivor base has not yet established a direct teleportation array." Zhang Bufang was a little annoyed. Why did he forget that if the Hope Survivor base itself had teleportation? Then why did he still walk several kilometers to the main city when he was traveling? He feels very tired now and really doesn't want to walk so many kilometers anymore. You know, during the few days I stayed in the former military of China, I still felt a little envious. Look at what the other party's senior officials usually do. There are specially provided exquisite meals to symbolize status and rights. There is a complete line of status attire, and there are buildings specially built for him. The things everyone is equipped with are so high-end. After all, he would still be the master of a base, but in the end he had nothing. The original military of China is a place with strong science and technology on the mainland. Don't talk about the Hope Survivor base. Even other places cannot compare. Jiang Shi kept walking and felt that there was some trouble, but he did not express it directly. Jiang Shi came out and chose to chat with Zhang Bufang. Jiang Shi said, What you see now is just what they want you to see. The real good things are still hidden in some places by them. By the way, where is my communicator? Zhang Bufang suddenly remembered this matter. I forgot. Jiangxi acted very rationally and confidently, and added, I didn't find it. I think your communicator is probably useless. Buddha. After Guantong saw Zhang Bufang coming back, he observed his expression. Nothing seemed to have happened, so he couldn't help inferring in his heart that the document was indeed a harassment thing. There was no need for Zhang Fei to take it to heart. But if this kind of harassing stuff is sent to Mr. Fo, then he will at least say that he will intercept this kind of thing next time. Is it because the document is too important? Does Mr. Zhang have his own plans? Huh? What's wrong? Zhang Bufang wanted to give everyone a warm greeting when he came back, but it seemed that the faces of several people present had something to ask him. Have you received that document? Lord Buddha. Chen Tao put down the things he had packed in his hands and asked. What document? Zhang Bufang was confused. Someone just anonymously sent a document to the Hope Survivor Base's newsletter. The message was for you to open it personally. We couldn't open it, so we forwarded it to your newsletter, Guantong replied. Most likely his communications will not be recovered, Zhang Bufang thought, and then said, my communications group can't be found anymore, so let me see what documents they are first. Zhang Bufang opened the public communication. It was indeed a document. After clicking on it, Zhang Bufang's face became worse and worse. The others were wondering what happened again. Guantong asked with some concern, does the document say something? A threat? Or, where's Jianjin? Zhang Bufang frowned slightly, and then thought about this. After all, this is his home, and most of the people present are his brothers. It is better not to show negative emotions towards his brothers. Well, he regained his composure and seemed to be fine again. Didn't Lord Jianjin come back with you? Guantong was confused. Zhang Bufang had just adjusted his mentality and almost collapsed again. Just as he was thinking that something might have happened, Jianjin's voice came from behind him. Here he is. You seem to have left half an hour before me. Why are you coming back now? Zhang Bufang asked. When I first came back, I found a few zombies around and went to clean them up, Jianjin said, and then looked at the people present in confusion. This time it was rare that everyone in the team was here, Jianjin. Samire asked, what are you? What happened? Zhang Bufang looked at the other party and seemed to feel that something was different. Why was there a scratch on Jianjin's arm? It must have been bleeding. He came back after bandaging it, but the clothes were torn. Zhang Bufang. Suspicious, he remained calm and asked, there is indeed something that needs to be discussed together, but what happened to your sleeve? Is it injured? It was scratched accidentally. Jianjin shrugged nonchalantly. However, Zhang Bufang looked at Jianjin repeatedly and calmly, but never found anything out of the ordinary. But his intuition told him that something was wrong. The other party was also wearing Jianjin's clothes, and his hands were. The one he was wearing was also Jianjin's messenger, and the other person also had Jianjin's face, body shape, and condition. He was obviously Jianjin. Why is he still feeling uneasy? After Zhang Bufang has experienced so many things, he still believes in instinctive reactions. In many emergency situations, instinctive reactions and intuition helped him avoid murder. Therefore, Zhang Bufang kept his doubts in mind. Let's go to the conference room and talk, Zhang Bufang said. Zhang Bufang, Jianjin, Guantong, Chen Tao, Chun He, Du Gua, Jiang Haiyang, and Jiangxi. Mr. Jiang, can you show me the document I sent you? Zhang Bufang had not seen the chip file sent by the former military in China, but it had been ordered in advance. The contents must be. Will not let the other party down. Here. Jiangxi gave Zhang Bufang his electronic equipment. Zhang Bufang started browsing to get the important information he wanted. This chip records all the experimental processes in this experimental area. Zhang Bufang knew that this chip was one of a kind in all laboratories, but it was already rare to have just one like this. Zhang Bufang paused when he quickly browsed to a certain place and saw that it said, we are not doing this experiment for ourselves. We are not experimental lunatics. And we are not only imprisoned in the experimental area, are the experimental subjects. Then he slid his finger and continued to read. Today's experiment still found nothing. Now more than 200 experimenters have died in the experiment, and countless experimental subjects have died. The only thing that can be seen is a fact that has been obvious for a long time. Group B experimental products, all of which are defective products, are more powerful than the successful products we want. They have developed to the point where we cannot obtain their blood, skin, and flesh by ordinary means. Second, the experiment has been carried out, and the experimental product cannot be damaged by ordinary physical attacks. It is expected that a person at level 30 will fail to cause damage to the experimental product. Level 34, failure. Level 36, failure. Level 40, failure. Level 41 failed. Level 42 failed. Level 43 failed. There is a passage that is even locked. Of course, Zhang Bufang knows that Jiangshi will use all means to turn this chip upside down, and the interface will pop up. It's okay. The power of this defective experimental product is not bad. It can be used on humans. But it has been. We can no longer report to the superiors that we need more advanced experimenters. The level 43 experimenter died tragically in the experimental area, which is beyond all of our expectations. We may need someone at the late level 45, but I am afraid there is nothing we can do about this person. Choose from military areas. Nobi003, who entered Group B at the age of 9 and has lived in a petri dish for 5 years. He has already been injected with all the biological maintenance drugs that suit him, but it seems to have gradually developed to the point where he is on the verge of going berserk at any time and cannot control it. It is time to find someone to be a victim. Got blood number B003. Zhang Bufang was stunned. He still remembered that no. B003 should be dead. Judging from the above paragraph, the experimenters had wanted the blood of no. B003 for a long time, but they were helpless, and he happened to come to the Huagui Yuan army. Fang also unintentionally became a qualified experimenter to conduct the experiment. They were helpless to obtain the blood of B003, so they were so obsessed with Zhang Bufang, just because he was the only one who could kill the experimental subjects of Group B. On this continent, there are very few people above level 45. Level 45 is like a threshold, but this threshold is very high, and countless people are blocked from this door. But those who break through level 45. Also, after reaching level 50, the number of people gradually begins to decrease. At level 45, protection begins. It is impossible for the original Chinese military to invest such a large amount of money for an experiment that has made no progress for several years. Zhang Bufang just scrolled to the bottom. Just when he was about to quit, he suddenly felt that such an interface should not be enough to occupy the entire chip's memory. Then he started to check again and again, changing the electronic communication address at the top. As long as the input command is correct, the page will definitely jump. Zhang Bufang once did some research on computers. Although it was not outstanding, it was enough for him. The page was redirected, and Zhang Bufang could be sure that these places had been checked by Jiangshi a long time ago. In addition to saving records of the experimental process, this chip also saved part of the preparation of experimental medicines and part of the experiments. Information about the area, experimenters, and experimental products. Zhang Bufang browsed through it briefly. He had never even heard the names of most of the drugs needed for the original Hua military experiments, and the characters displayed on them were complicated and complicated. When my eyes turned to the information materials, I didn't know anything else except the few experimental subjects. At most, I only glanced at the more important people. It can be inferred from this that this chip basically has two benefits for Jiangxi. The first is the pharmaceutical formula above, and the second is the entire operation of the experiment in the official laboratory of the former Chinese military. Jiangxi can dig into this chip. More benefits, Zhang Bufang lacks here. I hope that no one in the survivor base is particularly proficient in this electronic deciphering technology. He can only see two interfaces. There is no guarantee that this high-memory chip only has this. There are two interfaces, but there is nothing he can do for the subsequent information search. Then we can discuss our conditions directly? Zhang Bufang returned the electronic equipment to Jiangxi. Of course, the exchange items Zhang Fui gave me this time were beyond my expectations. Sure enough, Zhang Fui did not disappoint me. Jiangxi said with a smile. Jianjin, please bring out the information you prepared. Zhang Bufang actually didn't know whether Jianjin had prepared information for this exchange. Jianjin is a person who does whatever he wants. Only if the matter is important enough, he will go to it specifically. For example, the negotiation this time came suddenly. Zhang Bufang could not be completely sure whether the other party would produce this negotiation information, otherwise all the people present would be in a fog. After all, to use the ancient saying in the original world, Jian Jin is a typical political strategist. But it was just a coincidence that he still had some doubts about Jian Jin, so he just kept calm and remained as usual. Jian Jin was silent for a moment. Her eyes turned away from the people present and happened to stop on Guantong. Jian Jin did not speak, but the meaning in her eyes was already clear. Guantong stood up consciously and said, "Lord Buddha, I have some information here that may be useful for this conversation." Zhang Bufang took it with satisfaction on the surface, but in fact he was a little dissatisfied because the first trial was interrupted. There was no way for him to judge with this little clue. "Jian Jin, let's prepare a document next time," Zhang Bufang said casually. According to the past, Jian Jin should have sat down on the chair casually, then raised her legs, raised her eyebrows, and looked at him provocatively, and then said confidently, "I will explain it later," and there is no need to explain. In a similar situation, if there were other people present, Jian Jin might just pretend to be respectful and say, "I'll explain it later." So Zhang Bufang was used to him being like this, and subconsciously thought that the other party would reply to him. The result was almost beyond the information of everyone except Jiangxi. Jian Jin seemed to think about it for a moment, and then turned blank. He answered with a single syllable, expressively. What? Zhang Bufang remained calm and continued to look through the information given by Guantong. In order to save time, everyone present had it, and then quickly browsed the above information. Zhang Bufang had no intention of reading the following. "I pretended to look through the information, but in fact I was still thinking about countermeasures." Jian Jin usually speaks such a single syllable with an expressionless face, unless it is a certain person present that he dislikes very much, or the environment he is in makes him bored. Jiangxi knows Jian Jin. Here is. They had been in the conference room many times. Logically speaking, Jian Jin would not have any negative emotions, which caused him to speak very simply. Besides, most of the things Jian Jin had to do should have been done, that place in the far north. His prison was also destroyed, and Jian Jin had no reason to turn cold and think about other things. Moreover, he would not show his emotions on his face because of a certain matter. So this person is not Jian Jin, but there is another uncertain factor present, Jiangxi. Up to now, Zhang Bufang can at most regard Jiangxi as a mutual traitor, although Jiangxi is acting as a mercenary guild. The employment guild is also famous for its extremely high credibility, but don't forget that Jiangxi himself appears here as a gangster. So now there is no way to judge which party Jiangxi belongs to. Therefore, Zhang Bufang has no way to put down 100% trust in him. However, so far, Jiangxi should not have noticed that anyone present has any. That's not right at all, especially Jian Jin. But wouldn't it be even more troublesome this time? Zhang Bufang thought. Now there is no way to judge this person pretending to be Jian Jin, which party he belongs to, and what is the purpose of coming here. If he comes out now, this door gave information to the enemy in the blink of an eye, taking Jiangxi with it. This would not be a good thing. Let's talk briefly first. Zhang Bufang made up his mind. It seemed that Jiangxi himself thought the same. In a conference room with so many people, he couldn't open his mouth and drag them all out. Zhang Bufang and Jiangxi looked at each other in tacit understanding. At one glance, I knew what I should say. Since I have obtained the elimination order regarding the employment guild regarding Dugua, then his past affairs must be ignored, right? Zhang Bufang said. Although he wanted to go, it seemed that only one thing was not very important. The only thing that matters is Dugua breaks away from the employment guild, so let's block it first. After all, Dugua was once a senior employee of the employment guild, Jiangxi said, and then turned his attention to Dugua. Dugua felt a little uneasy when he saw how everyone in the conference room turned their attention to him. He just nodded at Jiangxi, who was looking at him. Jiangxi also consciously noticed that Zhang Bufang's attitude had changed slightly from before. It seemed that the other party was afraid of something. Jiangxi could guess that the other party could not have 100% trust in him, but Jian Jin was like the two of them. The connection between Xiao Liang and Jian Jin played a role in strengthening trust between the two parties, but the other party seemed not to be tied down by other things. But the employment guild always respects the voluntariness of the parties involved. Dugwa, do you want to stay here? Jiangxi said. Yes. Dugwa was a very silent person in this room. In fact, when he said these two words, his eyes looked very firm, indicating that he would follow Zhang Bufang to the end for the rest of his life. Zhang Bufang smiled happily at Dugwa. It seemed that his efforts were not in vain. Of course there is no problem. There are not many erasure orders issued. Over the years, they have been used in various ways. I just came all the way to check the authenticity of the erasure order. Jiangxi said, there is one thing that is quite magical. As a member of the Employment Guild Department, Jiangxi is a person who rarely comes out of the public eye. It can be said that he seems a bit mysterious to others. This is a point that can be exploited. Jiangxi, what identity you have can be changed at will in front of outsiders. Since Zhang Bufang has concerns about something here, then of course he, as a person who is about to become an ally, will fully cooperate. Didn't you check it once before? Isn't Dugwa's matter over yet? Chen Tao suddenly said. Zhang Bufang was silent for a moment. Sure enough, he also missed another factor. What if his teammates couldn't support him? I brought the things over, but only took some collateral items, and then sent them over for inspection. This is the only inspection to make sure there are no mistakes. Zhang Bufang looked at Jian Jin from the corner of his eye. Jian Jin was sitting very politely at this time. He stayed in his seat and stirred the coffee in his cup without raising his head. In order to prevent someone present from saying something suddenly and causing an awkward atmosphere, Zhang Bufang turned his attention to Guantong and said with a smile, then please Guantong, please bring the things over with Chen Tao. Okay, Lord Buddha. Guantong is a relatively discerning woman. When she received Zhang Bufang's gaze, she vaguely anticipated something, and then she was able to quickly deduce what she said was wrong. After Guantong and Chen Tao left, Zhang Bufang needed a second test. He was talking about things that had happened for a long time and pretended to chat casually. Dugwa, last time you and Jian Jin. I was able to go to the far north safely and without any accidents along the way, thanks to Jian Jin didn't have many friends, but everyone had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhang Bufang was not sure whether other friends knew about Jian Jin's acquaintance with Jiangxi, so he turned around and said, Jian Jin, notify me in advance. Zhang Bufang's words were filled with errors. Dugwa immediately noticed that many of the details in his words were wrong. After going to the far north, everyone sat down and discussed the matter carefully. Moreover, there seemed to be some problems with the timeline of what Zhang Bufang said. But there was nothing in Zhang Bufang's eyes when he looked at Dugwa, and even his expression was normal. Dugwa could immediately understand what Zhang Bufang seemed to be hinting at him. Although Dugwa didn't know, he could also understand this. Something must have happened, and of course he was actively cooperating with Jian Jin. I admire you very much, Lord Jian Jin. Dugwa nodded, thus acknowledging Zhang Bufang's words. Then this didn't seem to have any effect. Finally, when Chen Tao and Guantong came back, he handed a box to Jiangxi. Then Guantong said, Lord Buddha, there are suddenly some important things in the base. Dugwa, you are specifically responsible for this aspect. Come with us now. Go and take a look. By the way, Xiaochun, I remember you always wanted a handy gun, and now a batch just happened to be delivered to you. Do you want to go over there with us and practice your skills? Okay. Sheni didn't care about this kind of meeting. Since the other party invited him to go, of course he could agree. Dugwa almost understood that Zhang Bufang wanted to get rid of them all, so of course he agreed. There were only 4 people left in the conference room. Zhang Haiyang looked helplessly as the people on both sides of him planned to leave. Said, Lord Buddha, I also want to practice with them. Go. Zhang Bufang waved his hand, and then looked at Jian Jin. Generally speaking, if Jian Jin had nothing important to say, she would definitely stay here and say hello to him in advance. Since, if you have been so silent, you might as well just go out. Zhang Bufang said to Jian Jin, Hey, why don't you go out? Let's call this person pretending to be Jian Jin. Jian Jin has some doubts. Listening to the tone of Zhang Bufang's conversation with him, it seems that Zhang Bufang and Jian Jin have a very close relationship. Jian Jin quickly put away the strange look on her face, and then joked, I'm still thinking about how you are going to get rid of me. Just say no. This man changed his face very quickly. Zhang Bufang thought in his heart, and then waved to him. I don't think you can do this well. An important meeting at a base ended up sending everyone away. Jiangxi only relaxed at this time and leaned back on his chair casually. There's nothing we can do about it. We don't know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, so we treat them all as enemies until we know for sure, Zhang Bufang said. What's going on with you? I really want to find a small place with you to have a quiet talk. Just leave a few very important ones for those present. I originally expected that you would leave one or two. When I came down alone, I didn't expect that you even sent Jianjin away, Jiangxi said. What? Is there something wrong with Jianjin? Jiangxi looked like he was watching a good show. Judging from the Jianjin he knew well, Jianjin definitely didn't like to be suspicious when employing people. Come this way. Zhang Bufang now felt that this conference room was unsafe. If some electronic equipment was installed somewhere, he couldn't afford the consequences. So Zhang Bufang took Jiang Shila and opened the conference room's front door. After exiting the front door, there was a corridor, which either led to the courtyard or to other parliamentary areas. Zhang Bufang led Jiangxi silently and entered Jianjin's workshop. What Zhang Bufang can guarantee is that this counterfeit person will never have the guts to directly enter Jianjin's place. Since the other person has the ability to pretend to be a person, even if he didn't notice it at first, he must be someone who knows Jianjin and is also familiar with Jianjin. A person he knows very well. But it seems that this fake person's understanding only stopped in the past. At the beginning, he tried to maintain Jianjin as a taciturn image, but in recent years, especially since Zhangbu, when Feng conquered Jianjin, Jianjin's personality changed drastically. The pretender probably didn't expect it. Come this way. Zhang Bufang led Jiangxi through the door, and his vision suddenly turned completely black. Jiangxi was not used to being suddenly plunged into darkness like this. He wanted to push open the door in front of him, but was caught by Zhang Bufang. Unexpectedly, there is a secret passage behind this door. There are actually entrances all around. What Zhang Bufang understands is that once the entrance is wrong, the person will fall into a dead end. Okay, let's stay here. Zhang Bufang lit the candles in the room. Hey, there are still things like candles in this era? This is a high-priced collection. Jiangxi looked at the layout of the room and was quite surprised. After entering the door, it seemed to be Jianjin's private area. Jiangxi learned that Jianjin was also him in the early stage. Jiangxi still remembered that Jianjin Xiaojun was very good at controlling people's psychology, even in medicine and machinery. These three fields of concealed weapons are very accomplished, and most people are already at the peak of their lives at a young age. The room where Jiangxi and Zhang Bufang were located was a square with only 20 square meters, and the four walls were nailed with wooden boards. The books placed on them were all densely packed in several layers. There were 2 folded quilts in the corner, and there was no table or chairs. Then there are the commonly used gadgets such as candles and the pharmaceutical experimental bench that Jiangxi was familiar with through Jianjin. Of course, that bench was only made of a few wooden boards. Jianjin has a strong sense of her own personal space. He was so protective that he even said that his suspicion had never improved. He said that the medicine he developed was well hidden. Why does he like European style so much? Jiangxi looked at the decoration here, which was burgundy and wood-colored, and paired with candles. It really felt like a Western style from hundreds of years ago. Moreover, Jianjin actually placed cameras at the 4 corners. Jiangxi pointed out the corners to Zhang Bufang and said, "Did you see that little thing over there? The cameras created by Jianjin are definitely not reflective. That kind of thing, and it fits the surroundings so well that it's almost impossible to spot it." Zhang Bufang listened to Jiangxi and said, "Based on what I know about him, there should be some alarm systems in this room. The difference is that in this alarm system, only Jianjin can receive information about the intrusion of foreign objects. But what's even more curious is, how did you find this place?" "Check," Zhang Bufang said calmly. Jianjin's room actually belonged to Taifeng. When he found Jianjin, Jianjin proposed to install secret rooms and secret passages around it. Taifeng had already done this, and then improved and optimized it. Later, because Zhang Bufang hated Taifeng very much, and he didn't like the style and layout of the house, Jianjin wanted to go there. "Okay, now we can talk about business." Zhang Bufang saw that there was not even a chair in this place. Fortunately, he and Jiangxi were both not very particular people, So he casually threw a quilt to Jiang West, then sat down and leaned on another quilt. I don't think you should do that yet. She stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Bufang to stop him from doing what he was going to do next. Then Zhang Bufang's quilt was immediately smashed, and there was actually a blade hidden inside. Mechanical. Zhang Bufang looked at the quilt in surprise. Jiang, she said, it seems that he is still the same as before. He is also a very unscrupulous person. Look at the quilt you gave me. It is very thick. In winter, just this one is enough. It's hot in summer, and there's no need to put on a quilt, so he's too lazy to get a second one. Besides, Jian is a mechanic herself. Then, where is the agency? Zhang Bufang couldn't see it anyway. There were so many books and dark rooms here. Sometimes he thought, Jian had done so much for her room, and she would just run into it. Isn't he afraid of triggering the mechanism himself? I can't tell. Anyway, the position where we are standing is safe. Jiang, she said helplessly. Okay, let's talk quickly. Did Jian tell you anything in advance? Zhang Bufang asked. Jian just asked me to save the chips I provided. I said you would definitely come to me in a few days, Jiang, she said. Then he thought about it and said, he also reminded me. When we talk about things, there must be only the three of us. And if possible, Taylor must be present. Zhang Bufang was stunned. Jiang, she looked at his suddenly frozen expression and said, yes. Why didn't I see that great beauty from the far north? You would forget about such a beautiful beauty? Didn't you inform me? She has a meeting today? Forget it. Taylor should still have her affairs. She and I are separated. Zhang Bufang was annoyed that he had missed another person, but the top priority was that there was no other choice. The chip I gave you already has what you want, the secrets kept by the former Chinese military. Zhang Bufang became serious. Because of the tight time, he spoke a little faster. Zhang Bufang himself felt that it might be difficult to get what he wanted this time from Jiangxi. After all, Zhang Bufang is actually a person who never likes things. All those things will be eliminated, because they are immutable and dead, and plans can never keep up with changes. And what are you planning to give me in exchange? Zhang Bufang asked. News. Jiangxi looked at the other party as if he didn't just want the things he had prepared. Then let me guess, is it about the employment guild? Zhang Bufang looked at the other party and nodded with interest, and then continued. This news is about the financial income of the employment guild, and the amount is still large. Very big. The interest on Jiangxi's face became more obvious, and he continued to nod. Then I don't need it. Zhang Bufang replied simply and neatly. Jiangxi thought of many results, but he really didn't guess that the other party would refuse directly, so he blurted out, why? You have also seen the sudden changes that happened today. I can't guarantee that I will fully use your information, and what are the chances of me surviving? Anyway, the mortality rate for this kind of thing must be very high, although the risk value. It is also quite equal to the return value, but the current Hope survivor base cannot do this yet. It's like a control variable method in the experiment. Zhang Bufang wanted to be more stable in this troublesome situation. This news is like an experiment, but until now, this experiment suddenly has two variables, and there will even be more unexpected situations. Zhang Bufang's connections are incomparable to Jian's. If something happens to the Hope survivors' base, they will be isolated and helpless. Zhang Bufang is not sure whether Jiangxi will take action at that time. He could save them, but most of the time he couldn't. If Jiangxi did that, it would do him no harm at all. Jiangxi looked at the other party. He died before he could say the news. Usually in situations like this, he would ridicule the other party for not having the courage, because once the thing is successful, it will definitely be a huge success. Jiangxi said, then what do you want to do? Besides, are you sure that the conditions you propose can be compared with this news of mine? What works for me is the best, but as for this effective thing, the premise is that I must be able to control it. How can the owner of the Little Hope survivor base compare with the power of the head of the mercenary guild? Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that a minister like Jiangxi would do such a thing as selling information. Jiangxi can be regarded as holding half of the mercenary guild's military power in his hands. So you know my identity. Jiangxi was not annoyed at all. He was very much looking forward to what the other party would do next that would surprise him. Zhang Bufang thought about it for a while, and then put forward his own idea. I want to be able to mobilize your power from you when I need it, or I can use you. Jiangxi's face unexpectedly paused for a moment, and then he laughed again. Sure enough, what he proposed was something he had never expected. Jiangxi said, "But isn't the request you made equivalent to denying the rights of my department?" "But what you are doing is no longer within the scope of the employment guild's rights," Zhang Bufang said. Then he could only use coercion and inducement. Zhang Bufang could only go further and say that she was a careerist. The information Zhang Bufang has received so far is far from enough to describe what she really wants. Speaking more broadly, maybe the chance of guessing will be more accurate. After all, although you said you wanted half of the mercenary guild, didn't you really want the entire mercenary guild? Unfortunately, I also want the entire mercenary guild. So what do you want, Mr. Zhang Fui? Mr. Zhang seems to have a bigger taste than me. What I want is the entire employment guild, and Mr. Zhang, I'm afraid there's more, right? Jiangxi said with a smile, looking at Zhang Bu. There seemed to be some changes in Fang's expression, but Jiangxi didn't say anything about it. It was just ambition. As a temporary ally, Jiangxi could maintain his good intentions. After all, the future is long, isn't it? As long as he can achieve the goal he wants, that's all. It doesn't matter whether he has the upper hand or the lower hand. Jiangxi was once just a mediocre member of the mercenary guild, but now he is still a member of the entire guild. Minister? Jiangxi looked at Zhang Bufang's somewhat wary look. He didn't want the other party to misunderstand that he had any malicious intent. After all, in dealing with something like this, you still have to be sincere. Jiangxi smiled and said, Buddha doesn't have to be like this. Nervous, we don't all get what we want. It's just that the way I see Buddha is different from most men I see. Oh, how can we be different? Zhang Bufang said. Zhang Fui, I looked at you once, and within 2 seconds, you noticed. Jiangxi recalled the scene at that time. Perhaps it was that look that convinced him that this person was exactly the person he was looking for to cooperate. The partner was too different and attracted Jiangxi's attention. At that time, Jiangxi was really afraid that Jianjin would miss him and bring something crooked. So, Zhang Bufang said calmly, Buddha's eyes are restrained and reserved. At first glance, he does seem a bit pushy. Jiangxi looked at the other person and glanced at him, then continued to talk to himself. You know what, I looked at you that time. Did I find anything within 2 seconds? Buddha is very different from what I imagined. Buddha's eyes are more like a predator hiding in the darkness. He can burst out at any time and rush to twist the opponent's throat. Jiangxi glanced at Zhang Bufang and faced the opponent. He quickly looked away and said, The so-called restraint is just a disguise. Lord Buddha, it's more like he is overlooking the whole world. Huh, Zhang Bufang just sneered. Zhang Bufang could not deny Jiangxi's views. He quickly turned the topic back to what he wanted and said, So what do you think? Mr. Jiangxi, if you want the entire employment guild, that's no problem. I'm just borrowing some of your rights. After all, there will be plenty of time to exercise power in the future. Zhang Bufang thought about the second half of the sentence that he had not said aloud. It is very dangerous to do business with people like Zhang Fui. High risks lead to high returns, right? If you want to achieve a breakthrough in the short term, it seems that you can't find a better way other than taking the wrong approach. Zhang Bufang interrupted the other party directly. But it's just a matter of one sentence, to help or not to help. Zhang Bufang's words only made Jiangxi more willing to help him. As the head of the employment guild, Jiangxi did have some strength. Zhang Bufang could not even guarantee that he could win 100%. But the preparations he made allowed him to suppress Jiangxi. To be more precise, even if Jiangxi did not agree today, Zhang Fui, had many means to make the other party agree. The consequence of Jiangxi's refusal is that he may not be able to get out of this room today. How many people are spying on the head of the employment guild department? Zhang Bufang is sure of his plan. Once Jiangxi takes a wrong turn on this path, at any step, the greedy hands behind him will immediately pull him down into the abyss. Even if Jiangxi died in the Hope Survivor base today, the mercenary guild will just cause them a little trouble and then let new people take their place. This location. If Jiangxi doesn't want to be stuck in the current state for too long, then he will definitely agree. Then we will have more contact with Lord Buddha. Zhang Bufang heard a bit of gritted teeth in Jiangxi's words. Jiangxi had known that Zhang Bufang was a ruthless person, but he did not expect that the other party would dare to plot against him directly. Jiangxi, She still maintains her fake fox skin. The Mercenary Guild is the only neutral force on this continent. Any decision made by the leader of a certain section of the Mercenary Guild will change the direction of the continent. But now, Jiangxi belongs to Zhang Bufang's side, and half of the Mercenary Guild. It's already in the bag. It's a pleasure to cooperate, Zhang Bufang said with raised lips. The Jianjin in the base now is faked by another person. Since Zhang Bufang has formed an alliance with the other party, he still has to say the necessary things. Zhang Bufang said, "My plan is to temporarily. Don't alert others. I want to find out who is the power behind this person, but of course I didn't ask you to check this kind of thing. Anyway, Jiangxi is not in charge of personnel information in the employment guild, so let him check it. It's a waste of time to check. In the future, if the hiring guild finds any new talents, send them more here. It doesn't need to be too many, just give 1 out of 5, Zhang Bufang said, and then thought about it. The base is most in need right now. They are technical talents, and added, it is best to be technically fluent. I'll try my best. Jiangxi was silent for a moment, and then said, are you just using your power to pry into the corner openly? Such a method is really boring. This is my private communication. You can just dial the number above when the time comes. I have installed an anti-eavesdropping device. If there is anything important, just call this. Jiangxi sent a string of numbers to Zhang Bufang's communication. Zhang Bufang looked at the pop-up light screen and locked the string of numbers to save it. So Jianjin, what are you going to do? Jiangxi asked next. Jianjin used to take care of the base for me, so I can go out and travel with peace of mind. But if he is not here this time, I will have to come in person. Zhang Bufang thought about it, and it seems that so far he has not been interested in the Hope Survivors base. He had basically never dealt with any of the affairs. After Jianjin had handled them, he would select some of the more important matters, sort them out, and then send them to him, so that Zhang Bufang could learn about recent events in the base and give some instructions. So I hope there won't be too many things. Look, I managed the time just right. Zhang Bufang and Jiangxi returned to the conference room. Zhang Bufang looked at the time, and it was exactly 1 hour. Here, let's check to see if this is a real elimination order. Zhang Bufang actually handed a sign to Jiangxi and received a blank look from the other party. This kind of sign is just a design. Jiangxi didn't even look at the sign. He just took it and threw it into the box. The inspection he originally said was just a cover, but Jiangxi guessed that Zhang Bufang might not know it yet. Regarding the specifics of this brand, Jiangxi said, nowadays, high imitation technology is very developed. Even in the apocalypse, people can still get anything that can be beneficial to them, so the Mercenary Guild is very concerned about certain products they produce. Things will definitely be stamped with magnetic stripes, but they are invisible and need to be scanned and inspected on the spot. Where did Zhang Fui get such a piece in the market? This brand is obviously fake at a glance, but I am even more surprised that someone dares to make it, Jiangxi knew. After the first inspection and elimination, when you pick up something, it will not be returned after the elimination order is completed. The underground area, as a place for mercenary guilds, the underground area even makes high-quality imitations of his own things. Zhang Bufang did not expect that he could really buy such things in the underground area, although it was not an above-board kind of thing. Auction, but it is already rare to see it. The Mercenary Guild is divided into many parts, Jiangxi thought for a while before saying. The power of the Mercenary Guild is scary. In order to prevent any accidents from happening in the future and causing the guild to collapse overnight, the Mercenary Guild secretly moved some members of the guild, set aside some parts, and let them develop, and it seems to have formed an independent entity. In fact, the guild is still secretly controlling it, not only the mercenaries who hire the guild, but also the personnel in these special places. Jiangxi was really depressed sometimes. Everyone said that it was good for them to unify the planning department, but if you stayed there for a long time, you would actually find that there were big drawbacks. For example, because his subordinates controlled too much power, he was often the first person to unify the planning department. They are always disliked by others. Any troublesome issues are solved by their unified planning department. If there is a conflict with the interests of the Mercenary Guild in some places, sometimes they will not send mercenaries to solve it. They are all handled by the unified planning department. People run errands. They are back, Zhang Bufang said. Lord Buddha, The newly transferred guns are so useful. Chen He was the first to jump in. When Guantong entered the door, he looked at Zhang Bufang with a questioning meaning. He noticed that the other person's eyes were unstable and his face was very gentle. He confirmed in his heart that it was probably Buddha who had made the deal, and then several people walked into the room with confidence. Have you tried them all? Zhang Bufang asked with a smile. Awesome. Are those really for us? Chen He couldn't help but ask. The first moment he touched the gun, he couldn't bear to put it down. The last time he used the gun was a long time ago, and at that time, there were no particularly good weapons for him to use, so the guns and bullets were picked up from the battlefield. Everyone picks a few that he likes and sends them to the maintenance department, Zhang Bufang said. By the way, Jianjin. Zhang Bufang suddenly called Jianjin. The zombie siege is coming in the next few days. Go take a test and estimate how many zombies there will be this time. Report it to me when the time comes, Zhang Bufang said. In the past, Jianjin was also responsible for estimating the time of the zombie wave at the base. Jianjin nodded with no strange expression on her face. Zhang Bufang just smiled and said nothing. Jianjin had taught him how to calculate. How would this person fool him? Jiangxi left after the conversation that day and started preparing what he needed to do. Zhang Bufang stayed at the base to handle base affairs. Zhang Bufang only felt a headache when looking at such a large amount of documents. Did he? It's time to reorganize the base? Why can he still see conflicts among the survivors of the base? And why should he be told about such trivial matters? Wouldn't the people in the maintenance department not solve it? It's not that Zhang Bufang is not anxious about the whereabouts of the real Jianjin, but he still has no clue so far. Zhang Bufang also specifically asked the system if it could find any clues, but the system refused, saying that everything must be needed. It's up to the host to resolve it. Now Zhang Bufang really didn't expect the system to do anything to help him. Are there any tasks that can be released? When Zhang Bufang was bored, he checked his current system gold coins, but it was still not enough for him to upgrade a skill or buy a new sword. He was puzzled. We have reached the point of saving money and spending money. Why do we still need 4,000 gold coins to exchange for a new sword? System refreshing. Zhang Bufang still remembered that the system had recently been upgraded and said that he could do limited time tasks. The system also told him that killing a zombie cost gold coins, and that he had to do it himself. Zhang Bufang thought. I asked him that this was the only time he had a chance to kill zombies during the zombie siege, but he really couldn't kill the entire zombie swarm by himself. Basically, he had no chance to come into contact with hordes of zombies during this period. Limited time mission. In the Zombie Rising event, killing an ordinary zombie will add 2 gold coin points. For each level of the zombie, the gold coin points will be doubled after killing. The system actually called the life-threatening behavior of fighting zombies an activity. Zhang Bufang was speechless. Okay. Zhang Bufang then closed his dialogue with the system. So he is going to be at the forefront of the zombie siege this time? Who made Zhang Bufang find that he was stuck in the level bottleneck? Nothing that happened recently was serious enough for the system to upgrade him. If Zhang Bufang wants to improve his strength, he must start with the equipment. The sword in Zhang Bufang's hand was changed to the system when he came to this world. There are no conditions for what happened in the past, and didn't have any gold coins, so he hurriedly upgraded a few levels and strengthened a handful of attributes. When Zhang Bufang had nothing to do, he would browse the system mall and accidentally picked up a sword, so suddenly. I got the right look. Lord Buddha. Jianjin's voice came from outside the door. After getting Zhang Bufang's answer, Jianjin pushed the door open, then closed the door softly and handed a piece of information to Zhang Bufang. Jianjin said, "This is an estimate of this zombie attack." Zhang Bufang opened it and flipped through it briefly. In fact, he already knew what this document looked like when he saw the first sentence. The first sentence was, based on the distance of the surrounding zombies, it is inferred. The first sentence of emotion is no different from inferring the weather. However, Zhang Bufang repeatedly emphasized to himself in his heart that the person standing in front of him was fake. From the core, he was not Jianjin at all. If he was not Jianjin, the other party would not have Jianjin's strength, so he could not. The requirements for the other party are too high. Otherwise, if the other party has that strength, why would they want to be a killer pretending to be someone else? If you go to any base, the other party will already provide him with delicious food and drinks. However, Since the other party has replaced this shell, Zhang Bufang must regard him as the owner of this shell. If he is like this, how can he be regarded as a strategist? So Zhang Bufang threw the document away. Jianjin looked at the other party, but her actions still showed no big change, and her expression was a little indifferent. Zhang Bufang sternly scolded, Jianjin, have you forgotten your own job recently? Regarding this, you don't even care about this kind of thing? Did you personally make this document? No, the man finally denied. This was indeed not done by him. How could he have the ability to estimate the specific time, location, and number of zombies sieging the city? He was the one who sent the information he needed to. The informant then fed him the documents back. How dare you find someone to replace you? Zhang Bufang was angry, and his rhetorical question contained a warning. In fact, Zhang Bufang is not as serious as he appears on the surface. He is still thinking in his heart, since he has hinted so clearly. The other party has not discovered that the person he pretends to be does not fit the character of Jianjin, right? Zhang Bufang suddenly became curious. Since this fake person can have the confidence to replace Jianjin, he must know the other person. Zhang Bufang still remembers that Jianjin once talked to him about his former self and what he said about the past. He didn't talk as much as he does now, and his whole person looked like an ice cube. Therefore, Zhang Bufang was curious about which period of Jianjin the other party was playing. And the person pretending to be Jianjin is also puzzled. He has never figured out what kind of image Jianjin appears in this base. Jianjin seems to be very familiar with this base, and sometimes they even joke with each other. A few words, but it was very different from the Jianjin he knew. He couldn't believe that the person he knew would still joke with others. So the person pretending to be Jianjin just tried it casually on that day and replied to Zhang Bufang in a teasing tone. However, she felt that the effect was not that obvious and she did not dare to try too much, so she could only. He remained silent again. Take it back, Zhang Bufang said calmly. After all, the crisis was coming, and he couldn't throw the document back and say a word to the other party to redo it. That would be meaningless, but this fake person couldn't. Is it a waste of money to eat here? So Zhang Bufang ordered again. Go to the logistics department to check the medicines needed for the battle, and then go to the maintenance department to check whether the weapons are sufficient. After counting the number of people in this battle, 2 hours later, report it to me. In 2 hours, all these troublesome and difficult things were done, and Zhang Bufang felt a little more relaxed. In fact, regarding the points he mentioned above, the documents on his desk were all placed, and what he wanted to express in the documents was. It meant that he should check it in person. Zhang Bufang found it annoying and too troublesome, so he just left it to this person. Presumably, the other party would not be lazy in order to maintain his own image. What identity did you show up as? At this time, the person pretending to be Jianjin still did not tear off the skin on his face and still maintained Jianjin's appearance. He said fiercely to the light screen, I didn't expect that. You have really changed so much over the years. Which part of you is the real you? Jianjin. Through the light curtain, you can see that in a slightly dark room, there is a person with his head lowered, sitting against the wall, his hands casually placed on the ground, and his arms and feet are chained. This person is the real. The Jianjin is gone. I advise you to give up as soon as possible. After a long time, Jianjin spoke. His voice was hoarse. He had not eaten or drank for a long time, which made him feel dizzy. He spoke weakly, but still did not give in, and then began to mock this person again. Jianjin said, a clown is a clown. Even if I change your face and skin, you will still accomplish nothing. Using my face and my body, using my voice, you really ruined my image completely. Shut up. The man became angry and said, I asked you to complete that estimate for me, and you just casually mentioned a few numbers? Jianjin, you will be punished if you toast me. As for wine, the man suddenly sneered at the screen, and then said, did you hear the screams in the room next to you? If you don't cooperate, you will be the permanent guest in the next room. Jianjin was too lazy to raise her eyelids and glanced at the light screen. He felt that such a little thing was too much effort for him, so he simply rolled his eyes at the light screen in disgust, and then continued to lean against the wall to reduce his body energy. Of the loss, close your eyes and simply sleep. Jianjin's unwillingness to be soft and hard made this person quite annoyed. But when he thought that bastard Zhang Bufang still had a task for him, and he had to complete it on time for such a troublesome task in 2 hours. He couldn't help but feel connected. They scolded Zhang Bufang together. If he doesn't say anything, just put him in the next door and be careful not to kill him, the person said, then closed the light curtain and continued to pretend to be Jianjin. Zhang Bufang still sneaked out of the city to investigate by himself. After returning to his office, he used paper and pen to make calculations. Jianjin said a lot when she taught him. At that time, Zhang Bufang thought that he would rarely use this method. He only memorized 7, 7, 8, and 8, which resulted in him now having to use this amount of money to do this mysterious algorithm on paper. Jianjin did mental arithmetic, and if he could do it by hand, then it would be, hey, an hour and 55 minutes have passed. Why hasn't this person come back? If he doesn't come back with a specific report, how can I formulate a strategy? Zhang Bufang then threw the pen away, and the results came out like this, on paper. There is a huge difference between the number written and the one given by Jianjin. Lord Buddha, Zhang Bufang was still a little dissatisfied with this man, but this man came back unexpectedly. He was still a little out of breath, and he probably came here in a hurry. Then a document was handed to Zhang Bu. After Zhang Bufang took it, the documents above were stamped with various areas, and Zhang Bufang let Jianjin take a rest. However, Zhang Bufang hadn't had enough fun yet, and he called this person again 10 minutes later. Return. Hey, this guy has a strong backbone. The person in front of Jianjin threw the water away casually, turned around, and walked away. The water didn't look like drinkable water. It was like just holding a discarded piece of water. The tiles were dug out of the muddy puddles. Jianjin's face and body were all covered with bruises, some of which were bruised just today. Jianjin still looked indifferent. He was locked in a cage. The frame of the iron cage was not dense, and the distance between each iron rod was 20 centimeters. From left to right, the length of the entire square iron cage is 2 meters. Jianjin was sitting on the ground, with her back against the iron cage, her hands casually clasped, her head lowered, her hair disheveled on her forehead. The man who just came over had already verbally abused him a lot, and Jianjin didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. At this time, the sky began to rain, and it was pouring. Jianjin felt the cold air around her, and her body shivered instinctively. If it was cold, just suffer it. Jianjin raised the corner of her lips in a self-deprecating tone. He didn't even know where he was being dragged. Anyway, it was placed in such a deserted place, with some ruins around it. It can be inferred that not many people lived here, but it was completely deserted at this time, and the 2 people who dragged Jianjin here did not know. Wherever he went, Jianjin seemed to be the only one on this endless land. Gradually, Jianjin's hair was filled with water droplets, dripping down, and Jianjin's face was wetted by the rain, with some blood mixed in the water sliding down. Jianjin was wearing the kind of clothes in the hospital, white and mixed. Wears some blue, short sleeves and long trousers, which are very thin. In this weather, you will get completely wet quickly. Jianjin was shivering unconsciously from the cold. He still had some residual consciousness, but he felt that he was very tired now, but he forced himself not to fall asleep. She could only think of other things to divert her attention, such as thinking about, when was the last time she had a meal? Probably 2 days or 1 day ago. Jianjin was so hungry that she had no energy. Moreover, this rainwater is contaminated by viruses and is not completely transparent and colorless. When it drips directly on people's skin, they will feel some stinging. Jianjin wanted to open her eyes to see what kind of reaction her skin had, but she was caught off guard by the rainwater. It seeped into her eyes, and she immediately closed her eyes tightly, feeling a pain in her eyeballs. After a while, Jianjin casually raised her shoulders, wiped her face with the fabric on it, and felt another wave of pain on her face. The sting. It seems that the doomsday virus has become much worse. Jianjin thought to himself. He looked at the skin of his exposed hands and arms, which were too pale. At this time, some red dots were revealed, densely gathered in a certain area, and there were also red dots on his arms. There were wounds like whip marks, but they hurt for a long time, and I couldn't feel anything anymore. Roar. A zombie roar suddenly came from somewhere. Jianjin was aware of the danger and instinctively looked towards the source of the sound. The first thing that caught her eye were some zombies in groups. Jian unconsciously clenched her hands, even though he felt another sense of weakness coming from his arms. Jian groaned. He probably understood what these people wanted to do, to scare him. They found such a boring iron cage and threw him all the way here. Jian still hasn't figured out which sphere of influence his captor belongs to. Jian can understand the betrayal of her friends. After all, people die for money and birds die for food. Betrayal is a very common thing. There is no need to make a fuss about things. It's just that Jian couldn't figure it out. The people she offended back then were just the royal family of the far north. He once sneaked into the laboratory there and became a prisoner there, but now the far north has been completely wiped out. The events of that year and the people of that year were gone with the wind. As time passed and the vast white snow there was submerged underground, no one would ever know what happened back then. All records and files were destroyed in the explosion. Jian also paid the price for this, with trust on the verge of collapse, but he never regretted it. Jian has always done things out of revenge and grievances. He has never regretted anything he has done because it was his voluntary choice and he was responsible for all the consequences. Therefore, he has never been afraid of certain enemies. He came to the door again and wanted to do something to him. It's just that this time he couldn't guess what his captor wanted from him or what they wanted to use him as a hostage for. Jian had tried every opportunity to observe everything around her along the way, at least two. I tried to figure out who captured him, but unfortunately, there was nothing. Jian really couldn't remember using this method. The things she did back then were nothing more than borrowing knives to kill people and set fires. Part of it was for survival, and part of it was for revenge. It was true that she had offended many people. Some were in the light, some in the dark. Jian went through all the people with whom she had grievances in her memory. She really couldn't remember where she had offended these people. Everything seemed to come suddenly. Just like on the endless grassland. The sky was clear and the sun was clear, but suddenly it turned into lightning and thunder and heavy rain. Is it possible that these people who captured him went to the Hope Survivor base? To capture him, to blackmail Zhang Bufang? Jian thought about it, and she could keep this conjecture, but the result would definitely not be what these people who captured him wanted. Jian still clearly understood who Zhang Bufang was. Once the bottom line touches the edge of his interests, Zhang Bufang will give up a lot of things. This kind of indirect threat is of no use to Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang will consider everything from the overall situation, who wants to play with whom, and who wants to play with whom. Who is the cat and who is the mouse? I really can't say for sure. But if this group of people directly went up to fight Zhang Bufang, if Zhang Bufang really couldn't defeat him, he would live and die with his brothers and use this indirect method. In the form of blackmail, Zhang Bufang would indeed choose to abandon his teammates. Therefore, Jian thought about the worst from the beginning. He had to do this kind of thing by himself in order to escape. No one would come to save him, and he was left alone and helpless, as always. When Jian grabbed the hands behind his back, he stood up suddenly. His legs, which had no strength just now, were forced to hold on. Even if Jian stood up, he couldn't straighten up. This movement made him breathless. I was distracted just now, and I was almost like these disgusting things. These noisy noises attracted some zombies. This was outside an iron cage, and they were all surrounded by zombies. Each one had their faces twisted and their heads tilted, wishing they could look through their heads. The iron cage was squeezed in, and all kinds of unknown corpse liquid suddenly gathered on the iron bars of the cage, and the stench touched Jian's nerves. No wonder his captors didn't continue to torture him, leaving Jian on the edge of crisis and having to endure these really filthy things, which would indeed be more unacceptable than direct physical harm. Jian had a headache. Even though he knew that the zombie's arms would never touch him, the center of the iron cage was still safe enough, but those waving hands were still about 10 centimeters away from touching him. Jian's body was. His instinctive reaction would not let him relax. Even though Jian tried her best to reassure herself that those hands would not hurt him, it still had no effect. His body had its own thoughts. This is a very strange feeling. Jian felt that his mind was unusually calm and clear, and he was clearly not afraid at all. His face was so expressionless that he wanted to laugh, but his body couldn't stop shaking. This could be explained by the fact that it was raining harder. The weather was relatively cold, but Jian looked helplessly at her weak and trembling legs, as if she really couldn't control them at this time. The sound of the wind passing by Jian's ears, Jian squatted on the ground subconsciously, and then looked up. These zombies are really capable. Some of them can even climb up. It's too dangerous to stand, so I'd better squat. But if squatting is too tiring, I'd better sit cross-legged. This is really a desperate situation. Jian has probably not experienced this feeling for many years. He has nothing on him and cannot escape. There are dozens of zombies around him, and he will definitely escape, coming more and more. Moreover, when it rains, the water gathers on the ground and flows somewhere. Not only is the smell of rotting corpses mixed in the air, but there is also the fresh smell of blood. Soon, more and more zombies will gather inside. Now the cage is surrounded by a group of low-level zombies. If a few high-level zombies come later, they can break open the bars with their bare hands. Jian simply gave up. There was nothing left to fight for. He finally became a piece of meat on the chopping board. He still can't figure out whether his captors wanted to kill him or torture him and finally kill him. Or did you mean that you didn't intend to let him die after torturing him? His friend was involved in the plan created by his captor. Jian's friend knew him very well and had repeatedly told him not to meet Jian's eyes no matter what he did. It was best to just say a word. Don't tell the other person that Jian is good at hypnosis. If you are not careful, you don't know how you died. So this friend came up with a plan to wear down Jian's will first. Once a person is gone, without the will to live, that person is doomed to die. Jian was in a decadent state now. He looked at these outstretched claws indifferently. On the one hand, he couldn't understand why his body was trembling, and on the other hand, he couldn't understand why the person who captured him did what he did. No one will come to save him. No one. It was like this in the past, it is like this now, and the future is uncertain, but it is very likely. Jian laughed at herself. I can't wait any longer, Zhang Bufang said with a serious face. He always felt that something bad was going to happen, so he didn't fall asleep until midnight. He walked around and got up again to handle part of his official duties. He also checked the things he had made before and found nothing wrong with them. What caused Zhang Bufang to feel anxious was the missing Jian. This time, in order not to alert others, Zhang Bufang had only Taylor by his side. In this base, Zhang Bufang thought for a long time, but no suitable teammate would go with him. He would not be able to walk outside his teammate's door in the middle of the night. He didn't make a sound or knock on the door. He just walked away silently thinking about it. Finally, he gave up, and when he was about to leave completely, Taylor actually opened the door. Zhang Bufang didn't expect that Taylor had actually returned to her house a long time ago. He was just wondering why there was an extra room in the corridor, but when the door opened, there was someone he didn't expect. When Taylor arrived at the Hope Survivor base, she had to follow the rules of the base and check them one by one from the beginning. Only after the inspections were complete could she enter the base. For example, she entered the infirmary to check whether she had viruses, which took a long time. When all kinds of messy investigations and inquiries were finally over, Taylor heard a gunshot from outside, which was not very loud. Taylor followed the sound out of curiosity and found that it was a group of people gathered at the martial arts field, happily pointing their guns at the target and shooting. Chenny had not touched a real good gun for a long time. At this time, when he held it in his hand, he felt the most excited. He fired several shots with perfect accuracy and got perfect marks from the target. Guantong saw Taylor and stopped first, thinking that she would be a little uncomfortable coming here. He took her to deal with daily necessities and other things. Taylor breathed a sigh of relief when she entered the Hope Survivor base. Taylor was just afraid that she would not fit in here, so she stayed at the Hope Survivor base. To put it bluntly, she was just afraid that she would not fit in. Fortunately, there was some help from Guantong. Lord Buddha, do you have any plans now? I am also very worried about Lord Jian. Lord Jian is such a powerful person. Losing him is undoubtedly a serious loss for everyone, Taylor said. Zhang Bufang told Taylor in general what had happened recently, and also gave his own opinions in detail. After thinking for a long time, Taylor had a vague outline of the plan in his mind, and raised his head and stared at Zhang Bufang. When she asked, Zhang Bufang understood what she meant, stopped consciously, and asked politely. Currently, we can't find out who did it. The only clue is the fake Jian, who is still pretending now? Taylor combed through it, and he could always get some inspiration and find some clues. She was not very good at using the advanced electronic equipment here, so she took a pen and a piece of paper and wrote important words on it. When Jian returned to the Hope Survivor base, she took the initiative to go out. There was no surveillance equipment in the place she went to. This is really troublesome. Taylor's voice became softer as he spoke, and then fell silent again, falling into his own thoughts. While thinking, after a while, he raised his head again and asked, "Have you checked the place where Jian last appeared? It was the last time she appeared in the surveillance." "Not yet. It's been too troublesome recently. Even if I find all kinds of things for this fake, he can still return quickly and continue to follow me." Zhang Bufang recalled the fake that looked like brown candy during the day. "Originally, I wanted to punish him, but in the end it was no longer interesting at all, and he was still annoyed." Zhang Bufang couldn't help but admire his patience and perseverance. "Speaking of which, I hope I can believe the talent in the Survivor base map. After all, everyone in their team is an elite. They are handsome and powerful. I wonder which force who wants to do something great doesn't want to convince them and put people." Caught one of his own men. But the key is that the counterfeit's various behaviors during the day seemed to tell Zhang Bufang that the opponent's target was not at all the person they hoped to be in the Survivor base. So what else is this for? I hope that the Survivor base will not be as advanced as the former Chinese military in terms of laboratory scientific research. I hope that the Survivor base will only have a small laboratory and spend half of the time making medicines. In terms of the overall strength of the personnel, I hope that there are some people in the Survivor base who really have no ability and come here to seek shelter. It is not like the strong craftsman Survivor base. They are all tall and strong, and one or two people will attack if they disagree. So awesome. How about we go over there and check? Taylor suggested. Jian couldn't just sit back and wait for death. According to him, she would definitely try her best to leave some signal. Only by trying her luck would she have a breakthrough. Let's go. Try to keep the time within an hour and a half. The shorter the time, the more things we can investigate. Tomorrow will be another troublesome day, Zhang Bufang said. I hope that the Survivor base will be like a siege city. Neither Zhang Bufang nor the people who built it like the European style. It is too gorgeous and it does feel gaudy. When Zhang Bufang became the master of the base, he changed this place again. It has been renovated. It is hoped that the overall architectural style of the Survivor base will be more elegant in the Chinese style, without complicated patterns that cannot be seen. It will be a place where people can feel comfortable and warm. This is the place. Zhang Bufang looked at the surrounding environment. This was a corner. Sure enough, it would be impossible without a camera at the corner. Zhang Bufang used his own power to condense small points of light, and then these small light points flew slowly by, illuminating this dark place. As soon as we arrived at the fork in the road, after Jian had an accident, Zhang Bufang was a little worried that other members of his team would also have accidents. So what Zhang Bufang has been spending time doing every day these days is to tidy up this place. The public security was strengthened and all defense lines were strengthened. However, Zhang Bufang was not convinced that Taylor would go searching alone, even if Taylor promised that nothing would happen. Why are you so strong? Zhang Bufang and Taylor walked along this road. Zhang Bufang was a little helpless about Taylor's insistence on searching alone. This is something I can do myself. Since I can do it, I will definitely do it with all my strength and don't bother others. Lord Fo is worried about Lady Jian and has some bad premonitions, so hurry up and seize the time. The investigation, since two people follow the same path, will take a little more time, Taylor explained. In fact, Taylor is a little afraid of the dark. The light spots condensed by Zhang Bufang made her feel at ease. These small light spots grouped together can also feel a little cute. Moreover, Taylor and Zhang Bufang were together along the way. As Fang walked and talked, he also discovered these small light spots that could change color according to the owner's mood. But Taylor didn't reveal the secret behind this small spot of light. Girls, after all, it's better to be protected by a man, Zhang Bufang said. Lord Buddha. Taylor was walking beside Zhang Bufang and saw Zhang Bufang suddenly stopped. He was a little confused. As soon as he made a sound, he was blocked by Zhang Bufang. Hush, there's someone there, Zhang Bufang said warily. Zhang Bufang saw it just now. There was a black mass not far away, shaking by. It was originally not obvious in the night. In order not to miss any clues, Zhang Bufang immediately became vigilant. He found a mass of black. When it gets dark, the light spot is cancelled directly. Without lighting, his eyes could not adapt to the darkness immediately, and Zhang Bufang was still a little annoyed that he had made the light too bright just now. Next, Zhang Bufang took Taylor and followed the black shadow to a certain place. Zhang Bufang looked at this familiar building and immediately realized that this house was Jianjin's house when he found Jianjin, the house he lived in at that time. I suddenly forgot about this. Zhang Bufang and Taylor stopped talking and made gestures if they wanted to communicate. The two of them observed the current situation in silence. What's strange is that the masked man seemed to be looking for something. After walking around outside, he walked towards Zhang Bufang step by step. Zhang Bufang grabbed Taylor and pushed him into his arms. The other party struggled a little. Zhang Bufang said "shoo" in her ear, and the other party immediately stopped moving. Fortunately, the masked man only took a few steps and then continued to turn around. Turn around and find what he wants to find. From time to time, the masked man paid attention to the stone slabs under his feet and looked at the flowers nearby, or whether there was anything carved on the trunks of the trees. It was obvious that the other party did not dare to turn on the illuminated object to attract the guards. He wandered around a certain place for a long time, but he didn't know what was going on. He just wandered outside. In front of the empty house, he seemed to be afraid of something and did not go in. Zhang Bufang knew that the house where Jianjin once lived was full of hidden weapons, which were set up in advance and could be manipulated manually or automatically activated. Could it be that the person was worried about what happened after entering the house? Afraid of being unable to hide from a hidden weapon? What exactly is he looking for? Zhang Bufang stared at the masked man until the warm-scented soft jade in his arms gave him a gentle hammer. Zhang Bufang realized at once that he was still holding Taylor in his arms, but he didn't feel bothered by the approach. It happened that he couldn't see anything clearly at night, and it was cold, so Taylor was pressed into his arms. I don't know what this masked man is doing, so just hug him for a while. It's not a violation. What traces can be left? Zhang Bufang heard the masked man mutter dissatisfied. Is it still a clue left by Jianjin? Lord Buddha, what are we going to do? Taylor asked softly. I don't want to keep hiding like this anymore. Zhang Bufang's eyes were dark. He thought why he was hiding here all the time. If he wanted to fight, let's fight over there. Someone came to the survivor base to arrest people, so naturally he wanted to. Only if you have the ability to bear the consequences. Zhang Bufang cannot tell the level of that person, so he is probably a person of the same level as him. Of course, the same level is the best result. If the person's level is higher than Zhang Bufang, then it is nothing more than a person of the same level. A matter of life and death. Zhang Bufang. Couldn't he even protect his own people? Protect yourself. Zhang Bufang immediately started fighting with the opponent. Maybe he didn't care about anything. Taylor's level was not that high, and he could easily be accidentally injured, so Zhang Bufang ordered. The blue wind blade passed by, and the man was instantly alert. Zhang Bufang felt a little pity, as the man's legs were only half missing. Zhang Bufang jumped up and stood opposite the man, holding his hands. It held a long sword. The long sword has complex and simple patterns, and it has a heavy sense of age, but this also makes the sword full of the temperament accumulated over time. When held in Zhang Bufang's hand, it is like a happy and grudge young man. This person's first reaction was to run. He also sneaked here. He could tell the level of the person opposite him with just one glance. But his mission was to investigate. Since he couldn't see it, he was discovered. Of course, he was taking the best approach to avoid unnecessary complications. Do you think you can come and go here whenever you want? Zhang Bufang pulled out his sword and swung it down. The blue air blade had a little purple light in it, and Zhang Bufang's tone was so cold. Extremely beautiful, but his face can still maintain a gentle smile. Such a strong contrast will give people a strange feeling. The first feeling is that they will be afraid of this person. This person didn't want to say anything more. He just wanted to break out of the wall. Zhang Bufang swung his sword to stop him with his own air blade, jumped up, and arrived in front of the other party. Since the other party had no intention of communicating with him, he just took action over there. Zhang Bufang had a feeling in his heart. If you don't win, the other party won't be able to get out of here today. Thought. The long sword in his hand was glowing with a cold light, just as cold as his eyes. Zhang Bufang got his sword back for the first time in such a long time. Fortunately, although Jiang Shi lost his communicator, he brought his things over. But what is very interesting is that Zhang Bufang discovered that the sword was responsive to him, which means that he can now control the sword, swing it to produce an air blade, and also make it return to his hand instantly. If his level increases one step further, will he really be able to fly with a sword as described in the original world, as legendary as being so handsome in martial arts novels? Zhang Bufang got into a fight with this person. He didn't want to fight with this person, so he was more defensive. As long as the opponent had the slightest chance, he wanted to escape. However, Zhang Bufang was determined to fight with him. This person carries it to the end. Every move he makes is meticulous and seamless, and the connecting movements of the moves are perfectly executed, unless this person can use his own strength to forcefully interrupt these consecutive moves. The two men started fighting in the yard. The ground was full of traces of air blades. The weapon this man was carrying was a gun, which had been silenced. This man fired at Zhang Bufang. Several shots were fired, but unfortunately, none of them hit. Guns are a bit lame in close combat. Zhang Bufang had to admit that the gun was indeed a very good technological invention. There were many times when he was in a battle. If his opponent had a gun, he would be more careful with such a fast and high-explosion small weapon. It always catches people off guard, but it is obvious that the person he is fighting is not very good at using this gun. During the close fight, he does not know how to maximize the effect of the gun, and instead becomes things that hold you back. Lord Buddha. Taylor hid aside and watched the two people fighting, muttering unconsciously. That was the first time she saw Zhang Bufang use his own weapon. She did not expect that a long weapon would appear out of thin air. When the sword came, every move was clean and neat, but the dance was beautiful. Of course, Taylor's affection and admiration for Zhang Bufang increased sharply. The people in the far north of Taylor did still maintain the custom of using cold weapons such as long knives and swords, but if she looked carefully, Buddha's sword seemed to be very different from what she had seen. Taylor once heard someone say, "All beautiful things are like vases, they can only be looked at but not used." Taylor looked at the sword in Zhang Bufang's hand and thought it was very beautiful, but it could be used in the hands of Buddha. To the extreme, such complex patterns are more like adding luster to a person. It was also the first time for Taylor to see Zhang Bufang making such a formal move. When he saw the back, his eyes seemed to be glued to Zhang Bufang. "I advise you to hurry up and capture him." Zhang Bufang continued to fight with the opponent, but it was not like before. During the fight, he also made a friend at the same time. If you don't fight, you won't know each other. This sentence is here. It doesn't apply at all. Zhang Bufang felt that the other party and him were like people in two different spaces. Judging from the other party's moves, Zhang Bufang already felt bored. Zhang Bufang looked at the other party's moves as if a ball of yarn rolled into a ball. So Zhang Bufang's face gradually turned cold. He didn't even bother to pretend to this person. If he was good at guns, he must be very handsome. Zhang Bufang had always wanted to touch a gun before. As long as my life is worth it, now that I have the conditions, I really tried it, but I found that I was not suitable at all, and it was easier to use the sword. Are you worthy of fighting me? You are simply overestimating your capabilities. The other party is also a person who completely likes to talk based on his level. Once Zhang Bufang's level is under his eyes, this person becomes arrogant to the extreme, and his tone of voice is with an uncomfortable feeling. Not even a person with a mild temper could tolerate the tone he was speaking in, let alone the irritable Zhang Bufang. His original intention of coming here was to find the whereabouts of Jianjin. He didn't find anything. He didn't reveal his plan, but was interrupted by someone. Even if Zhang Bufang wanted to kill the person opposite him today, could God still stop him? The solution? So what if the level is high? If fighting is just about high-level fights, then playing this kind of thing is meaningless, right? Zhang Bufang prefers the feeling of low-level bloody counterattacks. He watches his opponent lose in a mess, but is shocked at the same time. An expression of disbelief. Zhang Bufang could laugh, a smile that came from the heart. Look, he is another person with no actual combat experience. Maybe this person is not as rubbish as Zhang Bufang imagined, but in Zhang Bufang's eyes, this person can make a mess with his weapons and attack at close range. It was so bad that I couldn't even see it, but I still didn't know where the confidence came from, so I yelled at him loudly. After Zhang Bufang kicked out the opponent's gun with another roundhouse kick, his movements became even faster. The opponent was obviously caught off guard by such acceleration, panicked, and had no way to deal with it. He only kept talking. He talks cruelly, but his words are full of idioms that don't make sense. He can't even finish a sentence. Is such a person worthy of joining the Hope Survivor base? Lord Buddha, be careful. Taylor saw the man quickly throw something towards Zhang Bufang after pulling away from Zhang Bufang. Taylor became nervous instantly and shouted quickly. This time, his position was naturally exposed. Zhang Bufang escaped the hidden weapon attack. However, the enemy actually found out. There was a woman present, so naturally they would not pick on the hard-nosed Zhang Bufang. Fang Chu pinched, changed the direction of attack, and pointed directly at Taylor. The level of Zhang Bufang is not much different from this person. For Zhang Bufang, he is currently stuck in a bottleneck period. It is a piece of cake to jump to the next level and beat the opponent. It just takes more time. But Taylor is sure. It was different. Zhang Bufang didn't remember Taylor's level. He didn't have time to look at it now. He subconsciously reflected in his heart that Taylor and this person seemed to be nearly 10 levels apart. If he was injured by the other party, maybe there will be some life-threatening danger. How can a woman be hurt if a man is present? Zhang Bufang was too fast to stop the enemy's attack before he could. With a flick of his left hand, he threw his scabbard out. Zhang Bufang injected a lot of power into the scabbard, flying 360 degrees in the air. After spinning several times, when it was close to the enemy, it was directly aimed at the opponent's heart. This direction was quickly calculated by Zhang Bufang in a short period of time. This person's level is too strange, his experiments are not enough, and there is nothing that people can appreciate. Zhang Bufang was merciless when he started. When this person found the scabbard of Zhang Bu's square forehead behind his back, he subconsciously panicked. In this situation of attacking another target and turning his head to look behind him, he must be half disabled or dead. Taylor successfully escaped this attack because of Zhang Bufang's help, but this person did not have such good luck. It was impossible for him to escape. He was attracted just now and wanted to take this attack completely. Zhang Bufang rushed in front of the opponent in a few quick steps. He was already ready to attack the opponent directly after taking the scabbard of the sword. At the last moment when this talent crisis came, I just had the mentality of breaking the pot and not hiding at all. Taylor's last blow to his dying body hurt him, and then the man was hit by Zhang Bufang's scabbard and was unable to get up. Taylor lost his balance and fell to the ground. Zhang Bufang was passing by this. When he was touching someone's body, he stepped on the other person's leg and immediately heard the person scream. The sound was not very loud. Zhang Bufang also had a way to seal his mouth. This one kicked the other person's leg. The legs are no longer needed. He will never need to use his feet again in this life. Taylor. Zhang Bufang stepped forward and hugged Taylor worriedly. Looking at the other person's pale face, he felt a sense of distress in his heart. His tone unconsciously became gentle, and he hugged him carefully, Zhang Bufang. The wound that Bufang could see was the long wound on the opponent's right arm, and there were some friction wounds on it. Zhang Bufang said softly, "Are you okay?" "Buddha, I have no problem." This was indeed extremely painful for the little girl. When Taylor raised her head, her eyes were red. It could not be said that the tears in her eyes were true sadness in her heart, but the tears she shed were still tears shed due to physical pain. Just for a moment, Taylor's voice became aggrieved, and maybe even Taylor himself didn't notice it. "I said don't come out with me. You will be hurt. If you insist on following me next time, don't blame me for being harsh on you," Zhang Bufang said. Then Zhang Bufang helped Taylor up. Taylor covered his arm, but did not dare to use too much force. When it came into contact with the air, the skin around the edges could feel a faint pain, not to mention, these wounds are deep to the bone. But Taylor has never been the kind of woman who loves to cry, and there is no way she can cry for comfort in a man's arms, saying that she is wronged. She straightened her expression and then wiped away the tears on it. He was able to laugh like usual, waved his hands and said, "Lord, I really have nothing to do, so let's go and see who this person is." "It's okay, I broke his leg. Anyway, as long as he can't run, it's fine." Zhang Bufang repeatedly worried about Taylor's wounds, comforted Taylor for a few words, then turned on his communicator, broadcast a person, and said, "At the Hope Survivor base, turn left at the 4th intersection of Central Avenue. I'd like to find some people here to carry a person back. He's not a guest, nor a friend. I haven't finished business with him yet. Come here. Let's arrest people and use them as test subjects." The maintenance team, led by Du Guo, arrived soon. When they saw a pool of blood on the ground, everyone was very nervous. Their eyes suddenly focused on Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang waved his hands indifferently and said, "Taylor is more seriously injured than me. I don't have any minor injuries. Let the medical staff bandage her first." "I'm sorry, Buddha." After that, Taylor was supported by other people. After repeated hesitation and thinking in her heart, she expressed her apology to Zhang Bufang. She originally wanted to come here, but she could still do it. "Give me some help, even just a small amount of help. It's quite small. It can be considered as a contribution to the base," but he didn't expect that after he came here, he would become the one holding him back. The more Taylor thought about it, the more guilty he felt. Even though he was very sad, on the surface he was still trying to pretend to be a good person. It looked like nothing happened. "It doesn't matter. You are also very tired. Go back and take a rest." Zhang Bufang still smiled gently. "But there are still waves of zombies coming in these days." Taylor was a little unwilling. "There is enough time to rest tomorrow," Zhang Bufang said. After Taylor was taken away like this, Zhang Bufang turned around again and looked at the man lying on the ground. Someone had already blocked his mouth. This man stared, trying to express with his eyes. He hated Zhang Bufang, but Zhang Bufang looked at him condescendingly, then sneered and said in a faint tone, "I don't think you want those eyes anymore, right?" Then the man immediately took back his sight. "Close your eyes tightly." This man felt as if he was being lifted up. Even though he was injured, the people here still shackled his legs and hands, and he was sent to the interrogation room. The night is already very deep, and the stars and the moon in the sky seem to show a tired look. On such a dark day, the moonlight shining on it also looks scary and deserted. The blue tone is not a tone that can make people feel warm. "What's wrong?" Zhang Bufang went back to deal with some things, and then rushed to the interrogation room. "Lord Buddha, you have been fighting this man for so long, so you should take a good rest. Staying up late all the time is really bad for your health. We all feel sad when we see it. Lord Du Guo and Lord Chen Tao are all very powerful. If you can do everything well enough, Buddha, please take a rest." As soon as Zhang Bufang entered the interrogation room, the interrogators began to say this to him. The interrogators kept chattering, but in fact, most of it was about whether Zhang Bufang could pay more attention to himself, stop staying up late, and go to bed quickly. Zhang Bufang listened with a smile and did not interrupt the other party's words. It was not until the other party realized that he was happy that he stopped in embarrassment. Zhang Bufang said, "As a base leader, I have been hesitating outside for a long time. During this period, I have not made any contribution to the base. I can't just stay here all the time, right? I have no problem. I am waiting to save this person. I will go to rest after that. You don't have to worry, you should go to rest early." The interrogators then continued to emphasize to Zhang Bufang how good going to bed and getting up early was for maintaining good health. Zhang Bufang refused one by one. In the eyes of these interrogators, it seemed that the master of their base was really dead. "You are so stubborn. Why bother worrying so much about the base?" "Lord Buddha," an interrogator said to Zhang Bufang after he came out. He took off his mask and his gloves, but there was no way to avoid it. His coat, shirt, and pants were all splattered. Full of blood, the smell of blood lingered around him, giving him a headache. Especially when he had to face Zhang Bufang. He felt a little guilty wearing such dirty clothes. But it seems that Buddha has no intention of arguing with him. Did he say it? Zhang Bufang used strong tactics, just stuffing something into the other person's mouth to keep him from closing his mouth to prevent him from committing suicide. This man is surprisingly tough. He pretends to be a hero. He refuses to say anything even if he is alive. He keeps mumbling some unpleasant words. The interrogator was a little angry when he thought of the scene just now. He could not stand such a person. The person on the opposing side scolded his boss with such bad words, so when the other side started scolding him, he already had some personal emotions in his torture. But he didn't feel the slightest regret in his heart, and the other side didn't deserve any regrets either. Anyone who dared to talk like this casually, smear someone, or even dared to insult Zhang Bufang directly was someone who wanted to be beaten by a group of people in the Hope Survivor base. Zhang Bufang hesitated for a long time outside. I don't even know that. In fact, there is such a rule that everyone secretly formed in my base. Zhang Bufang is indeed like a survivor of the Hope Survivor base, the people's yearning and following. Therefore, in their eyes, it seems sacred and cannot be violated. Even an insulting word is not allowed. If he doesn't want to say, Zhang Bufang fell into his own thoughts when he said this. If Zhang Bufang had told him, he could have been more ruthless than the interrogators, but what he wanted to do was. It will also have a certain impact on his own sense of moral conscience. Suddenly, a wave of heart palpitations came over again. Zhang Bufang's expression changed slightly, and then returned to normal. Could it be that something happened to Jinjin? It seems he can't wait any longer. You all go out. I will do the interrogation myself. If I have to bother you in the middle of the night, please go back and have a rest. Zhang Bufang entered the interrogation room and finally said to the interrogation room staff in a soft voice. However, the smell of blood that came from the extinguishment did make Zhang Bufang's voice a little unstable. He had not smelled such a strong smell of blood for a long time. Isn't this scary enough? Why is this man just unwilling to tell the truth? Lord Buddha, you'd better go and rest first. We'll be fine here. Don't worry, we will definitely handle the things you told us very well. The interrogator looked at the dark circles under Zhang Bufang's eyes, and reluctantly, I can't help but feel a little distressed. Zhang Bufang just stared at that person quietly. There is nothing that cannot be revealed through interrogation. Whether it is through torture, confession, or any other means, you can get the information you want, of course on the premise that the other party is not dead. Unfortunately, this person fell into the hands of Zhang Bufang. Let me remind you one last time. If you don't tell me the answer, your death will definitely be ugly, and I will make you feel during the death process. Zhang Bufang paused deliberately. He put his hands behind his back, walked slowly in front of the other person, and said in a low voice, what does it mean to be infinitely close to death? But you can never take that step. How can death be so scary? The only thing that scares people is that they have been tortured before death. Those tortures will magnify the pain infinitely, and such death is the release. I don't know who is planning what the Hope Survivors base is, but the Hope Survivors base is a tree and a plant, and the other party cannot touch it as long as Zhang Bufang is here. Probably the other party has never thought that Zhang Bufang can really use means to force him to get all the answers he wants to know. Maybe at some point, the other party feels that Zhang Bufang is not only more powerful, but also smarter. Is it useless? Or some people commented on Zhang Bufang. A sword light in the end of the world, whether it is the forging of the sword itself or the damage caused by the sword, can make people feel fear, but only this one. The sword, on the inside, is a soft sword. If you really follow this evaluation, it would be completely wrong. Zhang Bufang thought that his former self could be described as cowardly. After Zhang Bufang got the Hope Survivor base, the owner of the base. When I was in a new position, I would often think about the things I had done before, and found that if I had been braver back then, many things would not have required such big detours. There are advantages and disadvantages to this, Zhang Bufang understands. When he came out of the original experimental area of Hua State, Zhang Bufang probably thought about something clearly. For example, he once thought about it repeatedly. What on earth is he going to do? This idea has brought him many things, and the opportunities are ever-changing. It determines what he wants to do, how far he can go in this world in the future, what kind of position he can reach, and even look down at someone proudly. Or just be a casual protector, killing zombies, but just want to be safe and sound. Zhang Bufang ultimately denied the latter. He did not make much achievements in his previous life. There are such good conditions to support him in this world. There is no man who does not want to gain the pinnacle power in this world. It is just due to environmental conditions. Just don't let him think about it. What Zhang Bufang wants is to stand at the top of the world. Even if the doomsday virus never dissipates, even if disaster strikes this land forever, Zhang Bufang hopes to lead his team to a pure land here. His first step, the Water City, has already been successfully established, right? To find the way to the top of the world, no one has to abandon all the things they fear. The more afraid you are, the more loopholes you have. If you want to stand at the top of an era, you don't have to fight zombies. Those are just a group of zombies. They are just walking zombies without thoughts. They are the same kind as themselves, a bloody path trodden on top of thousands of corpses, and the result Zhang Bufang ultimately wants. Therefore, Zhang Bufang is trying hard to abandon all the things he fears. This scream was heartbreaking. Then the sound-absorbing design was installed in this room, which seemed to be unable to stop the shrill sound from being heard. I'll give you one last chance. I don't want to say the same thing again. Zhang Bufang stood up with a cold expression and sat casually on the chair behind him. He half squinted his eyes to look lazy, but in his eyes, with endless intent to kill. This man actually wanted to commit suicide just now. How could Zhang Bufang allow him to get his wish? All the weapons and poisons that this man was carrying were found, and he was being tied up in an experimental room. On the stage, this man had no power to resist. For him, even suicide was out of reach. There was gradually more blood on the experimental table, one drop after another, and it began to drip down. The hot blood hit the cold floor. The red and white colors were really pale, sickly, and extremely beautiful. Cruel. Maybe it was beautiful. An unexpected way to behave. Are you going to say it or not? Zhang Bufang raised his legs. It has only been 5 minutes now. He wants to see how far this person can endure. Zhang Bufang still admires such a person. At least he persists. After waiting for 5 minutes, Zhang Bufang looked at the complex data displayed on the machine and said, "Do you want to try the current? I will control the amount." No. Fear began to appear in this man's eyes, and his limbs could not help but tremble. He was afraid, and he finally gave in. Every minute and every second seemed like a whole century had passed. It was so long. This person was not even sure if Zhang Bufang had any way to prolong his death for several days and make him struggle in pain. The pain should be numbing, but this person found that his body seemed to be constantly being stimulated, and the pain was never ending. Zhang Bufang stopped what he was doing, turned around, and looked into his eyes. If the other person wanted to stare at Zhang Bufang, he had to raise his head a little. This action made the restraint belt on the experimental table strangle him tightly. There was even a red mark on his neck, but the man could no longer feel it. But I still have to warn you first. One of your legs and one of your hands has been broken. I don't want you to die without even a complete body. Zhang Bufang smiled evilly. I said. This man's voice was hoarse and weak, like a boat struggling repeatedly on the stormy sea. He wanted to be rescued, but the outcome was already doomed. He still refused to give up, and his throat began to spilling blood. The person is located to the west of the base, in an empty, abandoned area that was burned by fire. After the person said this, it was as if all the air had been taken away, and he took a big breath, and then was covered in blood again. Choking. Horrible. I just took this task. I don't know my employer, and I haven't met him. Are you a task taker from the mercenary guild? Zhang Bufang could think of a person to take the task. The first step was to hire a guild, and then he could directly lead to whether there was something wrong with Jiangxi. Zhang Bufang thought of it in an instant. Too many forces were involved, and his eyes immediately became sharp, and he would never tolerate a single lie. Yes. Proof of identity, Zhang Bufang said coldly. I am a member of the Employment Guild who abandoned the mission. I no longer belong to the Employment Guild. Judging from the pale face of this man, the blood on his chest, the fact that he was breathing heavily but had to cough, and the dried blood on the ground, he probably wouldn't live long. What other plans do you have? Zhang Bufang asked patiently. They're all single calls, I don't know. He had already gotten the news he wanted, so why ask any more questions? This person may have reached his end and could not say anything. Zhang Bufang untied the immobilization belt on the experimental table, and the person immediately curled up. Of course, one leg and one hand could not be moved. Zhang Bufang turned around and took a few steps before he heard the man's painful wails. Just as he felt indifferent to this, he heard another sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Zhang Bufang turned around and saw that the other person was lying on the ground. He had fallen from the experimental table. His voice had long been hoarse and wasted. He could not speak a word. The only thing he could do was to make slight noises. He struggled hard and scratched randomly on the floor with one hand, leaving traces of blood. It took a lot of effort to lower his head and turn his eyes to Zhang Bufang. This man's lips moved and his eyes stared at Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang looked at it indifferently for a while, and then took a few steps forward. Zhang Bufang saw an urgent desire in this man's eyes. He just wants to die? The more he waits for a minute, the more pain he will endure. Zhang Bufang picked up the injection medicine that was put aside. The man instinctively reacted and started to be afraid, so Zhang Bufang grabbed his hand. His little strength was no longer enough. He squeezed it easily, and Zhang Bufang gave it to him. What he injected was not a virus drug, but a drug he discovered in the laboratory to calm the mood and relieve pain of experimental subjects. I heard that if you inject more, you can feel numbness in your body, and you can rest in less than 30 seconds. Vegetable. After Zhang Bufang finished injecting all the medicine, he saw that the man's pupils gradually became dilated, his movements became stiffer and stiffer, and his struggles became smaller and smaller. It was almost impossible to feel that there was any breath in him anymore. It flowed, and it didn't take long for the body to cool down. Look, Zhang Bufang, you have become very thorough. Rest in peace, Zhang Bufang said coldly. Then he put down the body, stood up, turned and left. When he walked to the door of the laboratory, the expression on his face finally became unbearable, and he slapped it with his hand on the door, and then clenched it tightly. Zhang Bufang lowered his head and covered his face with his arms. Zhang Bufang, you have changed completely. After about a minute or two, Zhang Bufang acted as if nothing was wrong. He loosened his fists, straightened his clothes, smiled slightly, twisted the door handle, and left the room. Let's clean up inside. Don't publicize this matter to the outside world, you know? Of course, the guards were not far outside the door. When they saw Zhang Bufang coming out, they stood straight and respectful. However, what surprised them was that Zhang Bufang even talked to them gently before entering the laboratory. It was only 15. Less than a minute later, when Zhang Bufang came out, he still had the same expression and the same tone of voice, but the two guards felt scared, especially the rhetorical question in the last paragraph. Don't worry, sir. We stick to our duties. But the two guards didn't dare to think too much. After all, Lord Zhang was still looking at them, waiting for their answer. Well done. I hope the future safety of the survivor base will be in your hands. Zhang Bufang smiled again, passed the two guards, and walked away alone. Master Zhang, told you that you should keep guard until I recover from my injury? Taylor asked doubtfully the two guards who refused to leave. Yes, sir, please don't embarrass us. The two guards said respectfully. Jianjin really didn't expect that these people would really dare to open the iron cage. Why didn't he notice that the iron cage was actually remotely controlled electronically? But it doesn't matter anymore. Jianjin vaguely saw that she was covered with zombies, crowded together. Just now, the iron door of the cage was opened. Unfortunately, he was the one who suffered. Even if he responded quickly, it only took 10 minutes at most. Time. His body was already stretched to its limit. Jianjin thought that this was his breakthrough, but the feeling of being bitten by zombies was too uncomfortable. It would probably be nice to die here. Jianjin didn't ask for how glorious her death would be, or why she would die. After all, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are in heaven, right? Wouldn't it be nice to die? It would save you having to waste your time in the last days. After all, this was an unexpected end for him. Jianjin really never thought that his doomsday road would end here. But at this time he was on the verge of despair and was already in a decadent state. His flesh and blood were being eaten, and Jianjin's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Since there was no, if the method changes, then just accept it directly. As a result, when Zhang Bufang arrived in a hurry, he found a dozen zombies surrounding a certain place. The other zombies desperately wanted to get in, but were squeezed out by their companions. As soon as Zhang Bufang arrived at the place, other zombies. The zombies stared at him one after another. Zhang Bufang looked at the place where the zombies were besieging him. He waved the sword in his hand without hesitation and chopped off the heads of these zombies. In an instant, he cleared the area within a few meters. Fortunately, there were not many zombies here. For Zhang Bufang, the level is as easy as peeling tofu. However, Jianjin's current condition seems to be extremely bad. Jianjin lay weakly on the ground. Her eyes were closed. Her face was pale, her arms, legs, waist. There were traces of zombies eating them, and the blood was red all over the ground. Zhang Bufang's mind went blank for a moment. So was he still late? After a second or two, Zhang Bufang quickly came to his senses, felt flustered, and quickly asked the system, "Is there any medicine to save Jianjin?" Yes. The system voice was as cold as before, without fluctuations, and he quickly replied to Zhang Bufang, "Resurrection pill. Unit price is 4,000 gold coins. After use, it can quickly repair wounds on the body and clear out the bodies. All the side effects of the drug are only the side effects of the medicine. After using it, you will feel pain in your body within a few days, and you will be fine after the pain passes." Change. Zhang Bufang did not hesitate. Zhang Bufang had just killed so many zombies, and he had added some gold coins, which should be enough. So after waiting for a second or two, Zhang Bufang caught a medicine bottle in his hand, and he helped Jianjin up. At this time, Jianjin was already cold. The zombie virus spread rapidly on his body. Zhang Bufang could see with the naked eye that everywhere on Jianjin's body that had been bitten by zombies began to turn purple, and then rotted rapidly, and the originally fair and beautiful skin turned purple. This turned it into a dirty-looking blood-red color. Zhang Bufang did not dare to stay any longer and fed the elixir he had just exchanged to Jianjin, forcefully forcing the body to take it. The effect of the medicine did not seem to be that obvious. The wound that should have rotted was still rotting. Samire didn't continue breathing. She was still a cold corpse. "Sorry, I'm late." Even though Zhang Bufang rushed here as fast as he could, because he didn't know the specific place, he took some detours. If he could have come earlier, maybe Jianjin would also. "I won't bear the pain." Zhang Bufang held Jianjin in his arms for the time being, and then looked around. There was an iron cage not far away. The first time Zhang Bufang saw it, his eyes became complicated. Was Jianjin locked in the cage? Since this cage is still here, does the person who planned it still stay here? Why didn't the wounds on his body change at all? Zhang Bufang was afraid of causing secondary damage to the body. Even if Jianjin was resurrected, there would be any sequelae, so he didn't dare to move him temporarily, but after waiting for several minutes, there was still no change in this body, and Zhang Bufang became a little anxious. It takes time for the drug to take effect. The system answered him this way. "How long?" Zhang Bufang asked. "At least half an hour. During this period, the host must protect the person's body, but it must only be able to treat the body's trauma and the virus infected by the body. During this period, if other conditions occur in the body, but if there is no way to remedy it," the system said. Zhang Bufang did not answer the system's words anymore. He felt that there seemed to be several other people around him. Yes, it was not just one person. Thinking of what the person he asked about in the laboratory said to him, Zhang Bufang had to think about it again. Is this also their strategy? Then several people fell from the sky. In this area where all the zombies had been cleaned up by Zhang Bufang, corpses were lying in random directions, which made people feel scared. The corpses of those zombies quickly began to decay, and it will even turn into some green liquid, and a disgusting person can vomit out the overnight meal. "Did you bring me here on purpose?" Zhang Bufang's eyes were like daggers. It seemed that he was going to have a fierce battle during this period of time. The system only took the medicine for half an hour, and the effect would be gone. It will happen, but Zhang Bufang has no way to determine how long it will take for Jianjin's body constitution to take effect. There were a total of 5 people on the other side. Zhang Bufang took a quick glance and saw that 2 of them were level 35. There was no need to look at such little rubbish. There were 2 others who were level 40, and the other one was level 46. Speaking of which, Zhang Bufang seems to have been stuck at level 45 for a long time. Maybe he needs a chance to break through. Zhang Bufang looked at the corpse in his arms worriedly, and finally placed him carefully on the ground, stood up, and faced the visitor. He did not want to speak even though the other party did not speak. "Are you Zhang Bufang? This level 46 should be a leader." He spoke in such a very arrogant tone. Zhang Bufang is in an extremely bad mood now. As soon as he returned to the Hope Survivor base, Jianjin was arrested. The person who replaced Jianjin was another waste. He didn't even count the time for the zombie wave to appear. It was a waste of time. After spending so much preparation time, while searching for clues, Taylor was accidentally injured. When he went to press for Jianjin's location, the man procrastinated again and finally got to the place, only to find that no one was there. Unfortunately, this kind of anger can only be shared by these 5 people. Zhang Bufang didn't bother to say a word. He drew out his knife, ran forward in a few steps, slashed with the knife horizontally, then turned around and stabbed several people with the sword. Zhang Bufang hit 5 of them, and was temporarily on top. The first ones eliminated in this fight were the 2 level 35 ones. Zhang Bufang killed another level 41 without saying a word, leaving a level 41 and the level 46 one. Zhang Bufang kept fighting while. I speculated in my mind that this person didn't seem to know him well. At least he didn't even know his level. He, a level 45 person who could beat higher levels, would actually send this kind of minions to provoke him. After Zhang Bufang kicked the level 40 man out, he concentrated on fighting the level 46 man. The sword wind was whistling, but Zhang Bufang's attack speed was getting faster and faster. It saves a lot by doing most of the moves, which is equivalent to simplifying several moves. Half transformed. Zhang Bufang's face became colder and colder, but he still didn't stop. He was running and fighting for a long time. Zhang Bufang's vision suddenly swayed. Zhang Bufang was almost hit by the opponent, but he reacted. When the time came, he focused more on fighting the opponent. But the body really has a mind of its own. Some aspects of Zhang Bufang's body were really unintended. For example, his eyesight began to turn black with each blow. He even felt like his eyelids were about to be sewn shut. There were also Zhang Bufang's arms that held the sword. The hand is numb. Until Zhang Bufang turned his sword and used his strength to push away the opponent's weapon with one sword. The opponent was so frightened that he took a few steps back. The two of them distanced themselves. During this rare break, Zhang Bufang, just now he felt himself trembling. This was not a trembling of fear, or more like he was angry. But the more angry you are, the calmer you are, right? Zhang Bufang was surprisingly calm when thinking about every action. He didn't think about anything or say anything. He just stared at his enemy. Then he raised his eyebrows, and Zhang Bufang's eyes became fierce. It seemed that most of them are in a passive state, otherwise they would not be captured so easily. Should we also learn from the villains in novels and simply not use the name of justice? Just do what you want to do, and do whatever it takes to achieve what you want to do. But Zhang Bufang forgot about the level 40 person. At this time, the level 40 person ran next to Jian Jin and grabbed the opponent's neck. Zhang Bufang did not intend to show mercy and wanted to kill the level 46 person with one sword. When the body was stabbed from side to side, this level 40 man shouted desperately, "If you don't want him to be dismembered, stop it immediately." After hearing this, Zhang Bufang did stop what he was doing, but it was just a pause. Just when the two people breathed a sigh of relief, Zhang Bufang's hand that stopped in midair quickly fell down again. It's just that his Miao target just now was the opponent's heart, and now it's the opponent's legs. As long as the legs are broken, then this person can't even think about running away, and he will be dealt with later. Zhang Bufang directly disabled the legs of the level 46 person. This frightened the level 40 person. Even if he threatened Zhang Bufang, he still stammered when speaking. When the blood from the throat splashes out, more than one person may die. The person who threatened Zhang Bufang with Jian Jin had his throat slit and fell to the side helplessly. Similarly, Jian Jin was already scarred, and now there were new wounds on her neck. Zhang Bufang stood in front of the corpse and did nothing. He looked at Jian Jin's corpse with a slightly dazed look, and then turned his gaze to the level 40 person next to him. His mind seemed to be blank. He didn't know how to think about his next move, but he was afraid that squatting down and picking up the body would disturb his dream. Where Jian Jin's neck was cut open, only a little blood flowed out. Repair failed. The system began to remind Zhang Bufang. Failure to repair means that Jian Jin's body cannot heal anymore. Zhang Bufang thought in his mind, but this was just a trauma. Zhang Bufang didn't believe it. Other wounds could be repaired, so why couldn't this one? Zhang Bufang asked. Is he too weak? Zhang Bufang looked at his hands blankly. He could easily kill this level 40 person, and this level 40 person could also easily destroy Jian Jin's life. Lost someone like this? Impossible. Zhang Bufang seemed to be waking up from a big dream. When he realized it in a panic, he only felt his heart sinking. Zhang Bufang never imagined that this would have the effect he could achieve. He is very strong, isn't he? Zhang Bufang is level 45, but he has skills beyond level 45. He had already condensed his air blade to slash at this level 40 person. Was it still a step too late? Level 45 is already considered outstanding on this continent, but it is not strong enough, far from strong enough, so that he alone may not be able to protect anyone. Host, I suggest you stop the negative thoughts in your mind. The system spoke. Zhang Bufang suddenly remembered that the reason why he was so confident was that he had guessed that the system would not let Jianjin die. But in the current situation, was it the system that was lying to him, or was he aware of it from the beginning to the end? Wrong? Host, negative emotions will affect your own judgment. No matter what happens to the system, it will always be a cold and unwavering voice. Zhang Bufang even suspected that it is an artificial machine at all. This voice is, I don't know who I asked to synthesize it. What on earth do you want to do? Zhang Bufang couldn't help but roared out. It seemed that he was speaking to himself, but also to the system. The rain here has long since stopped. The extreme apocalyptic weather and the myriad changes always leave people wondering. Now the sun is shining brightly, and although the soil on the ground is still muddy, the surface is already somewhat dry. Host, the system can help you stop negative emotions. The system still has the same tone. Zhang Bufang has a saying, go to NM's golden finger. This is the reality. He is indeed not strong enough. Maybe part of his level strength is helped by the system. After all, the system has been released several times before. When it comes to missions, it's all about rewarding you to a certain level, isn't it? Zhang Bufang, how can you be sure that you can still maintain your current performance after breaking up with the system? Zhang Bufang asked himself in his heart. The system cannot hear these words. The system can only pass through his face. It's just a matter of judging what he is thinking through his facial expressions and actions. Unfortunately, Zhang Bufang deeply understood the reality that he could not do anything to the system, but the system could do anything to him. When did he start relying on this damn thing? System, I want to save him, Zhang Bufang said coldly. Then he squatted down and gently stroked the incision on the corpse's neck. The blood had already stained his hands. It's just that the medicine repair failed. This is how the system answered him. So there is still hope? Zhang Bufang asked. Jianjin's body can be further repaired based on the rejuvenation medicine. System theory. Really? Zhang Bufang looked slightly confused, and finally a flash occurred in his mind. What did he catch? Didn't he get a chip the last time he was in China? Zhang Bufang later checked the contents of the chip deciphered by Jiang Shi and remembered a certain part clearly. It seemed that when recording China's original zombie experiments, there was a mention of research in other experimental areas, one of which was the evolution of the human body. Mentioned the record of 1 or 2 sentences. Zhang Bufang became particularly clear about this part after thinking about it. China's original experiment on purifying the human body started from corpses. In this case, maybe Jianjin can still be saved. System, help me save it. Zhang Bufang wiped off the blood on Jianjin's face with clean clothes. The system has a way to keep this body from corruption, and what he has to do now is to find a way. It is possible to establish contact with China without harming its own interests. What is happening now is surprising, and there are still no clues. Zhang Bufang's trip back and forth was all in vain. He neither succeeded in rescuing Jianjin nor found out the mastermind behind the incident. They took their time, and Zhang Bufang thought to himself that they still had a lot of time to take revenge. Since the enemy dared to kill, he would dare to retaliate tenfold. The biggest difference in the end of the world is that the social model is different from his original world. The lifestyle here is even faster. People's biggest thought every day is not how much money they want to make, but how to continue to live tomorrow. Similarly, his original world was a peaceful world, ruled by law and stability, and abiding by the law would lead to a beautiful and free life. But it is different here. The original beauty here will be disrupted and become a mess. No one knows what will happen next. What will a virus do? The outbreak of the Doomsday virus has brought people a benefit. That is, they have evolved hierarchical strength in order to survive. There is something that almost divides the entire social hierarchy. Super-level existences separate 2 worlds from those of low-level people, including the so-called upper world in the main city. It is said that all existing people are a group of high-level people and low-level people. There are very few people at a high level, but those at a low level must be extremely outstanding at a certain point. In a low-level world, it's like every base will take in those who really have nowhere to wander and can't do anything. The base will take in survivors who have obtained supplies from missions, but that doesn't mean they won't dislike them. Therefore, the world is very polarized. Use violence to stop violence, and kill to stop killing have almost become the trend of the entire society here. Because basic survival can no longer be maintained, people will not care about elegance. When Zhang Bufang first came to this world, he was accompanied by zombies every day. At that time, he, Chen Tao, and Guantong were still thinking about how to find a stable place for themselves. At that time, Zhang Bufang was full of passion. He thought that if he owned the system, he would have the best things in the world. The reason why he was so confident at that time was that whoever gets the system will win the world, and thought that just killing zombies would be enough. But it seems that this is not the case now. This is the first time that Zhang Bufang is questioning his own ability so thoroughly. In the past, it was because his vision was not high enough and he never doubted who the system was. But it is different now. Zhang Bufang can detect changes in himself. He is suspicious, vigilant, sensitive, and deals with the people around him. Once something goes wrong, he will immediately leave a way out for himself. He used to be with zombies, but now he is among everyone. With a high level, it is very easy to deal with low-level zombies, and Zhang Bufang's killing of zombies is not as frequent as before. But now he is returning to his life of killing zombies. Zhang Bufang remembered that the system for improving his level was partially helped, but the improvement in level was also partly due to his own actions. If he wants to deal with various forces in this world, Zhang Bufang thinks that he is not so versatile and proficient in all kinds of interpersonal communication. He cannot obtain supreme stability, glory, and wealth with just one mouth. Of course, he himself, no matter how strong he is, he won't be allowed to do this. The previous times he was questioning the system, Zhang Bufang was alienated from the system. This time, although the conflict with the system was not directly caused by the system, there must be part of the reason in it. Or maybe it was because he used his anger to migrating to the system. If he didn't delay, if he could kill these people neatly, Jianjin would still be saved, right? Sorry, I didn't protect you well. The system applied some methods to the body to prevent it from rotting. Zhang Bufang picked up Jianjin and quickly rushed back to the Hope Survivor base. Dugua. Zhang Bufang dialed Dug was communication. Soon, the communication was picked up, and Dugua replied, Lord Buddha, what are your instructions? Catch the dummy in the base and don't let him escape. Zhang Bufang was referring to the person who sneaked into the base and pretended to be Jianjin. Yes. Dugua had been observing the other party's movements and had already arranged guards at the other party's residence just to be afraid of something going wrong. Dugua was very foresight and left the base to look for Zhang Jianjin after Zhang Bufang. At that time, he put the fake Jianjin under house arrest in his residence. He almost didn't do anything and just handcuffed her to the chain and locked her up. However, Dugua seemed to have noticed something strange in Zhang Bufang's tone at this time. He personally carried out the orders issued by Zhang Bufang himself. Dugua was already rushing towards the place of house arrest, and the communication had not been turned off yet. He was a little worried about Zhang Bufang and asked as he walked, Lord Buddha, what's going on? I'll rush back in a moment. Zhang Bufang did not answer Dugua directly. Lord Buddha, come back. Dawn has broken in the sky, and the light of dawn is falling on this land again. Every morning is always full of hope and infinite fighting spirit, but at the same time, it is also a more profound mockery of the losers. Guantong got up very early. She must operate the zombie siege, well, recently. She must not make any mistakes when the time comes. During daily patrols, Guantong discovered Zhang Bufang. She was a little happy at first, until she saw Zhang Bufang. Bufang was holding Jianjin, and the smile on Guantong's face suddenly froze. As if he didn't understand what was going on with Jianjin, her eyes closed, covered in blood, and with a hole in her neck. Where is the cold room? Zhang Bufang asked hoarsely. Some things in the base still need to be refrigerated. This technology has long been popularized, and it is convenient even in the end of the world. Guantong understood it immediately. As a woman, she is more emotional than men. She lost a friend like this, and Guantong's beautiful mood suddenly became uncomfortable. Guantong led Zhang Bufang to the cold room of the Hope Survivor base. Guantong asked someone to clean up a new room. Zhang Bufang placed Jianjin in the instrument. Then, a trace of white smoke leaked out of the instrument. The already cold place became even colder, but it seemed that Zhang Bufang himself didn't notice it. As long as Jian is a good policyholder here first, there will be endless possibilities in the future. Zhang Bufang will contact the original people in Hua in the next step, and Jian will definitely be saved. Guantong left to inform the other members. He suddenly left someone who had been with him day and night. Guantong was still not used to it. Jian is actually a very good person. Although sometimes his words are not very pleasant, he often leads the base to do many meaningful things, and the base has developed well because of this. Jian is very gentle and caring towards them. Tong still remembers a time when he hoped that luck would. A guard in the storage base greeted Jian, and Jian just responded politely, with alienation in her eyes. Later, the guard told her, Jian is really hard to get close to. I admire him very much. But at the same time, I am also very afraid of him. Atong. Chen Tao saw Guantong and gave him a good morning kiss as usual, but then he panicked again, wiped away the tears falling on Guantong's face, and asked, Don't cry first, don't. Cry. Is someone bullying you? Who is it? I'm going to beat him. Guantong's own strength is not low, and she is a very prestigious and approachable leader in the base. How can anyone bully her? Guantong thinks that crying is a very hypocritical behavior, so she never cries. Even if she encounters big things, tears will roll in her eyes, and she will not let them fall. Let her lover worry. It was really inappropriate behavior. After Guantong took a few deep breaths, she calmed down her emotions a little, but her voice was still a little unstable. She said, Master Jian. Bullying you. Chen Tao's eyes widened. He interrupted the other party before he could finish what he said. Master Jian, it's in the cold room. Guantong didn't want to use the word death to accompany Jian, and a slightly euphemistic expression was enough. But Chen Tao really didn't understand, and asked doubtfully. Jian was rescued by Buddha? But why did she go to the cold room? Follow me. Guantong grabbed the other person's hand. I still remember a saying, I can endure the darkness. As a major manager of the Hope Survivors base, Dugua is responsible for many areas and various expenses and income of the base. He is also the captain of the base maintenance team. Dugua stays here with all his heart. It can be said that he is dedicated to everything. He is very concerned about it. Zhang Bufang knew what happened in the base from the moment he stepped into the city gate. In the control room, he saw a corpse held by Buddha. So Dugua did not go to the cold room first, but notified others. This. The one who couldn't accept it the most was probably Chen He. He was stunned, staring at the face of the person in the refrigerator room. After looking at it for a long time, he couldn't utter a complete word, and his brain was on the spot. Crash. He couldn't accept the reality he saw before him. Jian was his life-saving benefactor. It was Jian who brought him to that dark place in the underground area. Without Jian, Chen He would not have encountered such good things as the Hope Survivor base. Friends, you will never meet Buddha. The temperature in the cold room was really too low. Zhang Bufang was quickly pulled out by the guards. Zhang Bufang let the two men pull him. Only when he entered the cold room did he feel that the outside seemed to be really real. There was some warmth, and then he sneezed. It seemed that he was really crazy. Sir, I'm really sorry, but it's really hard to stay in there for a long time. The guard began to apologize now. Nothing. Thank you very much. You can go and do your own thing. Zhang Bufang still gave the other party a smile. There is a huge glass window in the cold storage room. The temperature inside is very cold, but people outside can see the situation inside through this glass window. There is only one instrument and one body placed there. Buddha. Chen He didn't believe it. The moment he saw Zhang Bufang, he ran towards him. Because he didn't believe this fact, he urgently needed an answer, someone he was willing to believe in and admire in his heart. The answer given must be the most true. Chen He, who was so excited, was almost incoherent. His tone was surprisingly fast, and he said, What happened? Why do I see this? It shouldn't have happened somewhere again. What an accident, and why? Chen He, Zhang Bufang stopped everything the other party wanted to say with a single word. Chen He looked at Zhang Bufang almost with pleading eyes, hoping that the other party would not tell him the answer that he could not accept but had to face. Come all over. Zhang Bufang did not answer Chen He immediately. There were other people standing not far away. Dugua, Chen He, Chen Tao, Guantong, Jiang Haiyang, Zhang Bufang. The original team of 7 people now have 1 less person. 6 people are standing here in this huge glass window, and there is 1 person inside the glass window. Some people looked at Zhang Bufang from time to time, and then looked inside the glass window from time to time, with a look of confusion on their faces. Some people knew what happened the moment they rushed over, and just closed their eyes to hide the sadness in their hearts. There was someone who was not very familiar with the corpse and felt depressed because of the loss of a friend. Guantong looked inside the glass window and couldn't help crying. Chen Tao fell silent at this time, quietly wiping away the tears of his lover and comforting him. Hold each other. I really didn't expect. It seemed like a long time had passed. In this quiet place, the first person to speak was actually Chen Tao, who often bickered and taunted each other with Jian Jin. He said, I thought this guy would never. Think about yourself. Even if something happens one day, he will definitely be the one who has the last laugh. He seemed to be smiling bitterly and pulled his lover into his arms. Chen Tao's tone was calm, but he couldn't help but laugh at himself as he spoke. But even with the mocking tone, he became increasingly desolate. Perhaps it really confirms what he said, heaven is jealous of talents. Chen Tao usually would not admit what the other party said. Lord Buddha. Chen He reacted. The atmosphere he had just created brought him closer and closer to the truth. He was eager to seek an answer. In his heart, Jian Jin and Zhang Bufang both ranked first position, so the first person he sought was naturally Zhang Bufang. Nothing will happen. Zhang Bufang was surprisingly calm. Only he himself would know how terrifying the turmoil hidden under his calm surface was. His mood was almost violent, and he wanted to explode into a rage. When he got up, he wanted to kill people, or rush into the zombies and blow their heads off one by one. But at this time, all the violence seemed to be packed into a small ball and placed in a space. The air inside is all stuff that suppresses these bad emotions. Even Zhang Bufang himself didn't understand why he could still act so calm. What happened? Zhang Haiyang asked. It's because I'm not strong enough, and it's because I don't think carefully enough. That's why I'm like this now. Zhang Bufang lowered his eyes and took all the blame on himself. Chen He, who was closest to him, couldn't believe it. Bu Fang patted Chen He on the shoulder and said, But it won't be what you think. He can still be saved. Is there any help? Zhang Haiyang asked. Everything that could be placed in the refrigerator was dead. Well, China was conducting an experiment. When Jiangxi came last time, everyone should have read the files in the chip. There was an experiment in it about evolving the human body, which might be able to save Jian Jin. Zhang Bufang. Explain. However, Hua's original ambitions are not small. If he cooperates with the other party in this way, he is afraid that more troubles will arise. Zhang Haiyang did not say these words. Once he said them, it would be disappointing and would cause unhappiness. In Jiang, from Haiyang's point of view, the Hope Survivor base and the original Hua Kingdom had already formed a rift. When the original Hua Kingdom was there, the other party used a few of them for experiments. In the end, their unwillingness to give in made them very angry. Probably he could only lament that things in the world make people miserable. Zhang Haiyang sighed. He admired Jian Jin's foresight and felt sorry for what happened to her today. People who should not have experienced this in the first place were torn apart by their fate. Is it really going to be okay? Chen He confirmed again and again, then thought of something and asked for a moment. But who is the person who is still at the base? This just reminded Zhang Bufang that it was time to settle the accounts. Lord Buddha, leave that person's interrogation to me. Zhang Bufang's face was full of exhaustion. Seeing that Zhang Bufang was still going to the detention center, Dugwa took the initiative to propose it. Zhang Bufang stopped. Jian Jin's death did not have any impact on the base. First of all, he had sealed the news. He just hid it from the people in the Hope Survivor base. He still had contacts with other forces. It will still be revealed at some point. But in short, today is still today, and tomorrow is still tomorrow. There is no change. Everyone still does what they should do. It is just that there are some differences in mood. Thank you very much, then. Zhang Bufang did feel that there were waves of dizziness in his head, and the things in front of him were a little blurry. He should take a rest. Lord Buddha, there is no need to thank me, Dugwa said. Zhang Bufang steadied his steps and said without changing his expression, let someone tidy up Jian Jin's room and throw away all used things. Yes. Guo replied. Zhang Bufang lay down for a while and then woke up. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. He just couldn't fall asleep. After staying for a while, he simply got up and went to Jian Jin's residence. The cleaning was very fast, and all daily necessities such as cups were replaced. Zhang Bufang slept for about an hour or two. The residence was not big, so it was cleaned cleanly, and nothing that should not be moved was left untouched. However, the people in the base only cleaned the outermost room, which is used for offices. Jian Jin guarded against others, and even guarded against herself. Of course, this room was just a decoration. Zhang Bufang walked around here to make sure there was nothing suspicious before entering. There is still a row of large bookshelves. In the apocalypse, Jian Jin was still so keen on collecting paper books. Zhang Bufang did not see his drug test tubes here. He didn't know where Jian Jin put them. Where was Zhang Bufang? After sitting on the chair for a while, he touched the books on the bookshelf. The style of the room was old Chinese style, and everything was filled with the cultural atmosphere of his past world. Only Jian Jin could do such a luxurious thing. It's probably a feeling of being in a different world. Thinking that good things are usually placed in the bottom row, Zhang Bufang squatted down and randomly picked one. When he saw the title of the book, he couldn't help laughing. On the black and white book, it said, "How He Died on the Flats" is a strange title. There is no point in flipping through the plot of the novel at all. This book was written by Jian Jin herself. It was not printed, but handwritten with pen marks. From the middle to the back, every page was written. He asked Jian Jin's name and date, but Zhang Bufang's expression changed as he flipped through the pages. This is not a novel. It is more like a diary, but Jian Jin never likes to write down the trivial things in life in a notebook. After all, he never reads it if he writes it down. Jian Jin's dates are not consecutive every day. Only, when something happens, he will write a few things up. It is more like every transaction record or power information. Jian Jin wrote these things in the most ordinary tone. From his perspective, sometimes he was sloppy, sometimes elegant, and some sentences contained unabashed swear words and ridicule. For example, this latest article was written 10 days before Jian Jin died. Look, another stupid person came to me. I chatted with him out of politeness, but as always, it was boring. It seems that such a person will never admit that a person has such an abstract thing as loyalty. Repeatedly, convincing me to join their team. The underground district is really becoming more and more courageous. Even if there is an employment guild next to it, it still dares to do something overtly or covertly. Those losers in the employment guild union always turn a blind eye. Sooner or later, the underground area will break away from the employment guild. The guild has become a separate force. The place established under the main city should not be underestimated. But is it really good to take advantage of the situation so blatantly? It's really annoying. There was also a folded piece of paper placed on this page. Zhang Bufang took out the paper, put the book away, and then opened it to read. It read, "Mr. Jian Jin is sincerely invited to the underground area." This is a blatant poaching of Jian Jin. However, as Jian Jin said, the underground area is indeed a special existence. Zhang Bufang refolded the piece of paper and put it back into the book. He did not go through anything else. After all, it was still Jian Jin's business. Jian Jin had already shown her loyalty by refusing the underground area. "Lord Buddha, why don't you go and rest?" Zhang Bufang met Guantong as soon as he came out of Jian Jin's residence. It seemed that today was the day of the zombie siege, and he had forgotten about it. Zhang Bufang knocked on his head, and then said, "I can't calculate the specific time. I'm afraid it will be troublesome when the zombies attack later. Anyway, it won't happen. I couldn't sleep, so I walked around. Have everything been taken care of? Equipment, weapons, personnel arrangements, logistics support? Everything has been fully prepared. Buddha, don't worry." Guantong nodded and said, "Go and clean up the list of all personnel again. Make sure they match the numbers." Zhang Bufang was worried that there were other people infiltrating the base. "Okay," Guantong replied. On the other side, Zhou Ju was ready to take his personal guards to the Hope Survivor base for a tour. The only thing that bothered him was that the Hope Survivor base had taken a large sum of money from their country. "Why haven't you established a teleportation array yet?" DDDD-. The alarm sounded. "Everyone, get ready. Let's clean up some zombies first, and then." Zhang Bufang stood on the city wall and was about to give orders when he saw something not quite right. Several off-road vehicles were rushing towards this side, and they stood out among the large group of zombies. Zhang Bufang remembered that there seemed to be people rushing to the Hope Survivor base when zombies were sieging the city last time, but those people at that time, quite embarrassed, unlike these overly arrogant cars. Not afraid of the siege of these zombies at all, he just relied on the high-quality material of the car to crush through the zombies and flew all the way to the city. Zhang Bufang became alert. The other party was so unkind. Zhang Bufang. Before Zhang Bufang could finish thinking, he was interrupted by a voice from below. Original from the Kingdom of China, please open the city gates. It was a rather arrogant tone. Zhang Bufang was silent. Where did this stupidity come from? However, the sign on the off-road vehicle was indeed the original one from China. Zhang Bufang still ordered the city gate to be opened. After the off-road vehicle entered, he immediately closed it and ordered people to shoot. Keep an eye on this place. I'll go meet them, Zhang Bufang said with a bad look on his face. It seems that zombies are attacking the city here. As soon as he walked in, someone was sitting on the sofa next to him, leaning lazily, not forgetting to light a cigarette for himself. When he saw Zhang Bufang coming in, I casually threw an identification card to him. The former Hua Kingdom, General Zhou Ju? Zhang Bufang had never seen this man when he was in the original Hua Kingdom, but looking at his appearance, he seemed to be quite young, a man who reached the top at such a young age. Zhang Bufang had already begun to set up a warning line against the other party. But didn't the original Chinese state have regulations that prohibited one person from possessing all the original ruling rights of the Chinese state? Hello, Mr. Zhang Defo. Forgive me for interrupting this time, Zhou Ju said with a smile, and then called his bodyguard over. Young master. A person who came and bowed respectfully to Zhou Ju. Everyone go help. Zhou Ju sent out all 12 personal guards he led. What's the matter? Zhang Bufang sat down on the sofa opposite. I just happened to come to Zhang Fui with something, but I didn't expect that today would be a special day, but the situation at that time obviously did not allow me to talk about this matter for a long time. Zhou Ju took a drag on the cigarette, then put it out and threw it away. Lose. Zhang Bufang just nodded in response. He felt that the person who came here was evil. Although he now wanted to seek help from China and planned to go to China after the zombie attack was over, he had not forgotten what he had done before. Not long after, he blackmailed the other party severely, and today the other party came to visit? Zhang Fui doesn't need to be so wary of me. Zombies are the enemy of everyone in the mainland. The top priority is to destroy them. Zhou Ju, wearing a black military uniform with a gun on his waist and a saber tied to his leg, met with the leader. At that time, everyone had a rule, that is, weapons were not allowed, which symbolized a threat, but Zhou Ju, an unruly person, would not care about these things at all. Whether the rules exist or not depends entirely on whether he is happy or not. How about we compete in killing zombies? It will be fun to chat while killing, Zhou Ju said. Zhang Bufang almost understood. The other party didn't take this zombie siege seriously at all. Thinking about it, Hua has been strong for a long time and specializes in picking high-level zombies to fight. He hopes that there will be some in the survivor base every once in a while. Ordinary zombie siege is indeed not a big deal in the eyes of the opponent. Zhang Bufang pondered for a moment, and he looked at the smile on the other person's face and the unabashedly bellicose light in his eyes. For high-level people like them, killing ordinary zombies is really just like playing. Zhang Bufang did not understand what the other party wanted to do with this proposal. But after all, he still wants something from the other party, so he has to agree no matter what. Then please, General, Zhang Bufang said. When they came out of the city wall, some of the zombies had been cleared away. Zhang Bufang then ordered to stop and let all the maintenance team members who had left the city return. Lord Buddha, are you going to? Zhang Haiyang was also one of the people who went out to kill the zombies. Seeing that Zhang Bufang was leading a man in military uniform behind him, he didn't understand. Therefore, when there is a team battle like this, if Meng Xian pays attention, he will find that in a war of 100 people, there are actually only a few big guys dominating the field. It is like that out of 100 people, 95 of them are. There is no need to fight. It will become a battle between 3 or 4 big guys. For example, this boring match between Zhang Bufang and Zhou Ju. They are crazy. Zhang Haiyang was called back and stood on the city wall looking at the scene below. After he said this, Zhou Ju's bodyguard gave him a warning look. There were about 800 zombies under the city. A large group of them were densely packed and black. I saw two people, one holding a double gun in his hand and constantly killing them, and the other holding a long sword and waving it around was a pile of fallen corpses. Level 45 is like a watershed in terms of strength. Before level 45, you still have no confidence in killing ordinary zombies. After level 45, it is like cutting a cake and chopping tofu. As long as you have enough physical strength, you can kill them to the end without any problem. The two big men were chopping tofu at the bottom of the city and stared at the people on the wall. Except for Zhou Ju's personal guards, they seemed to be accustomed to their admiral's warlike character, and judging from their reactions. This is not the first time that Zhou Ju likes such a person to clear the place, and the guards have long been used to it. Zhang Bufang is still stuck at level 45. His mentality is very peaceful. He has a vague feeling of breakthrough recently, but there is no reaction yet. When Zhou Ju arrived, he did not check the opponent's level. But now the other party seems to be deliberately. Zhang Bufang suppressed his level. Although Zhang Bufang glanced at the opponent's body and it showed 45, it was obvious that Zhou Ju, who was a soldier, and his overly bellicose and unruly character, no one would see it at first glance. I feel that Zhou Ju's level is lower than level 50. There are people outside people, and there are mountains outside mountains. Master Zhang Fo, don't be stunned. Zhou Ju shot a zombie in front of Zhang Bufang in the head, and then said to Zhang Bufang, "It's a good time to talk about something." The blood almost splashed on Zhang Bu when the zombie in front of him hit his head. He frowned slightly and moved closer to Zhou Ju for a better conversation. "I came here this time to cooperate with the Hope Survivors base," Zhou Juexian said. Zhang Bufang then fell silent. Coincidentally, he still wanted something from the other party this time, but it was just about cooperation. This kind of thing cannot be agreed rashly, otherwise it would cause turmoil in the mainland. On one side is the original Hua, who occupies the pinnacle of science and technology and has a military background, and on the other is the Hope Survivor base, which is a rising star and has caused a lot of disturbances on the road. What do you think, Zhang Fui? Zhou Ju saw Zhang Bufang's expression and found it interesting. Was the other party concerned about something with his expression? But it's understandable. Why didn't I see Jian Jin? Just when Zhang Bufang was about to answer, the man in military uniform said this sentence as if without any wings. Zhou Ju's impression of the Hope Survivor base is nothing more than Zhang Bufang, a woman, two men, and Jian Jin, who is known as a genius. In the eyes of an arrogant person like him, he only needs. Just remember Zhang Bufang, who is known as Zhang Fui, and Jian Jin, who has a loud name but keeps a low profile. I heard that a while ago, people in the underground area paid a lot of money to dig up Jian Jin, and she was beaten. Face refused. "Hey, this is exactly what I want to discuss with the general," Zhang Bufang said. Zhang Bufang waved his long sword and gradually developed a tacit understanding with Zhou Ju. Zhou Ju also deliberately cooperated with Zhang Bufang in fighting. Zhang Bufang approached Zhou Ju and whispered about this matter. Zhang Bufang just said, "Jane." When Samire was completing tasks related to the Hope Survivor base, she was accidentally besieged by zombies. Zhou Ju didn't care whether the truth was as Zhang Bufang said. A chip was lost in a certain area of Hua's original experiment. But so what? Zhang Bufang's words were undoubtedly a covert statement. Tell him that he has already obtained the chip and has deciphered it. Zhou Ju doesn't care what records of those experiments fall into their hands. The final results will be promoted anyway. It would be good if other forces can do those experiments in advance. The goal is for the better anyway. Improve the probability of human survival. Zhang Bufang was also worried whether Zhou Ju would take the stolen chip into account with him. If the other party's reaction was that he didn't think it was a big deal at all, and if it was taken, so just keep it properly. There is no need to return it. This shocked Zhang Bufang. "Hey, my gun is out of bullets." After Zhou Ju heard Zhang Bufang's words, he didn't do anything unexpected. He casually clasped the gun on his waist and shoulder, and then pulled out the dagger tied to his military boots. Your long sword dance has a special meaning. Zhou Ju inserted the short dagger into the eye of a zombie and forced the zombie to the ground. Zhou Ju felt that Zhang Bufang had a special look when holding the long sword, but it It was too troublesome for him. Many of the moves were too big and required more physical strength. While physical strength and durability had to be taken into consideration, the speed of the attack also determined the outcome of the war. However, Zhou Ju did not say these words. Didn't say it out loud. Zhang Bufang said, During the fight, he also paid attention to Zhou Ju's moves. There are some moves that Zhang Bufang can learn. For example, when he swings out the knife, if he wants to stop, how to twist the knife better and change the direction of the knife. Zhou Ju is much more agile than Zhang Bufang at this point. Moreover, Zhang Bufang looked at Zhou Ju's movements. He must be someone who often kills zombies, so he understands the characteristics of zombies so well. He can kill or cut off their heads with ease. If it were someone else, when he is panicking, he may use the wrong way to attack and kill himself. However, during the fight, Zhou Ju almost missed the zombies with every move he made, as if he had escaped their attacks by coincidence. But if there are too many coincidences, it won't be a coincidence. He is so powerful. Chun-He was the only one in the entire team who was very interested in guns. When he climbed onto the city wall, he stared at Zhou Ju intently. The opponent's skills and marksmanship were beyond the reach of Chun-He. It would be great if he could use the gun he held at such a height, Chun-He thought. Generally, people who choose to use guns will have certain shortcomings in close attacks when fighting zombies. Zhou Ju is not like this at all. He can kill zombies even with his bare hands. Like twisting off the head. We can make a video for research. Jiang Haiyang patted Chun-He on the shoulder. The general does not allow private filming. The guard on the side heard these words and immediately appeared, staring at Jiang Haiyang and Chun-He. Okay, Chun-He said helplessly. Look, it ended so easily. Zhou Ju put away his knife, but did not intend to put it back into the scabbard. It was all covered with the blood of zombies and was very dirty. I can agree to what Zhang Fui just said. Zhou Ju said to Zhang Bufang. After Zhang Bufang discovered that he told the other party about the experiment on evolving the human body, Zhou Ju ignored him, thinking that the other party did not agree with the matter. Zhang Bufang was still thinking about how to persuade the other party and what conditions he could put forward. Asked him to agree, but unexpectedly Zhou Ju took the initiative to mention this matter. Then Zhou Ju took out something wrapped in a handkerchief from the pocket of his military uniform and handed it to Zhang Bufang. When Zhou Ju was killing zombies, he suddenly took out the handkerchief in his arms and quickly bent it to the ground. He stabbed the zombie's head with a knife. Zhang Bufang didn't know what he was doing at that time. Zhang Bufang opened the handkerchief, and it was wrapped with blood crystals, which were similar to pieces of crystals, but they were not completely transparent. There seemed to be many small pieces of impurities inside. Is this coming from the zombie's head? Zhang Bufang is a little surprised. He has been in the world for so long and has never found such a thing in the zombie's head. He also didn't see it in the original world. According to Xiao Xiao's novel, it is said that the inside of the zombie's head is indeed. It can actually condense a thing called crystal core. He also went to see it several times when killing zombies, but every time he failed, he gradually gave up. This world may be real. There is no such thing as a crystal nucleus. This is what Zhang Bufang thought at the time. The lowest grade is a crystal nucleus filled with countless impurities, Zhou Ju said with a smile. The city gate was opened, and then specialized personnel came to clean the battlefield. This. Zhang Bufang really didn't know what to say. Zhou Ju looked at Zhang Bufang's surprised reaction with some curiosity and said, Have you never seen this kind of thing before? This kind of thing is indeed difficult to find, but it is not completely impossible. Some high-level zombies drop it from inside. The chance is very high. I was also lucky today and was able to find one among the ordinary zombies. But let me see your reaction. Did you always turn the zombies into ashes when you attacked them? Hello. Chun-He was the first to run to the other party. That experiment required the use of this kind of thing, but because this crystal core is difficult to find and high-level zombies are difficult to defeat, the experiment has been carried out for several years, but only a small amount of results have been achieved. Zhou Ju finished his words. Facing Chun-He, he said, Hello. But Mr. Zhang Fo, you lose. Zhou Ju took out the kill count record sheet on his wrist again. The numbers displayed by Zhou Ju were 30 more than those displayed by Zhang Bufang. Then, sir, please come this way, Zhang Bufang smiled. Can I ask the general's rank? Zhang Bufang asked. Zhang Bufang and Zhou Ju were standing outside the refrigerator. After finishing the killing, they both went to change their clothes. The rest was left to the people at the Hope Survivor base to handle. Zhou Ju handed over his own. Wei was also sent out to help. In fact, the two of them stood here for a while. Zhou Ju looked at the glass window with an inquiring gaze, and looked at Zhang Bufang with a playful look. Zhang Bufang was silent for a while. I asked anyway. Level 55, Zhou Ju said casually with a smile, without moving his eyes to Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang turned to look at the other party. Zhou Ju did not change his expression under the gaze of the other party. In fact, there was nothing interesting to see in the glass window. The freezing equipment and the corpse were not what he was interested in. They were just dead objects. After all, living things are more important, so Zhou Ju shifted his gaze to Zhang Bufang. He almost understood what the other person's eyes meant. Zhou Ju chuckled and said, 24 years old. Another genius. Very impressive, Zhang Bufang said in a very calm tone, but he also sincerely admired the other party. What about you? 20? 21. Zhou Ju asked. 20, Zhang Bufang said. Very good, Zhou Ju said. Zhang Bufang was silent. He could feel that even if the other party said a word of appreciation, it was just out of politeness. He was born in a noble family and would never get the best things since he was a child. When he was young, he had already shown his super talent. Zhou Ju. Behind him, there is already an entire Wawoin military force that has been prepared in advance, and so far, Zhou Ju is 24 years old and level 55. Zhou Ju and most of the second level. Dai Shizu is different. He has excellent grades and extraordinary talents. He has a strong body from military training since childhood, has an understanding of science and technology, and is proficient in tactics. It can be said that Zhou Ju is something that most people will never be able to achieve. Zhou Ju has been in a position where he has never lacked appreciation since he was a child. His unruliness is innate, and the reason why he is willful, belligerent, and crazy is that he has capital. There is never a shortage of geniuses in this world, and Zhang Bufang also deeply realized that he was not an extreme in any one place, but his mood was getting lower and lower. It was really time to reflect on what made him expand to this point. He even said that he had the idea of abandoning the system. You see, people are easily influenced. It seems that once they find something wrong, they will become extremely suspicious. Didn't the former Chinese military also have a small success in their experiments on evolving the human body? As long as there is success, there must be hope. Zhang Bufang covered up all his negative emotions. What he should do now is, a successful negotiation does not expose one's weaknesses to the enemy. Have you never thought about what would happen if you failed? Of course, Zhou Ju knew that adding insult to injury in this way was not very moral or very agreeable. But what if he ridiculed the other party? After all, everything he said was true. I want to try my best, Zhang Bufang said. Try your best to make up for the mistakes you made because of your own weakness and ignorance of the world. Zhou Ju dismissed this answer in his heart, and even some of it was funny. Zhou Ju just smiled and said, of course there is no problem, but of course I also have. Conditionally, after all, scientific research will require a lot of manpower and financial resources. Please speak, Zhang Bufang said. We have our own time, so we also want to ask the Hope Survivor base to help us once, Zhou Ju said, but the conditions he proposed were definitely not ordinary simple things. Zhou Ju stared at Zhang Bufang. He habitually looked at the other person with a slightly aggressive look. Zhou Ju himself was not aware of this, and it took him a while to calm down. Zhou Ju moved closer to the glass window and squinted slightly, as if to see clearly what was going on inside. Zhou Ju said, we got a high-level zombie recently. It is very rare, but it is impossible for the original Chinese military to send all the experimental products. If they are all placed in the same area, if something unexpected happens, the losses will be huge. So the implication is to bring that high-level zombie to the Hope Survivor base? The equipment of the Hope Survivor base is still very backward, including the basic level of the personnel. I am afraid that if we put a precious item here, the risk of loss is quite high, Zhang Bufang replied. What Zhou Ju can come up with will definitely not be a good thing. From this point of view, Zhang Bufang knows that Zhou Ju himself knows what kind of thing can catch the eyes of this genius. Zhang Bufang is not sure about the transfer of high-level zombies. I hope that when the survivors come to the base, it will bring them a disaster. But I don't need anything else. Zhou Ju withdrew his gaze and smiled at Zhang Bufang. Does this mean you have to agree? The evolution experiment also needs some very important things, Zhou Ju added. Like those crystal nuclei, they are difficult to collect and require a lot of energy to find. I hope the survivor base can also help with this. Otherwise, it would be difficult to complete this experiment. Zhang Bufang was thinking quickly in his mind. He was probably at the end of his rope. If he wanted to save Jinjin, he had no choice, right? No outsider could be so sudden. Appeared, he also squandered the opportunity given by the system. There is no zombie technology experiment that can be studied more thoroughly than the original military of China. Then first I still have to ensure the safety of everyone at Hope Survivor Base, Zhang Bufang said. Zhou Ju had known for a long time that the other party would say this. This was undoubtedly a concession. The fact that Zhang Bufang could say such a thing meant that he had a high chance of agreeing. What would happen if he did not agree? Hope the survivor base. Sooner or later, it will be in the pocket of the former Chinese military. Many of the equipment in the base are not advanced enough. I'm afraid the general will need to mobilize some things, Zhang Bufang said and agreed. The smile on Zhou Ju's face widened, and he felt a little boring. What he was going to do, could it not be so simple? It was originally a very interesting thing, but after he personally participated, he found that the other party immediately surrendered. Well, after all, there should be some debate, right? Unfortunately, there is none that I can imagine. Then the base will have to find a way to get the crystal nuclei needed for the experiment, and we will naturally cooperate fully, Zhou Ju said. Can I ask more? What kind of high-level zombie it is? Zhang Bufang made a pleased gesture. There was no need to stay in this cold room any longer. The two people moved to the usual conference room. Zhou Ju transferred the information on the communication device to Zhang Bufang, who clicked on it and browsed it quickly. The original military of China acquired a new high-level zombie in an undeveloped area. Most of the high-level zombies are self-aware, but not this time. This is like an additional example, which makes the experimental lunatics urgent. I want to know why. But this high-level zombie, it has such a violent personality that just catching it has already cost a lot of lives. After capturing the opponent, the original strength of the Chinese military can be used to make a batch of cages to imprison the zombies. Currently, this zombie is only. It was kept in a development zone and was not brought into the original Chinese military. We will provide everything this high-level zombie needs on a daily basis. It just needs to be taken care of by the base, Zhou Ju said, tapping his fingers on the table unconsciously and playing the beat very slowly. This, level 50, the highest level of the Hope Survivors base is Zhang Bufang, which means that Zhang Bufang may have to stay at the base during this period. Once something happens, Zhang Bufang will no longer be in the Hope Survivors base. If it is a base, then what awaits the base will be a brutal massacre. This can be regarded as a different method of trapping people in a place where the original Chinese military can stop them. Don't worry, we will send someone over naturally, Zhou Ju said in a relaxed tone. However, Zhou Ju hasn't finished speaking yet, but I'm afraid Mr. Jianjin will be sent to the former Chinese military. Many of the purification experiment instruments cannot be moved here. If there is an accident on the way, the loss will be huge. Big, so I hope Zhang Fei can understand. Zhang Bufang is very concerned about how to rescue Jianjin. The method Zhou Ju proposed, whether it is imprisoning high-level zombies in the Hope Survivor base or sending Jianjin to the former Chinese military, Zhang Bufang. Bu Fangjie could tell Zhou Ju's purpose just by looking at the other person's eyes, which was just to trap him. What good can he do as a level 45 person? There is nothing more to be desired than a survivor base. Sir General, I am just a level 45 person, Zhang Bufang smiled bitterly. Oh, your definition of yourself is a level 45. Zhou Ju really didn't expect that the other party could say such a thing to him. Isn't my level test at level 45? Zhang Bufang had some doubts, and the other party's reaction seemed a bit big. You're interesting, Zhou Ju then called his bodyguard in. The bodyguard held a level testing instrument in his hand. Zhou Ju looked at Zhang Bufang with a questioning look in his eyes, and Zhang Bufang happened to be there too. I wanted to know what his level test was, so I nodded. Zhou Ju put the test wristband on Zhang Bufang's wrist, and the test wristband automatically shrank into a circle. After a few beeps of D, 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 D. D. A result was displayed on the screen. Look, it's level 50. Mr. Zhang Fui, it's better not to think too low of yourself. Zhou Ju smiled and took off the test wristband and put it on his wrist. When the screen gives the result, Zhou Ju will display that. One side faces Zhang Bufang. Level 55. Zhang Bufang was stunned. During the competition, he clearly felt that Zhou Ju had kept his level at level 45. He didn't believe that his level had changed too much. Zhang Bufang was talking to the system in his heart. System, check my level. Level 50, Wu Zongdan, Swordsman 2nd Dan. The system quickly gave him a reply. Zhang Bufang believed in the system's testing. He thought he might be stuck at level 45 for another month or two, but when he looked up and saw Zhou Ju's probing eyes, Zhang Bufang quickly retracted his slightly confused look. Explained calmly. I haven't lifted my level for a long time. I always thought it was level 45. 20 years old, level 45. Zhou Ju seemed to be talking to himself when he said this. It seemed that his decision to eradicate the Hope Survivor base in advance was not a mistake. Before, he thought that Zhang Bufang was actually just a boring guy. It seems that this is also very interesting. There are people who don't check their level every 3 to 5, hoping that they can level up, but looking at the other person's expression, it seems that they are leveling up unconsciously. It would be a pity that the original military personnel of the Chinese nation did not have such talent. After all, in the process of growing up, without a strong backing, it would be easy for their wings to be broken. Very good. You work very hard. Zhou Ju praised Zhang Bufang. Zhou Ju rarely praises anything. Whenever he expresses a word of praise, it must be sincere. But he never likes to use his talent. The word covers a person's later efforts. Of course, Zhou Ju accepts the envious and jealous eyes around him, but he never accepts someone praising him for his talent. It's great. It's as simple as that. A single word wiped out all the hellish training he did later. What is the purpose of your visit to the base this time, General? Zhang Bufang asked. Now that the mainland powers are at their peak, small bases and small forces will soon be submerged in the torrent of the times. The only one that can start from scratch is the Hope Survivor base. The name of your base is very resounding, and you are indispensable, Zhou Ju said. Zhang Bufang listened carefully, probably guessing what the other party was going to say next. Was he trying to draw the Hope Survivor base into the forces of the former Chinese military? Although I would like to ask if you are willing to join the original military of China or the Hope Survivor base behind you. Are you willing to join the original military of China? Zhou Ju said. The light shining in Zhou Ju's eyes showed that he was confident. After all, no force did not want to embrace the plump thigh of the Hua Guiyuan military. The Hua Guiyuan military would give them the best preferential treatment based on their allies. Zhou Ju was even there. Consider whether Zhang Bufang should find a way to remove some of the burden on him when he joins the former Chinese military, such as asking him to provide less crystal cores or bringing the high-level zombie to the former Chinese military. However, what Zhang Bufang said quickly gave Zhou Ju a resounding slap in the face of everything he had planned for the future in his mind. Zhang Bufang politely rejected Zhou Ju, saying, I'm afraid this kind of thing. I still have to discuss it with other people in the base. After all, I can't make the decision alone. This matter is of great importance to the future of the Hope Survivor base. This is somewhat different from what Zhou Ju thought. After all, in his opinion, the other party should agree directly, instead of delaying the war like now. Zhou Ju was unhappy with the delaying strategy. He defined this method for rejection. So Zhou Ju's face suddenly turned cold, and his smile was not as slightly friendly as before. Then I hope you will think about it carefully, Zhou Ju said. Then he no longer wanted to have this conversation. He was really a willful person. Zhang Bufang saw no need to say anything more. Such a person is difficult to serve. If he said something that was not very good, he would just say it on the spot. Even if he fell out, Zhang Bufang would not deliberately say flattering words. He couldn't say it, and he couldn't do it. Admiral, please wait until I discuss with others before making those plans. Zhang Bufang was referring to placing high-level zombies in the Hope Survivor base and moving Jianjin to the former Chinese military. Then I hope you will think about it carefully, Zhou Ju said without even looking back or stopping. Even his words were extremely perfunctory. So you're here to ask for our opinion? Jiang Haiying objected to Zhang Bufang's decision. He objected directly, and did not make any tactful answer. Whatever he was thinking was reflected on his face. This was the first time. The first time Zhang Haiyang faced up to Zhang Bufang's decision. Zhang Bufang naturally didn't like this tone. He looked at Zhang Haiyang silently, as if he was waiting for an apology. But Zhang Haiyang had a major characteristic of his character that he had never revealed before. He didn't like anything he opposed. Even if a knife is put to his neck, he will not accept it, but his previous decisions have never conflicted with his own ideas. Yes, Zhang Bufang made the first concession after a while and answered patiently. Zhang Haiyang's unflappable tone chilled the atmosphere in the entire conference room. Everyone was silent in unison. Zhang Haiyang felt the awkwardness of the atmosphere, but she did not say anything and remained silent. The place suddenly became cold. Obviously, I think you all know that this choice determines where the Hope Survivor base can go in the future. Now that the major forces are standing at the top of the road, the Hope Survivor base has to say that it really does not have the strength to compete with the opponent. Carry it, Zhang Bufang said. Roughly speaking, it can be divided into the original military of China, the Strongman Survivor base, and the Mercenary Guild. These three major forces have different goals, different representatives, and different locations. Unfortunately, these three major forces are tit for tat. They have always been in conflict with each other. No one has backed down even a step. The slightest conflict breaks out, which is the beginning of the fuse of the war. Zhang Bufang looked at the current situation in Qing continent. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.